God's will is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. So take me to the finish line. Cause this will is never gonna die. Yeah, you're never gonna stop me trying. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Take me home.
Thought, money, driven, major, fraud, priceless, body, diamond, bound, wanna be it, wanna feel it. Pull up, you feel me, don't waste the world, I'm missing, you craving it, you gotta see, you getting it, just come straight. This night,
3层护甲，怎么办？要吗？要吗？没双招的，好像要all in 直接杀。
这个没有双招了，太阳圣剑只到，风舟倒地，但 Marble 也被抓，而且这里 Chris 看得出来了，
设了一个大局。
雷霆万军已经开始电，先电前面的 Forest，
但是主席收割局，
拿下400块，还有超电磁炮，靠着圣的一个保护，这里先拿下一个 double kill， 然后又是一个12鸟，往前再电，但是想换人头，但是 Chris 克的收下3连杀。这里塔利亚还能够继续再换，玄武飞檐伤也是非常的高，也要把人头给扳了回来。这里也是一个双杀，
结果是塔利亚全杀。
CFO 看起来是想要来抢的哦，卡萨一路的向前冲，但要被鬼灵之火绑住。不过小龙还没有进入到斩杀线，最后这个终极的比拼是 G1 拿下了小龙 ，Driver 同时也其实也被 G1 就是被吉米恩给切到一半血，前面顶不太住了，卡萨必须得往后冲，但舍蛇冰河裂隙又成功起到切割战场的效果。然而凯文坚定意志有点快顶不住了，挖空的翻上场，他要开电，但是现在电的对面确实是有点酥酥麻麻的。G1 在拍了3个人回来，但是凯文已经率先的倒地，不过挖空的拉手还是要把这头猪做成电仔猪肉。再继续的往塔下进攻，顺也倒地，再跟船长的对拼，挖口拿到杀到，站出来为 FAK 拿到团战的胜利。
来看 CFO 是晚到了嘛，然后为了抢这个小龙，所以卡萨往前顶，然后一拿，哇！但是后续重失败完之后，可以看到其实侧边的纳尔系注意完之后，后续这里布拉姆技能交完，已经没有什么技能，没有任何的控制，没有人能够限制，挖口找到一个机会就往前了，
是他的操作时间了。
而且另外一边侧面的 Gory 想要一个人卡住对方，但反而是让吉米人后续找到一个闪现进攻的机会。
哇！而且 Gory 是闪现没有过强啊，比较可惜了。那么再这样的下来 ，FAK 不只是挽回了劣势，
进。
Like, what other team do you expect to do that?
Yeah, no doubt in your mind once he lands that Q that he's going for it. TP in the mid lane for Cascada.
Yeah, Steel trying to get away. It's a 4v3, and I think I prefer DCG in this instance as Orca comes in with that Stand United to make it an even up 4v4. Feng getting so low as Unipod, trying to get away. Feng's landing everything though. Essence Flux will even connect onto Ray Faki, and he lands every damn ability there is. Feng playing out of his damn mind and will not lose a second game.
小徐会开吗？哎呦，猪女的位置很好，来喽
！665绕到，但是 Ray Parky 是不在正面的 ，Steel 率先的被对方上野留住，但他破行者成功的闪掉，同时这边再次的拼到有欧卡魅惑起飞 ，Steel 要倒地了，被若洛强势给卷下首级的同时，欧卡也没了。
闪现啊！
现在反而是 Ray Parky 进场往两个人往左边推之后开了大绝，是把风往上线上一带，在一个开山边路，卡桑蒂开始操作，在下面死前的 Aria 也硬是跟 Taco 做到了一波交换，那么剩下就是 Ray Parky N 突扑来自苏瑞玛战士的操作时间 Turbo Kill。
这波真的已经开得很好了，已经你可以说对于 DCG 来说，他开到近乎完美了。 就是伤害全部跟上 ，CC 跟上，然后这里一个算是瞬间的多打少嘛，但真的很可惜啊，后面卡桑蒂跳出来啦，那盖西闪到左边还是被收掉，然后最后是卡桑蒂的局啊，他一个打成不尾，好猛！主要是因为对面都是 AD 吗？他是大家看一下他的装，
全误防的一个
Q 隔山打牛。
Ray Parky 也不敢闪现开店，
直接 QR 闪，直接冲进去，
有吗？
我已经看到那个画面了。
来了665绑到了深处，阿闪3个人，接着 Taco 跟 Chris Kala 开始输出 Ray Parky 只电了2下之后就直接去世，那么全部人被逼到高地里面，接着就是 Chris Kala 疯狂的导弹开射，电浆分解 ，DCG 拿到了 Ace，
完全就看到了这个画面就是长这样，啊，只要冲进去就赢了。哎 ，Q 阿闪。
哇，665
很美啊，665
木乃伊确实玩得好，
好猛哦！这个木乃伊大概有这个哇安娜斯南木的等级耶，强啊！
旅客陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅迎蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛豚骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
3层护甲，怎么办？要吗？要吗？没双招的，好像要all in 直接杀。这个没有双招的，太阳圣剑只到，风舟倒地，但 Marvel 也被抓，而且这里 Chris 看到过来了，设了一个大局。雷霆万钧开始电，先电前面的 Boris
是主席收割局，
拿下400块，还有超电磁炮，靠着圣的一个保护，这里先拿下一个 double kill，然后又是一个112鸟，往前再电，但是想换人头，但是 Chris 的收下3连杀。这里塔利亚还能够继续再换，玄武飞檐伤害也是非常的高，也要把人头给扳了回来。这里也是一个双杀，结果是塔利亚全杀。
CFO 看起来是想要来抢的哦，卡萨一路的向前冲，但要被鬼灵之火绑住。不过小龙还没有进入到斩杀线，最后这个终极的比拼是 G1 拿下了小龙 ，Driver 同时也其实也被 G1 就是被吉米恩给切到一半截，前面顶不太住了，卡萨必须得往后冲，但舍蛇冰河裂隙又成功起到切割战场的效果。然而凯文坚定意志有点快顶不住了，瓦口能翻上墙，他要开电，但是现在电的对面确实是有点酥酥麻麻的。G1 才派了3个人回来，但是凯文已经率先的倒地，不过瓦口的拉扯还是要把这头猪做成电仔猪肉。再继续的往塔下进攻，顺也倒地，再跟船长的对拼，瓦口拿到杀掉，站出来为 FAK 拿到团战的胜利。
来看 CFO 是晚到了嘛，然后为了抢这个小龙，所以卡萨往前顶，然后一拿，哇！但是后续重失败完之后，可以看到其实侧边的纳尔系注意完之后，后续这里布拉姆技能交完，已经没有什么技能，没有任何的控制，没有人能够限制，瓦口找到一个机会就往前了，
是他的操作时间了。
而且另外一边侧面的沟里想要一个人卡住对方，但反而是让吉米恩后续找到一个闪现进攻的机会。
哇！而且沟里是闪现没有过强啊，比较可惜了。那么再这样的下来 ，FAK 不只是挽回了劣势，
进。
Like, what other team do you expect to do that?
Yeah, no doubt in your mind once he lands that Q that he's going for it. TP in the mid lane for Cascada.
Yeah, Steel trying to get away. It's a 4v3, and I think I prefer DCG in this instance as Orca comes in with that Stand United to make it an even up 4v4. Fing getting so low as Unipod, trying to get away. Fing's landing everything though. Essence Flux will even connect onto Ray Faki, and he lands every damn ability there is. Fing playing out of his damn mind and will not lose a second game.
小学会开吗？哎呦，猪女的位置很好，来喽
！665绕到，但是 Ray Parky 是不在正面的 ，Steel 率先的被对方上野留住，但他破行者成功的闪掉，同时这边再次的拼到有欧卡魅惑起飞 ，Steel 要倒地了，被若洛强势给卷下首级的同时，欧卡也没了。
闪现啊！
现在反而是 Ray Parky 进场，往2个人往左边推之后开了大绝，是把风往上路线上一带，在一个开山闭路，卡桑蒂开始操作，在下面死前的 Aria 也硬是跟 Taco 做到了一波交换，那么剩下就是 Ray Parky N 突扑，来自苏瑞玛再次的操作时间 Turbo Kill。
这波真的已经开得很好了，已经你可以说对于 DCG 来说，他开到近乎完美了。就是伤害全部跟上 ，CC 跟上，然后这里一个算是瞬间的多打少嘛，但真的很可惜啊，后面卡桑蒂跳出来啦，那盖西闪到左边还是被收掉，然后最后是卡桑蒂的局啊，他一个打成不稳，好猛！主要是因为对面都是 AD 吗？他是大家看一下他的装，
全误防的一个
Q 隔山打牛。
Ray Parky 也不敢闪现开电，
直接 QR 闪，直接冲进去，有吗？我已经看到那个画面了。
来了，665绑到了深处，阿闪3个人，接着 Taco 跟 Cascada 开始输出 ，Ray Parky 只电了2下之后就直接去世，那么全部人被逼到高地里面，接着就是 Cascada 疯狂的导弹开射，电浆分解 ，DCG 拿到了 Ace，
完全就看到了这个画面就是长这样，他只要冲进去就赢了。 Q 阿闪，耶、
哇，665
很美啊，665。
木乃伊确实玩得好，
好猛哦！这个木乃伊大概有这个哇安娜斯南木的等级耶，强啊！
Dangerous. It's getting dangerous. It's getting dangerous. It's getting dangerous. Getting dangerous. There's danger in your eyes. Tempting blessing in disguise. Oh, I'm falling for your lies. Welcome to paradise. There's danger in your eyes. Tempting blessing in disguise. Oh, I'm falling for your lies. Welcome to paradise. There's paradise waiting for you. It all comes soon enough. Let's go for it.
What I believe in, I just do. You say you love me, but is it true? You keep lying, cheating, I'm not buying all your lies again. Makes me feel good, walking away from you. Makes me feel good, having the place you have to. Oh, it just feels so good. Oh, it just feels so good. You keep lying, cheating, I'm not buying all your lies again. Makes me feel good, walking away from you. Makes me feel good, having the place you have to. Oh, it just feels so good.
So welcome to the fire. I'm the one with the light. Feel it burning through your veins. We're walking through the flames, getting higher. Welcome to the fire. Welcome to the fire. So welcome to the fire. I'm the one with the light. Feel it burning through your veins. We're walking through the flames, getting higher. So welcome to the fire. Feel it burning through your veins. We're walking through the flames, getting higher.
Welcome back, everybody. It's another night of civil war
here at the PCS. Tonight, we have CFO going up against Frank Esports to decide who goes on to take on SoftBank in our games next week. Now, it all is once again going to be brought to you by Riot Games, Carry International, the ASUS Republic of Gamers, as well as Changhua Telecom, who if you sign up in the near future, you will get 12 months of Harmy Video free of charge for all your gaming and entertainment needs, as well as the Sheraton Grand Taipei Hotel with 688 rooms, and obviously Michelin star banquet halls and spas, saunas, and all of the above. You have a fantastic experience. So if you're going to go to Taipei, if you're staying over there, certainly do check them out. And China Airlines, what better way to get to Taipei than through China Airlines? You can find fantastic value tickets on the China Airline website for all of your travel needs from place to place. Make it easy with China Airlines. And of course, Carry Energy, keeping our players topped up mentally and physically with all the energy you could ever require. Fantastic taste and great value, so definitely give it a try. You won't regret it. And TTL Brand Noodles, who continue to support us here at the PCS, and I cannot recommend them enough. So if you do find them at your local grocery store or at your local convenience store, certainly do give them a try. Now, I will once again, for the third to last time, be your host, Vestian, and alongside me, it is again my friend Lo.
Yeah, are we that close to finishing? Just 3 more series and we'll know who's the champion of the PCS, and even before then, 2 more series and we'll know who's going to Worlds.
That's right.
Gonna be exciting. PSG already locked in, gonna be representing us at Worlds, and now we're gonna see who between CFO and Frank tonight are gonna be going up against SoftBank for that final World spot and a place in the finals. Get your merch. I'm not sure if we're supposed to say anything about this. Get your merch, everyone. That's some cool looking merch.
What's your favorite one?
I like Caitlyn.
Real, I kind of like the Gwen.
Oh yeah, Caitlyn was one of my favorite champs.
Yeah.
Sorry, not to self-report.
Bit of a loser.
My bad.
Taipei Heaving Basketball Gymnasium. If you are in Taipei, certainly go give that last game a visit, or even, next week's lower bracket finals as well. Both of them will be played live at the Taipei Heaving Basketball Gymnasium. It's a fantastic location. I had the pleasure of going there last year. There'll be merch stores and photo booths and all that. They were last year. It was an awesome time.
And cheerleaders.
Yeah, there were cheerleaders. I don't know if there will be for the lower bracket final, but there certainly was on the grand final. CFO's Passion Sisters and CFO's Rakuten Girls.
PSG's.
Yeah, PSG.
Girls?
PSG Rakuten Girls playing in between the games. And you know what's crazy? Is that between each of the games, whatever cheerleader squad played was that team won the next game.
Whoa,
yeah, it actually couldn't have panned out better for, I guess, just the straight entertainment value. Last night, of course, it was PSG put pretty cleanly 3-0ing SoftBank. There were some mistakes. It was maybe a rougher look for PSG, but still ultimately was a 3-0 in their favor. And everyone's playing now to compete against them in the grand finals and lock in that last spot we have available to the World Championship. And of course, it all starts with match number 8, or MATE for short. Frank versus CFO. Now, last time these two teams did go up against each other, it was Frank winning 3-2 in an extremely back and forward series. It did start off with Gory getting solo killed twice and also playing pretty foolishly in general in the mid lane.
Yeah, especially in that game 1. He did clean it up towards the end of the series, but unfortunately not enough to actually get them across the line. He did play 3 quirky games in that series and lost all 3 of them, winning on AP champs.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, obviously, Frank Esports here on your screen. It's Yijang, Gemini, Jimian, Wako, and Kaiwing. Now, last series they played was up against DFM, and Yijang was the standout performer. He was incredible in that top lane. He truly did just kind of 1v9 at least 2 of those games.
Yeah.
And played fantastically even in the second game of the series. So
yeah. And in their last matchup up against CFO, he did have impact as well. He was able to pick the Riven, force a weird Urgot counter that just got caught in side lanes, didn't do much, and then got the Riven banned against him for a couple of the other games. Not the entire series, but yeah, definitely massive impact from him. And I'm wondering how this matchup will look now if CFO has stuck with Rest. I think that's going to be a big deal. I'm not sure if they've stuck with him.
So I've had insider information, and I've been told that he will be their starter now.
Okay.
And I think it makes sense because while it's not really Driver's fault how the games were going, Rest just requires no attention.
Yeah.
You don't have to care about him. He's going to be up in that top lane going minimally even, if not winning his lane. And when your team has Kasagori and Shun, you want to be able to give these guys some resources. Driver is also a pretty resource-intensive player.
Yeah, very.
So removing just one person that needs a lot of resources, not needs, but like does well with a lot of resources, for someone that can do a lot without any resources, does really well, I think, for them as a team in general. And so Rest, he is going to be their starter, and it makes sense, at least in my eyes.
Yeah, a nice yawn from Rest, his battle cry as the weak side warrior on the team. And
that's right.
It's going to be Gory needing to step up in this series. I think he was outperformed pretty hard by Jimian, but the previous series they've just played against DCG was just night and day. It was a return to Gory at his best on AD carry champions, which is promising as well. Playing on the edge, always just looking like he's griefing or about to die, baiting everyone onto him and just perfectly timing his spells, his escapes, and his flash. And
it was really just like a flawless performance, really, out of Gory. It was very, very good from him, and we'll see if he can keep that going here up against Jimian today. I think, obviously, we got to look at the last series these two teams played up against each other, because we've talked about their most recent series. But the last time these two teams did go up against each other, it was Wako. Wako was that X factor between both the teams. If he was given a champion that can late game carry, can offer DPS in the team fights, they won. But Frank Esports just won off the back of Wako almost independently. Game 1, yes, Jimian probably was the biggest deciding factor, but Wako was also still on Aziri that game and performing out of his damn mind. Continued that on for Game 3 and Game 5, where they were eventually able to take the win. As you will see here, every game that Wako's on Zeri, they won.
Yeah, a couple of weird things in the draft from CFO from the previous series. I don't think they will pick red side every
Constantly,
game. That was strange. We don't see any other team really doing that. And
DCG, sorry.
Yeah, only DCG really. And then things like the Viego ban, where Gemini hasn't gone to that champ in such a long time. Really only when Frank are absolutely desperate and just need to throw something at the wall, see if it works. And as you said, Wako got his hand on Zeri 3 times, and those were the 3 wins for the side of Frank. Not to oversimplify, but kind of did just feel that way.
A clash of destiny across eras. This is actually, some of the longest standing players in terms of League of Legends esports in general, but certainly out of Taiwan. And I mean, Kaiwing and Gemini, Kaiwing always respected as a leader and at the forefront of sort of his career. He's playing well still, maybe not the apex of his career by any regards, but the same can be said about Caster and Sword Art. Certainly not the performance you'd expect out of such big names here in the PCS, both across last split and this split, so just the year in general. But they are the veteracy of their teams. They are the biggest veterans, almost in the PCS in its entirety. So you're really looking at these guys to step it up and get this across the line.
Yeah, especially as the pressure increases as we go deeper into these playoffs. We are just there now. It is time to perform, and you expect that from these veterans now. It's time to keep a cool head, keep some of these younger stars on your team in line and focused and untilted, and maybe just support them to get it across the line.
Yeah, I mean, from this point forward, right, no matter what, if you lose a series, you're out. Frank, they've played 23 games, 23 games here of our playoffs. So, I mean, out of every team...
Out of like 50-something, by the way.
Yeah, out of like 50-something games, they've played 23 of them.
Yeah.
So with the longest average game time, so they're certainly warmed up. There's no argument that can be made. It's not like, oh, there should be nerves. No, this team has played by far the most games on stage. They should be ready. And they've also just played the most games on an elimination game, right? The entirety of that lower bracket. They were just constantly at risk of elimination. They came up here to the upper bracket, lost their first game, and were on elimination game pretty much the entire time from there on as well.
Yeah, so I assume it was CFO with side selection again, and they've gone for red side. They've stuck with their guns.
It was Frank.
Frank with side selection? Yeah. I guess because they've won the head-to-head.
They won the last hit,
yeah, okay. Maokai was something I was expecting to be a big deal in this series, and it's just banned away immediately by CFO. And I understand the Alistar ban as well. Kaiwing almost single-handedly was turning games around with some very strange Alistar blast cone shenanigans. So he won't be getting his hands on that pick now. And Frank banning Ashe on the blue side is interesting, but it's not really a champ, the kind of champ we want to see Wako on. So even the first pick Ashe, I don't think would feel that great for Frank. I approve of that. The Tristana ban away is interesting. It might be a quirky first pick for the side of Frank, but then you have to worry about Lucian. Coming out from Gory.
Yeah.
Gory looked so good on Lucian up against DCG.
He did, but Lucian's open.
Lilia also open. Lilia with Maokai banned away. Also Zyra open.
Maybe Gemini going for that Lilia. Realizing, I think, more so than Gemini necessarily wanting it, that Casa has looked very good at it.
Yeah, so this is a place where these teams might differ from old SoftBank and PSG, who were just first picking Zyra when it was available. Frank maybe preferring the Lilia.
Yeah, at least seeming so here in game one. What will we see out of CFO? One thing to mention is Shun having an absolute turnaround performance on the Ziggs.
Yeah.
In their last series.
Yeah.
Up against DCG.
Really often the Ziggs is paired with something like a Maokai. I don't know if it has the same impact against a Sejuani, and Sejuani feels pretty rough into Lilia. Leona makes a lot of sense, especially if you're going to go for an AP jungle for Karsa. He's quite good on the Nidalee, on the Zyra. Nidalee has just vanished.
Thank God.
From the series, and blind pick Yone.
Yeah, I think more a takeaway from Jimmian, because if you remember, Jimmian did just kind of smurf on them last series as that Yone.
Yeah, when he wasn't against LB.
Yeah.
But
he played 4 games of it, won 3 of them, so...
Now,
maybe Jimmian going for the Corki, so he'll be on the opposite side of this matchup that he usually was, or he has been for the majority of the playoffs.
Yeah, though it's a counter pick, he might just go for the Corki anyway. Poppy, this is probably going support. It is a flex pick regardless, but you don't expect Rest to pick something that'll get destroyed by Poppy in the top lane.
Yeah, well, I mean, we haven't really seen anything that does.
And also, this might enable the Riven pick as well. Now you can't pick Poppy top into it.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen Yijang happy to play the Riven into Poppy matchup, so I don't know if it necessarily stops it. But Lucian, maybe. Yeah, okay. This makes more sense. We've seen Jimmian play a lot more Lucian than we have the Corki.
So are CFO really going to go for Sejuani? Their first 2 picks make me think this will be a Sejuani.
I think they
jungle.
should. That would be a fantastic pick. Well, I mean, at the moment it's Brand. But
as far as the jungle matchup goes, the Brand will do a lot better against the Lilia.
Yeah, but I think just team compositionally, the Sejuani would make a bit more sense. But they do just lock in the Brand. Now we head into the second stage of bans. Top laners, Riven stands out as something that probably should be looked at. You do expect the Poppy to probably be support. Maybe if it was any team other than Frank.
Yeah, and if Frank are sending the Poppy down to the bot lane, they probably want to ban the Ezreal away themselves.
Yeah, maybe even the Ziggs. Like, I know they already have Brand, but we've seen teams just don't care about that whole double AP thing. And there's the Riven getting taken away from Yijang. I mean, you have to at this point. He's 100% win rate on it. The only person who plays it, so you're probably not getting a whole lot of practice against it in scrims.
Yeah, and even if you are they as good as Jung? It would be hard to find a Riven player or a good team with a Riven player. It's pretty difficult to find. I do expect ADC bans here, though maybe top bans for Frank. Yeah, there's the Ezreal. That makes sense. I don't think there's another AD carrier too miserable as the Poppy. With Ashe and Ezreal off the table. Yeah, I think you should be fine.
Something I've never really liked at the moment, but Varus probably does pretty good into the Poppy.
Yeah, can just stand his ground. The ulti is very threatening onto the Poppy. She's not all that tanky. Has to be able to move around in these fights to have impact. We're assuming it's a Poppy support for Kaiwing, though we've never seen him play
it doesn't seem like a Kaiwing champ, so it could just go top, but...
Yeah, smart Zeri ban for our CFO.
Yeah, I mean, you have to, surely.
Wako almost single-handedly carried all 3 of their wins in the last series, and Frank will struggle to get him on something that can carry as hard late game.
Kai'Sa's still available.
Yeah, that's true. Good mix of damage so far on Frank with the Kai'Sa locked in. Now, Frank feels like they kind of have a free ban here. Go for the Kennen. Solid blind pick. Though we've seen Jung play Nasus to great effect into this Kennen.
Yeah, I'm somewhat surprised by the Kennen ban, but I suppose it's because they are going to be forced, as you see now, into picking their top laner before the other side do, and you imagine that Rest can play Nasus. He's not a particularly demanding champion.
Yeah. I would be surprised if anyone didn't have the Nasus ready.
Yeah, considering it's just played mid and top now. Be the blind Jax.
Jax blind, okay.
Well, they have the Poppy, which is actually the most common answer to the Jax. So...
Yeah, the Poppy pick felt really good just for shutting down a bunch of top lane counter picks.
And we've seen it already perform into Yone, and it looks really good. If Kaiwing can play this Poppy at even a quarter of the level that Vista did, then you're probably feeling pretty good, because Vista had such a good performance.
Yeah, now we will see Wako's champion.
Yeah, the Jhin. Okay, well, the champ's just left open. Why not pick it? He already had a really good Jhin game up against DFM, so you can trust that he will be good at this. It doesn't offer the same amount of late game playmaking as something like the Kaiser or the Zeri, but you definitely do feel confident in Wako's ability to pilot the Jhin.
Yeah, he also doesn't have the champs that you love to have on your team as the Jhin. Things like the Brandon Zyra out of the jungle feel a bit better.
Yeah, I think the Lilia's fine though.
Lilia's okay. She can throw the bowling balls. Lucian can throw some W's to set up these Jhin snares, but will have to set himself up quite a bit this game, Wako, and we'll see how he does. He's going to be under a lot of pressure this game with a Yone, an MF, and a...
Now, admittedly, CFO didn't choose red side, but I hate the fact that we saved our counter pick for top lane and we just ended up with Cassante Jax.
Yeah.
There has to be something better.
I thought maybe a Gragas could come out, but then you're a lot of magic damage on the side of CFO.
Yeah, but you could even go tank Gragas. You know?
Yeah, I mean, who's killing tank Gragas? This Cassante might be pretty difficult to kill.
I mean, yeah, but it just feels weird that, like, you've handshook into... It is a skill matchup, but it's slightly becoming more and more Jax favored as each Cassante nerf hits.
Yeah.
And right now, I mean, not necessarily in the biggest power trough of all time, but he certainly isn't the same champion that used to just go 50-50 with the Jax like they used to in 2023. That and, you know, just items.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the matchup, though. It is definitely a skill matchup.
It still is, yeah, but it just leans further and further towards Jax favored as the game progresses, as I said, Cassante receives more nerfs. But I mean, this series went to 5 last time. We have Frank Esports up against CFO for the 2nd time in the playoffs and for the 4th time in the summer season. It is the head-to-head lead for CFO, but most recently Frank actually getting the upper hand. Can they keep that going? One of these teams will be eliminated tonight, and one will continue on to that lower bracket grand final, to that live show in the Taipei Hipping Basketball Gymnasium. It is Frank Esports up against CFO, and we are on the rift for game number 1.
I'm really excited to see Kaiwing on this Poppy and Jiang on this Jax. I don't remember the last time Jiang actually got to lock in the Jax. I think it was quite early on in this playoffs that he did play it and did not have a good time on it.
Did he play the Jax in playoffs? I don't even remember him playing Jax in playoffs.
I think he might have played it into Bliss, but maybe not even.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, it's been so long since we've seen him on the Jax. It used to be a champ we would see him on all the time.
Yeah, in spring, right? In spring, he played it a lot. But yeah, from my memory, I don't even remember him playing it in playoffs. I don't even remember him playing it in summer. I thought he would have played it at least once.
Yeah,
but...
yeah, I do remember it being locked in at least once for him. And
Jimmy. Okay. Having to start E, but honestly, it's not even that bad of a start. The E on Lucian. You can still just find damage through proccing press the attack.
Yeah, we'll see what Jimmy can do. He had the counter pick into Gory's Yone. Gory did pick a LB one game into the Yone and had it banned for the rest of the series after single-handedly winning his team that game with the advantage he was able to get. Jimmy not willing to play the LB with an AP jungler on his side. Maybe understandable. As Gemini does barely get that Raptor before it runs away from him.
Okay, leaving out the red for now at least.
Done only his wolves and swapped up to top side to path back down to bot. So we'll be junglers on opposite side of the map. I don't think Karsa will be ganking early with this jungle pathing or invading.
Oh wow, that's pretty nice getting those little free grass procs in. It's a lot of additional damage, and I mean it's Kaiwing's first ever game of Poppy in the PCS. Which is kind of crazy to think, considering just how long Kaiwing has been a pro player for. Oh, wow.
Nice cue from Shun, who's had a bit of return to form recently. We had a couple slow series from Shun, specifically against these guys, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Karsa will show on vision now, and Frank will be wise to his antics.
Trading very aggressively. Actually, kind of winning out.
Yeah, these trades favor the Yone, who just has so much sustain compared to the Lucian. Has to watch out for the burst, especially from level 3 on.
He's never going to be reactivating that Q forward because he probably just dies without his E.
But yeah, already look at the HP.
Yeah, it's probably just going to be teleports after this wave, I imagine. Probably both of them.
Nice little bit of extra poke from Gory there, but I think he will just recall and not capitalize on that. As Kaiwing is pinging on his way to the top rift, but they should know Brand is bot side based on where he showed earlier.
Yeah, Kaiwing, I mean, Jimmy needs help getting this wave in.
Yeah, Jimmy's overstayed in the mid lane.
Yeah, he really, like, it sucks having to concede early, although he is up a lot of CS, by the way.
Yeah, I think there's a wave for Gory to catch, but yeah.
Yeah, but it's not
Jimmy
a cannon wave, so... Yeah, the health totals weren't favorable, but the trades... I mean, the CS has been rest. It's definitely not aware there's 3 people up here. But he is just the titan of weak side.
Yeah, and Karsa, it looked like he actually timed it very well to get onto the Raptors, the Lilia's Raptors on spawn as the Brand, but didn't commit to taking them, which means that, yeah, Rest definitely didn't know there were so many people up here. Is just maybe having his sixth sense triggered.
Hold on now. I mean, it's his turn to show up top. Can Yi Jung have the same respect as Rest was able to have? I mean, it is just going to be very difficult, and he is now going to spot out that there is a Leona here, so it should be pretty safe now as Jimmy dodges out from all damage coming through. Kaiwing's now returned to bot and punishing Shun for being alone in that lane.
Yeah, a lot more combat stats on this first back for Wako versus Shun, who's just gone for a bit greedier with the cull. Wako playing a tank gen game, maybe.
Yeah, probably just realizing that he shouldn't really be under any threat from AP damage. The Brand doesn't truly have any access to him unless his team griefs him and runs a Pyroclasm into him. So just gonna go for those Ninja Tabis and have an extra resistance up against Gory, who will probably just be jumping forward at him.
Yeah, both mid laners hit level 6 at the same time. Jimmy's mana getting pretty low. Might be ulting the wave soon.
No, not likely. He is a little bicky. A yummy little treat there in his back pocket. Gobble that up. 50 mana. Yummy.
Wako's gotten himself up quite a bit of CS in this lane out of nowhere.
Yeah, I think it stems from just Kaiwing finding better roam timings than Swordart.
Yeah.
Going up to that top lane, both of them, but Shun getting punished, whereas Wako was able to just stay pretty even there in his 2v1. CFO, though, they pick up this first dragon. They are down in gold, but with that first objective, going to feel pretty good. Gemini, though, is going to answer back with these Void Grubs seemingly uncontested.
Yeah.
Hits level 6 from them almost certainly, and so feels very, very good here on the Lilia.
Yeah, in the short term, the Void Grubs feel much better, but you have to actually go do something with this XP advantage on the Lilia. Otherwise, the dragons count for a lot more, right?
And he will. He'll get that confidence booster and picking up the Scuttle Crab. I know my solo queue games are won and lost by that thing.
Yeah. Game deciding. We've seen...
Actually, CFO games are just won and lost by that thing,
we've seen
too.
Karsa himself, I think, flash for Scuttle Crabs. He's only level 5 in the bot lane. Has to be really careful that Lilia doesn't just come down here. But it looks like Gory has first move, too. Gory looks a little undecided as to what he wants to do right now. Kind of just hanging out in river for a bit. Has caught up most of the CS advantage that Jimmy's been able to get.
I wonder if it would be too visually cluttering if during the spectator could see press the attack. You know, like how many stacks are on them.
Oh yeah, I didn't even realize.
I just wonder if it would be like, if the reason we don't is because of the clutter, or... Whomstever knows. Pretty quiet game, honestly, especially by CFO and Frank standards. Probably the two teams most akin to DCG.
Yeah, usually Gemini's made a dive somewhere, or Kaiwing's made his way to a solo lane. Both supports did try this game to show up in the solo lanes, but everyone playing pretty safe.
Yeah, and Rest actually up at the moment in terms of CS. Probably just missing some, just uncontested, as Yi Jung.
Yeah, well, Jung's also managed to hold on to his TP. Isn't going to use it here either.
Right now, I mean, there's just a lot of wards around. Nice. Gets the one that you can't just see. Remember back in the day when pinks were also invisible?
Yeah.
And Oracle's Elixir. How broken. Like, think back and just how broken was that thing?
Oracle's?
Yeah.
You, like, lost it when you died, right?
Yeah, but you just had 5 minutes of absolute vision.
Yeah. And Invis used to be a completely different mechanic.
Yeah.
Not many champs can actually be on top of you invisible anymore. Only Shaco, right?
Shaco. There's others, I just can't think of them. I think Twitch can.
No,
Twitch can't. No. Yeah. Kazakhs.
Yeah, true. Yeah. Only the very short stealths now. Both supports hang out in mid lane. This is a... And
now we're seeing the power of this Poppy into the Yone. Look how much damage Gory takes from queuing forward there. And it is a very premeditated thing. You can't block the ult, but you can cancel out that Q3. And so anytime that's happening, Kaiwan can just chuck up that steadfast presence. Gory's going to take a hell of a lot of damage, as you saw just there. And if he's near a wall, then he probably just dies.
I think Wako is just last hitting a lot better down here. He's almost 2 waves of farm up. The supports feel like they've roamed about an equal amount.
Yeah, and that's pretty much where this gold lead stems from.
Yeah, a little bit.
I imagine there's probably some plates somewhere, because it doesn't feel like Wako should be up 500 gold worth of minions, but...
he might just be.
Yeah, nah, there's no way. It's like 20 CS is about a kill. Which is 300. 400 at the moment. We haven't even had first blood.
Karsa on his way up top now, trying to punish Jung on this crash, and Jung might be grateful he has his TP up.
So Shun has to be careful. Does have cleanse available. He's going to have to use it though. Curtain call now can come out. Wako lands 1, will land 2, will not land 3, and actually misses the 4th as well, but kind of trying to bend it around where that Leona was.
Yeah, it doesn't do much damage to Sword Art, so you haven't lost any damage by going for a Hail Mary 4th shot there. They get the cleanse off of Shun, and now if they're patient and time it well, they can repeat gank onto this MF.
Yeah, it is a bit sad they went for that, I think, because now the Void Grubs are up and there's just no way they can contest it.
Yeah, I wonder if they can trade it for the Dragon.
They're headed down that direction. It might be possible, but they still, again, they won't have that Lufting Lullaby available, nor the Curtain Call. But
Shun has to take a base, though, so that might just be enough.
Yeah, it probably is, but still, it is a little dodgy as Swirl Seed comes all the way through mid. And Jimian trading well for himself. We'll have to flash away from that Solar Flare. But while it is going to be negative that the flash is down for Jimian, the Solar Flare being down is more of an immediate power trough.
Yeah, it should just be the Dragon now with that down. So, plates picked up.
Oh my god. Wow, well played by Jung. Really well played. If Rest had have somehow got his Pathmaker off before he got stunned, then I actually think Jung might just die. Or at least he definitely loses flash.
Yeah, but all said and done, he actually grabs a plate and the ulti off this Cassante. Oh god.
Big trade out of Gory and Jimian, but Gory losing a lot of his HP. Does keep his fate sealed, but I'm not even sure he's going to be able to get to use that in the time that it would just come back up.
Yeah, meanwhile, Jimian with this HP advantage can just hang out here. No Vamp Scepter for this Yone yet.
Yeah, Jimian's not going to be allowing that. Ardent Blaze comes out.
Yeah, Jimian is unafraid without his flashes. Gemini now has his Leandries finished. And with Cleanse down on this MF, that has to be his most obvious target.
Jung almost cashing in his cull too, so about to be even further ahead the side of Frank as they are. Like, look at the day and night, by the way. If you remember back to the last series these two teams played against each other, it was Frank that were just falling further and further and further behind while nothing was happening. When no kills, no fighting was happening, CFO were just going up 1k, 2k, 3k, and would lose out on those team fights. This game, completely opposite. I mean, we don't know about the team fights yet, of course, but Frank is just getting further and further ahead as this game stays very quiet and no real action is occurring.
Yeah, it just feels like Frank are winning every lane. Jungle matchup even. Now, Karsa shouldn't be too afraid of a Lilia. I think Brand destroys Lilia in any of these fights. The jungle Gory chunked out again. Has his TP though.
Yeah, bullet time. Kaiwing might just be going down for first blood. He misses his ult. What just happened? I'm not sure, but CFO going to benefit. Kaiwing Mechanical misplay there leads to him going down and giving over so much gold. They were just getting further and further ahead, and Kaiwing just tossed it all away.
Yeah, it felt like he just had to do nothing as Kaiwing this game, as the pause maybe explains whatever just happened to Kaiwing.
Yeah, he has been tilting his head. Sword Art's in hysterics.
Yeah, we'll see what happened down here.
I mean, let's look at... I think it must be something with his ult, because
Yeah, he just ults backwards, right? Mako does not have the damage on the Jhin to kill a Leona like that, so...
Well, CFO Camp, very happy. Driver especially.
Yeah, and the strength of the Poppy counter pick is that you deny the Zenith Blade engages from the Leona. You can't walk up in melee range and get queued, especially once this MF hits 6, and that has to be a little frustrating for Frank, because this Jhin was just about 20 CS up with nothing happening.
Yeah, so we'll see what the result of this is. We haven't heard exactly what the reason for the pause is, but we're assuming it's something to do with Kaiwing on that Poppy, because that was, I mean, I'm just going to go out and say it, uncharacteristically poor from him. Like, it's very easy to press W on the Leona Zenith Blade, and it's also very easy to just Poppy ult the right direction.
Yeah, he did W the Zenith Blade, but he was already in melee range at that point. The ulti backwards is what was confusing to me. I don't know if he lives, but just was weird. He is first time Poppy, but I assume it's just his first competitive Poppy game, and he's played it in scrims.
Yeah, probably in solo queue as well.
But otherwise, even with that kill going down, Frank are still perfectly fine. It really sucks to lose your flash as Poppy. Honestly, maybe more than giving this MF a kill.
I think it sucks more giving the MF a kill when the game was just getting further and further away from CFO for no reason other than the laning phase was just looking stronger. Now, they do have a very good team fight to CFO. Obviously, as soon as you have a misfortune, your team fight's going to look somewhat okay. Yeah. Especially with the sort of, you can land any CC from the Leona or the Brand, then the misfortune ult probably just comes through and clears.
Yeah, it's not quite the Rel MF, but it is, you know, it is some single target CC. Maybe Gory can get multiple people with his ulti, and yeah, it is mostly single target CC, so MF ult gonna be pretty good this game, but
Riss doing a fantastic job, by the way. Just absolute weak-sided.
Yeah.
And going even. Almost, I honestly think if he got his W off just slightly earlier, there was a real angle where he kills Yijang under that tower there. Looks like we're going back to live and no changes will be made. And Jimmy in, he's going to be immediately looked at by Gory, but should be fairly safe and is going to be.
Yeah, Jimmy in with no flash was under a bit of pressure there. Does get chunked out.
Oh, that stun connects.
So Jung's not going to be able to crash this wave.
That's another... Who was it? Was it Driver that went for the...
Yeah, Spectre's count into the Iceborne.
Yeah, against Jax, right? And Riss doing the same thing, so...
Makes sense. Jax probably does enough magic damage to justify his jungler is all magic.
I think Jax does about like 30% magic damage, maybe even slightly higher, 40% even. E magic damage, ult magic damage, as well as I think there's AP and AD on the W, as well as the ult third attack proc thing.
Yeah, and likely in the early game, a lot of the damage is coming from his spells.
Oh.
So we've got a second pause before we even know what the first one was about.
Maybe some gum issue. I see Wako reaching for his chewing gum.
Yeah, Young is having an issue with his screen, we have been told.
Yeah. I imagine what it is he panned down bot and saw his support ult the wrong direction. And so he thinks there's some pixel issues on his screen. No, I'm sure. Hopefully we get it sorted out nice and quick. Worst case scenario, if it's the problem persists, just swap the screen out. That's a lot easier than swapping a PC out, so let's be thankful that it's the screen and not the computer. Much easier to plug in a few HDMI cables. Looks like we're good again. I tell you, you don't want Yijang to be having any technical issues because, especially after their last series, you know this is a player that can just giga stomp a game.
Yeah, and Sword Art here to help his AD carry, get Prio in the mid lane, and then rotate to this Rift Herald.
Yeah, Frank uninterested in the Rift Herald. Somewhat perplexing, but you probably do just feel okay getting more and more farm here onto your Lilia, getting her into the game, because while both junglers scale very well, Young is just, this is first tower. Okay, well I mean, I'll take that trade,
Yeah, you take that over the Rift Herald any day of the week.
Generally, the Rift Herald struggles to even get a tower. It's like, okay, we've chipped some damage on the mid tower, which, you know, eventually pays off if you can find it. But yeah, Sword Art's going to find a pick here in the jungle. It's Gemini who will go down, and Shun gets a second on the board.
Yeah, Gemini caught off guard by how quickly CFO have moved to the bot side. He thought he was on the safe side of the map with everyone at Rift Herald, but nice moves by Sword Art and Karsa, who are syncing up much better so far this series. We saw in the previous series, Karsa and Sword Art just getting caught out on their own. This time it's Gemini dying for a crab. He saw the Leona go in this bush, so he has to expect someone's coming with him, and it was Karsa, unfortunately, for Gemini.
Well, who got the scuttle, though? I didn't see. I will see when we come back. Oh, and he lost the scuttle.
Oh, GG.
At least when Karsa ints for the scuttle, he gets it, you know?
Yeah, that is true. Say one thing about Karsa.
He gets scuttles.
And, I mean, this is such a good Jax pick this game, honestly, for Jiang.
There's so much auto-attacking.
Only the MF ult, and I guess the brand does deal with the Jax reasonably well.
Yeah,
but if you can avoid this brand in fights...
Yeah, and Jax eventually just
really
builds
good.
tank anyway, so we'll start to not care about that champ as well.
Yeah, but in the meantime, he's going to be crushing this Yone, as well as this Cassante in the side lanes. Don't know if I love the Merc treads on the Jax, just because of how strong the tabbies would be against both these solos.
Ji-Jung has to be careful. There is a Rift Herald up and available here in this bottom side. Jimian has to dodge away from the Xenoblade, won't be able to do so, but here comes the teleport. Here comes the Fate Seal. Gory's going to be able to pick himself up a kill. Solar Flare does not get timed correctly, and Kaiwing finds his way onto Karsa, going to get the flash away so he doesn't get stunned up against that wall, but Yi-Jung just solos out Gory.
Yeah, as expected, the Jax
Curtain
is so
call,
strong.
1, 2, 3. This might just kill Karsa. 4. Oh my lord, that was a lot of damage. Oh my god, Wako.
Not quite in
so
W range.
accurate.
They will be trading this tower for a dragon on the side of CFO, and just a trade of kills as well. Karsa and Sword Art just coming alive in this game and having a really strong performance to start out the series.
Yeah, but Yi-Jung likewise finds himself that solo kill, and I mean, if Wako's skill shots in that exact play were anything to go off, he could be looking for one of the games of all time here on this gen. He does seemingly be building towards the Last Whisper, which I'm not sure I agree with.
And this this E from Sword Art just secures this play immediately. Because Lucian's not the easiest target to hit. They have no wave here, so if Jimian can dodge this out, could be a very ugly dive for CFO. Missed time on the Solar Flare from Sword Art, though does feel like it costs Gory his life here. No flash, no ulti for this Yone. Gets one tapped.
Yeah. He's young, very strong. It is also something we didn't mention. The second dragon picked up by Frank Esports using the power of this Jax, really. And despite their mid laner going down, are able to secure that objective. Was just the first death of the game here for Jimian, as Jung now being looked at is going to be his Counter-Strike down, but Gory's cooldowns are a lot higher. Kaiwing going to be able to spot out that these are going down, and what?
Whoa.
Where did... Sorta just went to Narnia, flash forward to the Lufting Lullaby, and Karsa, remember, he lost his flash. Bullet time's great, but Jung's Counter-Strike's bigger. In comes the culling. Jung trying to find his way back in, and Jimian trying to find damage on top. Curtain call not available just yet for Wako. It will just be that one kill. Karsa getting punished for losing his flash earlier.
Yes, Sword Art lands back on Earth after his visit to the moon, but... Gemini there lands a really nice ulti on the Lilia, which Shun is not able to disincentivize this engage enough. The MF ult looked really good, but Frank just unperturbed by the bullet time.
Yeah, 3-man stun.
Straight through it.
3-man stun from Jiang, cancelling that and ensuring Karsa's demise.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Wako was even at that fight.
He came down, but I don't think he really got to participate. Rest now, they know where he is. He's on a ward, but 4 members of CFO coming down here. Rest still playing aggressive, flash forward, Natofu. But, I mean, Poppy, we've already seen how well it does into this Cassante in isolation in those team fights. And once again, Kaiwing, he is going to be able to stop everything happening in its tracks. And it will be just a trade of towers.
This is such a fed Jax. It is an equal amount of gold for each team, but it's being split among these solo laners, who will at some point have to 1v1 this Jax, who's just getting all the gold funneled onto him.
The good news is Cassante can just sit at tower and insta-clear a wave. So it does get harder for Jax to find headway in that 1v1, and at least in like trying to take down the Cassante, but the Cassante never has any counterplay. Sort of the time of Cassante's reign in this 1v1 has come to an end, especially once Yijang gets this recall off. Rift Shield placed down mid, it should get the crash, and Sword Art hopping in, it's going to ensure that, but it shouldn't get the tower. And oh my god, look how good this Poppy champ is. Sword Art though finds his way onto Gemini, and in will come Rest as well. The curtain call comes out, the Fate Seal to answer. Wako doesn't have flash, but is able to survive as Gory gets taken down extremely low. Very well played there by the side of CFO to not only keep their support alive after he gets grounded under that tower, but also take the return kill onto Gemini.
Yes, Sword Art has been in so many suspicious positions in this game, but gets out again, and it's mostly just this brand ult. Watch what Karsa does to the backline of Frank in this fight. 3 people clumped up, they get out of the MF ult, but this brand ulti rather, just destroys Jimmy and Kaiwing.
Ori almost going down to that tower shot.
Yeah, Wako gets the 4th shot off in time.
Yeah, and the Bloodsong buckler from Kaiwing. 2 items for Shun. Very strong on the Misfortune. 3-0 and 0. He has that Infinity Edge nice and ready ahead of what could be either a Baron or the 3rd Dragon of the game that Frank are likely to try and contest.
Karsa is 2 levels up on Gemini out of nowhere.
Yeah, just Gemini spending more time with his team. They were even on farm for the entirety of the early game, but now Jiang happily taking some of that for himself, and Gemini going to be really missing it. Jiang, the most fed member of the game, has his 2nd item online. The Sundered Sky is going to make him even more hard to deal with, as well as just gives him a lot of extra damage.
Yeah, look how strong Shun is in this game as well. Had a really rough start for himself in terms of just farming in his lane, but picked up a bunch of kills now and looking very scary on this MF.
Yeah, I think right now, though, Frank just pound for pound are a little bit stronger, despite actually being at a gold deficit. A lot of that gold is actually in the support position. You see the boots completed here for Sword Art, whereas it is just the boots of speed on Kaiwing. So 600 of that gold is just in support, and the upgrade is not all that detrimental to Frank, whereas Yijang, very far ahead of his opponent in terms of that 2-item spike. Yes, Karsa is ahead, has 2 items, but honestly, you feel pretty good as the Lilia just having the Seekers anyway. The active on that item is probably worth just as much, at least for the immediate team fight, as a Rylai's on the brand. So we'll see if Frank want to contest this Dragon rather. I think they should be able to, especially if Yijang can join them, which of course you see him here sitting in that mid lane, all ready to do.
Yeah, Jung would really rather be in a side lane, I think, but CFO are putting a lot of pressure just on the mid waves, trying to get this mid tower.
Yeah, and it looks like the Dragon is just going to be given over, so going to prepare this top lane, see if anyone can answer that, as both Gemini and Jimmy are up there already with it, nearly crashing into that inner. Sword Art aggressive in the jungle, going to just find Gemini, but Kaiwing's here, going to be able to stop Gory from going forward any further, and actually saves a lot of Gemini's health there, even possibly saving him from having to use that Seeker's Arm Guard.
Yeah, they get a lick of damage onto the tier 2, but they're going to be chased down now. We'll see what Sword Art can do. He's really fast on this Leona between the Swifties and the Warmogs.
Jimmy and it seems like they're all good.
Yeah, Wako needs to run back to mid as fast as he can to defend this tower and maybe need some help. Nah, Shun is recalling now. And both teams do have to constantly worry about the Baron. Really fast Baron on either side. Feels like you do need Yone there to do it on the side of CFO. Whereas just about any combination of Frank members can do this Baron very quickly.
All right, slower pace now in this mid-game. The gold lead once again, though, is coming back to Frank as things stand at a pretty much a standstill. So, again, just kind of actually just the opposite of last series, where CFO are edging out in these skirmishes, but Frank, while the game does nothing, is actually getting bit by bit further and further ahead. In this case, catching up is a better way to put it, although a tower goes down in favor there of CFO, and they're going to be able to extend the advantage. Kaiwing as well, getting focused down, flashes away. What can be found in response? Wako still is going to be able to stun up Shun for the time being, and Rest teleports in. It's now a 5v4 with Baron on the line, but it doesn't seem like CFO really have the urge to pull the trigger, or maybe even just the ability to. Getting that mid control now is Shun going aggressive onto Wako. This will be a lot of damage. Bullet time comes out and Wako has to flash away. Does turn, try and find a route, but won't be able to find it here onto Casa. Instead, just a little bit of damage onto Sword Art, but ultimately that's a massive cooldown going down. Yes, Shun loses his ult, so it's power away from him, but ultimately, in the long run, much more beneficial for the side of CFO.
Yeah, the Yone and the Cassante, as well as the Leona, will really appreciate that Jin Flash being down. They have 5 minutes to capitalize on that. It'll still be down for Dragon. So Wako might have a harder time navigating that fight, though at this point in the game, it really feels like he's just an ulti on the Jin. Really far behind this MF in terms of damage output.
Yeah, has his Mortal Reminder, so he'll cut available against this Yone as well as the Misfortune, majoritively.
Yeah, not the best champ at applying it, but...
one of the worst in terms of AD carries.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the heal cut should come from the Lilia, but you do need the armor pen anyway.
Yeah, I kind of agree, but you do hate having to build heal cut as APs. Like, it actually just stunts your damage so much having to go that item.
Yeah, it sucks.
It's much more efficient on these AD champs nowadays. But in saying that, you might just want to have it on Jimmian. Why doesn't Jimmian just, instead of going for the Black Cleaver, go for the Mortal Reminder? You lose out on a bit of ability haste, but it means your Jin can actually build items that he is better at applying. Kaiwing finds Shun. Talk about cleanse, talk about flash, talk about Shun going down. It's a shutdown. Golden will go Gemini. Teleport in though. Here will come Corey, but he misses the face seal. Gemini trying to run away, won't be able to do so. The Kuna call 1, 2, 3, won't hit, and 4 does. It's onto Corey who has that shield bow. Jung though leading the run forward is going to be able to claim 1 as Jimmian picks it up. It's a team fight win here for Frank as they continue to fight here in game number 1.
Yeah, unfortunately for the side of Frank, their jungler did go down and Karsa managed to get out of that fight, so no Baron on the table for them.
But still, that's a massive pickup. This 3-0 Misfortune, losing cleanse, losing flash,
still
and going down regardless.
And it all just through this trap, gets rooted by Wako.
Yeah, and then just stunned up. Uses the cleanse way too late.
Yeah, and then Gemini gets the job done. I think he should probably be kiting back into his team instead of away if he wants to maximize kills for his team here, but still did enough in this fight to win them the fight. It is Jung and Gemini's flash is committed in that fight, but you feel pretty good about getting those shutdowns, especially on the MF, who felt like Shun was just maybe going to run away with the game.
Yeah, but that's a lot of gold back. Now, I'm not sure right now what Wako's building, because it should probably be IE, but he has a longsword.
Yeah, that is a very suspicious longsword. I hope he's not going like Essence Reaver or something.
No, QSS doesn't build out of that. Hold up, stun lands on a castle. Look at the culling damage, it's massive.
Yeah, Dragon in 19 seconds. That should just be Dragon now.
Casa has no way of getting this health back. Now, it's up to the rest of the team if they want to contest this, but it does seem to me like Soul Point should be an inevitability. They are seemingly trying to pressure this top side, but you could just let Yijang solo out this Dragon if you want to. Have him teleport up to the Baron at worst case scenario. Nice dodge away there from Gemini. Well, Jimmy and even as Gory going aggressive. Will actually land the Q3, but it's on to Kaiwing, who doesn't feel all that threatened.
Yeah. Frank have taken such a long time to get onto this Dragon that they have a mid-wave and Baron to worry about now.
It's only the 3 minions, though, the caster minions, which won't be that detrimental in terms of losing out on golden XP. Wako actually getting very aggressive. Here's Solar Flare! He has Cleanse. He gets out of the ult. Now that's Leona without ult now. Wako doesn't have either summoner, but Flash is almost up. The bowling ball almost connects onto Shun, who, keep in mind, has no summoners for himself here on the Misfortune. This Dragon does go down. That's now Soul Point in favor of Frank Esports.
Yeah, and CFO just hang around to watch them take it, essentially. For a second there, they threatened the Baron and made Frank look a little bit confused, but ultimately just stand there and hope that Frank fumble a member into them. They will disperse now and pick up these side lanes.
Jimmian maybe feeling a little too pressured to be able to find damage in this game, going for the Rapid Fire Cannon as his third item instead of that Black Cleaver, and I don't even hate this.
Yeah, very unusual though.
It is, but if you're able to get more autos, and it's something we always complain about Corki, if you are just ignoring the tanks, and if you are trying to find damage here onto the Yone and onto the Misfortune, you're probably having a better time anyway. And I think that's what this build from Jimmian is leaning it towards.
Yeah, and I think he's decided that killing this Cassante is up to the Jax and the Lilia this game, and he's going to help out his Poppy to take out these backline members of CFO. This Jung is just going to take a tier 2, ignoring this Cassante. should be able to get out too. Jax is so difficult to catch, especially if he has some wards up. I don't think he does, but...
It's just the all-out use from Rest, maybe getting a bit too aggressive. Now on the other side, it's a 3v3. Wako's going to get taken down. He is found. He's just stunned away. Now Sword Art getting very low. Ignite comes down. The ult from Poppy should be able to secure at least one kill and will do so. So it's a trade of kills. Wako going down for Sword Art. It does mean that really nothing should be found, but you'd much prefer that if you're CFO.
Yeah, and that is while their AD carry has rotated bot. You have to worry about the enemy team starting Baron in those situations, but not the case this time. Wako caught out with his flash up. Maybe it was still coming up when he was caught out there. It doesn't even look like Gory ulted him. Must have been just Karsa stunning him. Yeah, good old-fashioned face check. Get stunned up, no chance to do anything there as Wako. It doesn't expect them to be in that bush when their AD carry is bot. That is kind of a crazy place for them to be. So, good heads-up play from Karsa there.
And now, Jung once again, taxing away this jungle camp.
Yeah, you prefer if your top laner is taxing the enemy camps, especially if you're on something like a Lilia, but Jung is looking like he's just going to carry this game anyway. Has a lot of armor already on this Jax, honestly. I don't see at what point this Yone or Cassante can deal with him. Even
yeah,
this
Zhonya's Warden's Mail, it's pretty much Karsa's job, and it's not the easiest champ in the world to deal with as a brand either.
Yeah,
as the
massive control over the Baron area for CFO, though.
Yeah, and it's very hard to ever walk in, right? We saw Wako try to last time, just got absolutely blown up.
They have 4 pinks in that area. Look, the map is just black for Frank. And even Kaiwing doesn't feel confident walking up.
Yeah,
he'll take like half his HP here.
Soulseed connects onto Gory, which will provide a little bit of security. Kaiwing. Oh, wow. Wako lands a Deathly Flourish onto Shun. That's going to cost him a fairly reasonable chunk of his health, but look at bot lane. Jung is just working now on this inhibitor tower, and
Rest is low.
Look at the damage. That's down. There's no way, nothing Rest can do. Rest might even go down. Flash forward. Pathmaker. Rest with the all-on, he goes down. Now there has to be recalls. There's no way you have the time to do this. Baron and Frank, they just have to cancel the recalls. Yi Jung, he can end the game here if they're able to stop them. There's flash available as well. Oh my god, Kaiwing, you absolute beast. Gemini is going to be able to try and find the damage here, but it's going to be Gory. Gory and Sword Art do find one kill. Down will go another one as Gemini is taken out there by Shun. Wako with it all to do. Jung, he's into the game, he's on the Nexus. One more auto, it's coming through. Karsa's back. He gets the stun. No, he doesn't. Golden goes Jung. He has it. Oh my god, Yi Jung, you beast.
I mean, I said he would carry the game, but I didn't think he would just end the game in the next 2 minutes by himself. Well played by the members of Frank, as you see them all laughing. They just had to suicide to run into these CFO members. They barely just give Jung enough time there to end the game. What a game.
Just actually headbutting into them all. Like, yeah, we're going to go down, fellas, but nice one. You killed 4 of us and lost your Nexus. What a way for that game to end. Nothing happening for like 30 minutes. It was like occasional Nexus. Someone getting picked. 2 people die in a team fight, some dragons go down, and then a Nexus explodes.
Yeah, and we had our doubts. You specifically brought up your doubts about this last pick, Cassante, into the Jackson. Solo lost them the game. By the end of the game, he was just getting dived under the tower, had tier 2s taken in his face, tier 1s taken in his face, and ultimately just lost the game.
Yeah, it looks like Gemini and Jung having words with each other there. Not sure what. Maybe it's just Gemini being like, you absolute beast.
Yeah.
God damn, we were losing this game.
Yeah, you got to buy that guy a drink after the series.
Yeah, that guy is absolutely owed a nice little drinky poo over after the end of this game. But, I mean, does it again. About a 4-game carry streak now from Yi Jung, honestly, as he is looking fantastic. And I don't even think it's really Rest's fault. Like he is just, I don't know if he chose the Cassante, if his coach chose the Cassante, what happened there, but you're red side 5th pick. Sure, Cassante's okay into Jax, you'll go even. But you saw just how well Jung can run the side lanes. And Cassante, no matter what stage of that game, can never actually deal with the Jax. I think you are forced to go Sunfire Cape, because Sunfire Cape actually lets you clear out the wave, and you don't lose your tower as immediately as it was there, right? Because it was just Jung sitting in his face taking it.
Well, he built the Spectre's Cal thing, and I do think that builds into the Hollow Radiance, doesn't it? He could have gone for that item. That would one-shot the waves too.
Yeah, you have to go for whatever,
something.
Either the Sunfire or the Hollow Radiance in games like this, where Jung just was uninterested in grouping up. Unless he was completely forced to, he was never with his team. It was like, yeah, Dragon's coming up, he went to mid lane, they're like, oh, let's just give it, and he went off to a side lane again. And it's like, well, what's the Cassante really doing here? Because generally, all you can do, as I said during the middle of that game, is you sit at your tower, the wave comes, you W it, you Q it, and it dies, but it doesn't die fast enough when Jax is that far ahead with Demolish.
And how many veterans have we seen over-rotate on the stronger side lane pick? Have we seen not stick to the side lane, panic TP? Jung, in his rookie year, knows what to do on his split pushers. He stays in the side lane, recognizes he is a massive problem for the enemy team. They even rotate multiple members and are too scared to even chase him down. And yeah, what an impressive performance from him.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's the way you should look at it too, right? Because a lot of these veterans in the top lane probably teleport to that Baron.
Yeah.
They're probably just like, oh, I've just killed Cassante. I absolutely end the game here if I stay in the lane, but they just teleport there to winning. Yeah, you get a Baron, but they don't end the game immediately. Jung just realizing. And honestly, you know what it probably is Jung probably plays the most amount of solo queue out of probably any top laner.
Yeah,
like he gets home after nights like tonight. If he's won, even if he's lost actually, he just goes live and starts playing solo queue immediately. Like he just is in game, and in solo queue, you get a lot of games as a top laner where all you can do is sit in the side lane and try win that way.
This was a massive moment in the game too. Wako, we said he'd have to just find his own setup on the Jhin this game, and he managed to onto Shun there. Burns
a couple times.
The Jhin W
just before the game ends as well, it was actually the whole thing, the whole play sort of stemmed from Wako landing a W there onto Shun, and Culling comes through, forces Shun away from that mid wave.
Yeah, no Rylai's, Zyra on his team to set him up, no Rumble ultis, nothing, just getting so much done on this Jhin, who honestly was just neglected this game.
Cassante nearly did less damage than Leona and Poppy.
Yeah, you had to just pick something better into this Jax, something maybe like the Gnar was available.
The Gnar also has problems in the side lane, but you clear minion waves quicker, and you actually are ranged, so you can get them before they're at your tower.
And you can hit the guy while he's just ignoring you, punching the tower.
Yeah.
Multiple times, Rest was just using his ulti, and Jung would either take the plate or finish the tower he was hitting, and
I don't, like, you can't necessarily blame Rest. That is just the nature of these drafts, because you could also say that maybe Gory should have answered, but Gory can't do anything to the Jax
It was
either.
also just a great Jax
pick. It was fantastic.
In that game.
It was fantastic. And maybe this is the pressure you get out of having Yi Jung on your team, is they're banning Riven. They're banning Riven in that second stage of draft.
Yeah.
Like Riven, and what else got banned? I don't even remember, but the fact Riven got banned means that the Jax was open.
Zeri. It was Riven Zeri.
Oh, it was.
Stage,
Okay, the Zeri makes sense, but I mean, Yi Jung's getting...
Yeah, unsurprising.
What?
Okay.
How? Just 1v9'd.
Ended the game through bot. Also had a very respectable score. Was just there for his team to turn some fights around too.
Yep. Just 2-0-2. Did more than Rest. Rest having 0 KP if we saw that thing, but again, I don't want to blame Rest.
Yeah.
Because it is just the nature of this draft and of how strong this Jax is.
Yeah, in a perfect world, I'm sure Rest would love to just lock Gragason the moment he sees this guy lock Jax blind. But the problem is he's got Brand Yone on his
that's
team
a lot
already.
of magic damage
already. That's so much magic damage. So the Gragas just feels horrible. And
but like, see what Rest was doing here as well is he realizes if the wave is at his tower, if the wave's at his tower, he just loses the tower because Demolish is up, and you watch Jung now, he just takes the tower in Cassante's face, jumps on him, gets flashed, but then just kills him.
Yeah, maybe Rest, if we're gonna criticize him, had to just recognize he was giving an inhib there, but he had to recognize it maybe 30, 60 seconds ago.
I think the problem is you give an inhib, right? But what's the counterplay? Because you can't guarantee your team's winning that 4v4 up top.
And you can't TP to the fight
And you can't
either.
teleport to it because otherwise the exact same thing happens anyway. As well as, I think it needs to be mentioned, the game was also saved by Kaiwing's ult. He had a horrible ult. He had a horrible ult in lane phase, admittedly, but he managed to find the blind knock-up onto Gory when he was teleporting back to the base to try and defend.
Yeah, that was
so we got to give some credit there. Mistakes early from Kaiwing, but he turned around there in that last fight to be able to stop it. As we are going to go to the voice comms from that last engagement and the end of the game, and then a break, so we'll see you right after.
OK， 我开采网，投着。AD， 尽量留，慢慢来，来尝试，我们在尝试。剩一个塔，AD 没闪，AD 血。这边AD 8秒。
带回来，带回来，带回来，带回来，带回来，打野。
哎，你哪闪？
回吗？好。
哎
W。Nice。
关键时刻，握着阿嬷帮我准备的球拍，让我更有把握赢球。阿嬷，好睡吗？睡哦。家人的爱是多年的依赖，就像我多年以来依赖中华电信。金白来，最疼我的家人，最挺我的中华电信，舞动精彩，共创未来，
永远走在最前面。中华电信。
旅客陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅临蒙古，臣等备好贡品，向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛豚骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far yet so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far. Oh love you all my. Oh no me not alright. Oh la di da right. Oh la di da right. Oh. Is this hello paradise? I can't decide. Show me the light, show me a sign. Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far yet so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far. Oh love you all my. Oh love you all my. Oh love you all my. I'm so far but so close. So far. I'm so far but so close. I'm so far but so close.
You train me, counted corners on my windows, far too long.
Welcome back, everybody. Once again, it's Frank Esports now that are up 1-0. It was the same thing that happened in the last series, and CFO did take game number 2. Now, this game was won almost the polar opposite of how Frank were winning their last series against CFO. Last series, they were winning off skirmishes and honestly just team fighting. It was team fighting objectives and skirmishes. This game, when there were no fights happening, it was Frank getting further and further ahead. They lost a team fight and then started catching up bit by bit, and then eventually winning through the side lane. I think it was honestly CFO with a poor showing on the red side, picking up the Cassante, which is a known, at best even, but more likely bad matchup for Cassante, because the lane phase is pretty easy to navigate, but the side lane is very hard.
Yeah.
And Jiang ran away with it.
I remember even when Cassante was in his prime, it was Jax that came out as the first counter pick people were looking to play into it. So yeah, it is a just puzzling pick. They also kind of just lost all 3 lanes early game.
Yeah.
Not by massive amounts, but they were just losing all lanes.
I think Gory did very well. I think Gory on the Yone actually had a very good time up against Jimmy in that mid lane, doing perfectly well on the Yone. But he is just a Yone now that is, I guess, stronger than the Lucian, but
has to lane against
much weaker than Yi Jiang.
Yeah, and you don't expect 3 prio lanes for the opponent when you're on red side.
Yeah.
You should at least be able to get one favorable matchup, so they've decided to switch their tune-up and go for the blue side in this series. I think this is the approach. It didn't work out for them last time around to just pick the red side consistently.
But now Jiang guarantees that he can get a counter pick if he wants to.
Yeah, very true.
Is the problem we are now running into. And I don't see why not. The only reason you wouldn't is if Riven's open and you can pick it. I think that's the only reason why you wouldn't want that counter pick. But
yeah, I wonder what Rest has cooked up. You have to expect the Riven. If you're CFO, they did ban it in the second rotation. And Nasus banned away.
Yeah, I mean,
means that it may just be a Kennen first pick.
It could be, yeah. And what does Jiang have prepared for that? I honestly, especially after how that game played out, I wouldn't even be too surprised to see it be something like the Aurelia.
Oh, God, yeah, okay.
It would be...
All right. You're willing to just put all the eggs in the Jiang basket?
Well, the reason is that it is a very good 1v1 lane. But the problem is, of course, that you can just be dove. Any jungle pressure up on that top side can be very detrimental. But I think the reason why I would have more confidence in it being Aurelia up against Rest than I would up against Driver is because you see CFO are not very willing to go up to that top lane for Rest. They just want to leave him on his island and let him do what he wants to do. It was actually a Lilia ban. I'm a little bit puzzled because the Nasus ban screams we're picking Kennen. Good luck finding a counter.
Yeah.
And Frank just ban away the Lilia. Not willing to give that one over. Maybe just... Aurelia. I swear Aurelia is a good pick. Nah is okay, but Kennen actually is favored in that matchup.
Yeah, they will get the strongest of the AP junglers in my eyes, just uncontested in the Zyra. Good for ganking really fast wave clear or camp clear.
Yeah, as well as it's really good for sieging. You just put up a plant, and yes, it's only going to get one auto attack before getting taken out, but that auto attack then applies Liliandry's, and you just tick away your health. Now, Jimmy, and once again, to no one's real surprise, probably just going to lock this Lucian in.
Yeah, and the Yone looked really good into the Lucian. I don't know what Gory's going to go for into it. I don't like the look he's got going on, though. I think it might be something spicy for him.
It could be. That would be cool to see. Obviously, this Corki is just a non-entity at this point. He always does well, but really struggles later on.
God.
Oh, okay. He did this.
Insta-Skarner lock.
Yeah, Insta-Skarner here for Kasa, and also the insta-pickup of this Tristana here for Gory, which he did play in their last series up against DCG, and it looked very good.
Yeah, I really like that they've insta-locked the Skarner as well. This is probably something Frank are not expecting. And give them as little time as possible to figure out how they want to approach this pick. Gonna go for the Alistar, and I expect maybe a Poppy ban. This does give CFO the option to maybe ban out something like the Gnar, which is the usual pick we used to see into the Kennen before the Nasus came out. So we
actually... Riven's probably good into Kennen as well.
Yeah.
Just after you pick up Merc Treads. It's going to suck until then. But Merc Treads, yeah, because Kennen's CC is really annoying unless you have Merc Treads, and then it's very negligible.
Now, Leona is normally not a great pick into the Alistar, but I still respect the Leona pick by Frank just because of how well Sword Art performed on that champ.
Plus, it's great into...
Yeah, and how well it does into Zyra. Now, CFO, I'm expecting top. top lane bans here, because they won't get first pick on ADC. Yeah, this will be some top lane bans. Cassante gone, and I expect Gnar as well, probably.
Maybe Riven.
Yeah, maybe just the Riven. Who knows if he's willing to play it into Kennen?
I wouldn't be surprised to think he is.
So it doesn't look like the greatest Riven game to me. So much CC. Tristana's not really an accessible target for you.
Yeah, but when you're a Riven one-trick pony, I swear every single target somehow is accessible.
Yeah, Ashe also just falling through the first rotation, something I didn't even notice.
Yeah, neither.
Neither Shun or Wako wanting to pick that up early.
Now Zeri's open, and it will be Frank with first pick. I wouldn't hate to see the Zeri, especially against the Skarner.
Yeah, you would be showing your whole bot lane to Shun and Sword Art, though.
Yeah, but I don't think you care necessarily. You're going to get whatever top laner you want now.
Yeah, it might be worth more just denying the Zeri, but see how they want to go.
Because what else do you want to pick? Maybe Kai'Sa? Kai'Sa not bad, but...
Oh, yeah, go on.
Oh, yeah, we forgot about this.
Yeah.
This is actually... I mean, yeah. Lock it in. 100% win rate, why wouldn't you? No! Boo! Oh, this sucks, man.
Gnar is the more standard pick into the Kennen. Honestly, I would have preferred to see the Olaf or the Riven.
So would I.
Just because we've seen the Gnar not have nearly as much impact as Kennen's. Rest might be our best Kennen player in the league. We haven't gotten to see him all split, though.
He was the original Kennen.
Yeah.
I don't know if you wouldn't have seen this, but in spring, no, was it spring or summer? I don't know. Last year anyway, he picked up Kennen, and this is when, was it Demonic Embrace existed? And he went...
Yeah, right, Tank Kennen. You told me about this.
Yeah. So he went Grasp the Undying, Heartsteel, Demonic Embrace, and I went home after that series, and I picked Kennen for like a week straight playing that exact build, and it was...
How much LP did you lose?
No, I gained a bunch.
Oh,
it was so... Yeah, everyone, like, you get into game, your team start pinging your rune, you get the Heartsteel first, and they start pinging your item, and then you come to one team fight, and you are just unkillable. And you're also, like, you're not doing their entire health bars, don't get me wrong, but you're doing a good half HP whilst not dying.
I used to love the ADC Kennen. Now we've got the final drafts locked in.
Look at the lockdown for this Misfortune.
Yeah, I really love the MF pick. I think CFO picked the Smolder of this game in the bot lane, expecting Frank to just lock the Zeri regardless. We've seen a few of these teams talk about the Smolder being good into the Zeri bot lane, good into the Ezreal bot lane. Wako, they hover both, but they end up going for the MF, and it's a really strong MF game.
Yeah, we've already seen the Smolder not doing so well into the Misfortune, haven't we?
Yeah, right. I forgot about this.
Yeah, a couple of solo kills going the Misfortune's way.
It was DFM versus DCG, right? And either side, they swapped sides of the Smolder MF matchup and both got dived.
SoftBank versus DCG, but yeah.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, right, it was Marble on the MF, yeah.
And, yeah, I mean, I'm really liking what we see from both teams. You've got the Kennen, great team fighting champ. Rest already showing a great performance on it. It does well into the Gnar. It's always been a good pick into the Gnar. And it's going to have a very much easier time this time as the Kennen than he did last game. As well as just, honestly, around the Rift, Gory already showing that he knows how to play the Tristana. So, got to feel confident in that. And Jimmy having great performances time and time again on this Lucian.
Yeah.
Also already having practice as the Lucian up against Tristana, as he did play it against Maple and did lose, but honestly doing fairly decently for himself in that game.
Yeah, I remember a lot of ulti trades between those two, very close fights in the side lanes. But ultimately, neither able to make much headway. It seems like a very even matchup to me.
As we are welcomed upon Summoner's Rift now. Game number 2, Frank Esports versus CFO. The stakes, of course, are getting to that lower bracket finals, that live game over in the Taipei Hibbing Basketball Gymnasium to be able to compete for that last spot at the World Championship alongside SoftBank. Who will be able to do it? It's Frank who lead 1-0. CFO now, they have to strike back, and they've put together a decent team composition to try and do so.
Sword Art actually started this game in that top rush, but decided to not drop a ward for his top laner.
He also has grass, which I'm a little bit perplexed by. I feel like you're not going to have that many opportunities to auto-attack here as a Skarner.
Oh yeah, Karsa with grasp on the Skarner. You do go Heartsteel on the jungle Skarner.
Some do. Junja does.
I don't really...
Malva didn't.
Yeah, I see it in solo queue usually going for the Heartsteel. much different environment here. Gory gets his bone plating proc. That's nice for old Jimmy in the mid lane. Gets the second game of Lucian now.
This does feel like a pretty rough Skarner game, though. I think the Kennon's great, and the Kennon can set up for the Skarner, and vice versa if Casa somehow lands a big ult.
It must be a matchup thing.
Maybe, but
Zyra.
this Liandry's is going to come out of the Zyra. You already have % health damage on the Gnar. You're going to have Blade the Rune King on Jimmy, and you've also got a Alistair there to counter your engages.
Yeah, Sword Art, or Karsa rather, will have to prove it to us. Because I'm not understanding it either, but with how quickly he insta-locked it, he's convinced me that it must be good this game. Had only seen Lucian and Zyra, I don't imagine it does anything to Lucian.
You have to imagine not. Maybe just Gory having to put on some pressure, force out that relentless pursuit before aggression can come through, really. Did Jung just dash?
Whatever he did, he took a horrible trade into this cannon.
Oh yeah, this matchup sucks. I'm really surprised they went for it.
Yeah, I mean, everyone seems to like the Gnar until the Nasus came around.
Yeah, but the Gnar has always lost is the worst part, right?
Yeah, we haven't actually seen the Gnar win the lane or the game. But if anyone's going to do it, it's Jung in the form he's in.
Yeah, man, that is just such a thing to talk about, right? Is the start of playoffs, Jung was getting made to look like a bronze player.
Yeah,
he was winning lane, not in lane phase, actually. He was an absolute beast in lane. He was destroying everyone. But he came to the mid game and just
solo lost games.
Sprinted it.
Yeah.
As Gemini finishing up his first clear much quicker than Karsa, but Karsa is just going to forgo clearing out that Gromp and try and protect his top laner. Will be able to do so successfully. Although Gemini is just hanging around. Gets found out, but doesn't actually go back.
Rest is in so little danger here. As long as he hugs the top side, Jung can't even help with this play. Maybe Gemini can chunk him out if he lands the root.
I think it's good enough to just come up here and allow Jung to get the CS without being chunked continuously down bit by bit.
Yeah, will Rest try to stop this recall? Doesn't look like it. Has to worry a little bit about the Zyra just staying, and Gemini actually can't stay around. He won't get the Scuttle Crab with how much priority this cannon has in the top lane. We'll have to settle for the bot crab, but clear so fast on this champ, we'll be able to go get it before any of his camps come back up.
Clear so fast, Frank Esports trying to find me. First, Frank Esports got to find him.
Now, and this is something that could be a problem for CFO in this game, is that Kaiwing can just leave this lane whenever he wants to, really, without having to worry about Wako being in that much danger from a Smolder Rakan. Meanwhile, even if Sword Art matches these roams, we've seen this Smolder just get destroyed by MF. So he feels like he's kind of just stuck babysitting. And
yeah, I think, to be fair, CFO want to just keep this as a 2v2 lane for as long as possible.
Yeah, and I think they want to drag the Skarner down here too. As the Smolder almost always just makes the game revolve around himself. Is just the best scaling champion in the meta right now. Maybe just in the game.
Yeah. I mean,
good first recall for Shun.
Oh, wow. Very well, actually, as the Smolder.
Yeah, should be much weaker in this early lane phase. And going forward, there will be plenty of opportunities for Wako to punish this lane.
Casa keeping up in farm, only down the one camp, which he'll get back for himself right as I say it.
Yeah, did wait a little longer before doing his Gromp, so Gemini is going to maintain a little lead. So Sword Art is up here, and I'm not sure where Kaiwing is. Kaiwing is way slower on the reset.
Casa thinking that Gemini is staying around, but instead, rather, doing his camp, we'll be able to get it before Casa is able to intervene. As Gemini has to be careful, but half the power of Zyra is just being able to check bushes from absolute safety.
Yeah, 1200 range or something on those plants. Very strong in pro play alongside the Maokai, just being able to gain vision, the Ashe as well.
Yeah, I think one thing that not many people actually mention, right, about creating a team composition is having at least one champ in your game that can check bushes from afar. So Ivan, you know, putting down a bush, you can see very far away, as well as obviously Maokai saplings and Zyra plants. I think it's a really talked about, what a bit of utility, I guess, when it comes to creating a team composition. Now, Shoni's pretty far up this river, and Jimmy's here, probably not expecting it. Culling come out, barrier gonna have to be used. Flap, flap, flap. He gets himself over to safety, but now he does have to be careful. He's looking for a recall, and he's gonna go down a bit of CS now. Actually, he's gonna get his recall cancelled. He gets stunned up. He does have flash, and luckily able to one-shot that plant.
Yeah, actually not doing nearly as much damage as I expected there, Gemini.
Yeah, the Arcane Comet instead of the Electrocute, I think. Maybe even making the difference and being able to truly look for that kill.
Wow, Karsa took so long to do this Grom. He's actually just going to lose his red buff on the bot side now. Which is why he was maybe looking for that invade.
He did the Void Grubs.
Oh, right, I didn't even notice. Can look for a play onto this Gnar now. Oh, Jung is playing so far up.
He does have Mega coming up.
Oh, Rest is selling it. Rest is selling this so well.
Yeah, but I think they can't actually truly kill Jung with Mega. And the Merc Treads. I don't think the CC is truly there.
See if Frank decides to take the Dragon. They didn't, importantly, Karsa didn't show on the top side, so they don't know where he is and can't just hit this Dragon. Though you expect them to be favored once their bot lane gets out on the map.
Frank once again up in CS, but this time a lot of scaling coming through, and actually Jung probably doing better than you'd expect in this matchup.
Yeah, considering how it started for him. Looked like some of those trades going really poorly, but I think that gank from Gemini, as you said, just letting him catch that wave that he would normally take a lot of harass for catching, has helped him stabilize this lane and completely even it out. Now, part of the problem with this matchup too is Gnar is not really a champion you pick to go even. That is not the niche he fulfills in pro play. He kind of needs a lead in these side lanes because when this Kennen gets to fight, sure, there's an exhaust Alistar on the enemy team, but Kennen just has so much impact.
This is true, but you also want your Kennen to be ahead because he gets a lot of his impact from just having more gold in the opposing top laner, and I think, honestly, the Gnar should be able to mark, as well as the Alistar, mark where this Kennen is pretty well. So I actually think, in terms of this matchup, it's not really about the whole I need to win the lane, because both of those champs want to, and the fact that Yi Jung is actually where at the position he is means that that's kind of nullified. I actually can't believe how well he's doing.
Yeah, it feels like he's just zoning Rest off of these waves.
Which is the opposite of how this usually goes.
Yeah. Now, I don't know if we usually see Electrocute on the Gnar in these matchups.
Yeah, we definitely don't see Electrocute on the Gnar. That's why he's gone Fleet Footwork.
Oh, sorry, on the Kennen.
It's fine, they're both Yordles.
A lot of Yordles in this game.
Gnar is a Yordle, right? Surely.
Yeah, yeah, Gnar is.
Maelstrom used defensively.
That never feels good, especially when you don't win the trade anyway. Sword Art on his way up here, but can they actually kill this Gnar? Without the Kennen ulti?
Maybe. There is quickness available, bit of lockdown, but Jung, he's got so much movement speed, but he is just getting 3-man at the moment. Karsa gets the ultimate. Oh, actually, hits Yi Jung away from the knockout, but it is good enough, and First Blood goes over to Rest. Mid lane, though, trade aggressively, and Gory winning out. Culling coming through, though, and Shun's here, but there's no way that Jimmyan knows. He's going to get slowed up. Mum can come through, but Jimmyan should be safe enough from it. Here comes Gemini, though. Gemini also here. No barrier available. Actually, barrier is back available.
Oh, he hits it.
For Shun, but he gets knocked up. Does have flash, but he gets knocked up again.
How tanky is Gnar?
Oh, he's not very. He got killed.
Oh, sorry. Man, I'm calling everyone Gnar. Is this first tower picked up for Frank? I was worried about Shun in the bot lane alone, but he doesn't spend any time alone. Actually roams to make a mid gank.
And Wako on the Gnar down here, just almost taking the first tower.
Yeah, and then all 3 Gnars are up here to gank Jung, as this was so easy. I was worried about this kill, but once Karsa comes up here...
Yeah, pretty straightforward. And Rest getting it is pretty important. This should
definitely
make his lane even easier, although he has somewhat been struggling. Gemini looks like he's going to be able to pick up these next 3 set of Void Grubs, although Karsa in the area maybe not so certain that he's willing to give it up. Climbing, doing some great job here, just marking where this Skarner is. Doesn't have ultimate available to him either.
Massive wave being caught by Shun.
Shun. This isn't good. Mum coming down. He's going to get the wave, but there is nothing you can do. When you're against the wall against Alistar, it becomes even easier to dive because you don't even have to use the WQ. You just press W, wait for that to run out, and then Q. Simple as that. Shun loses both sums, goes down, misses the minion wave, and now Frank are back onto these Void Grubs. They did lose the Alistar ult. See if that matters, as Karsa going to be able to pick up at least one of them, maybe even both. So 5 Void Grubs.
Meanwhile, both the solo laners of CFO, though, do pick up a lot of plate gold. And I think Jimmy just got chunked out in the 1v1 here and had to take a recall. Nice jump in. Bro, Gory just barely makes it over the wall. Actually gets the flash out of Jimmy too. I didn't notice that was down. So advantage Gory in this matchup.
Oh, Wako. Okay, he is going to successfully threaten enough for Kaiwing to just stroll on out.
Yeah, I think it was 2 plates picked up bot lane and a plate and a flash picked up for Gory in the mid lane. So they do trade a lot for that kill on the Smolder, but it is a big deal to slow him down.
Yeah, Wako feeling very strong though. He picked up 4 plates in that bottom lane.
Yeah, and then ran top and picked up a couple.
As well as a kill. Well, he didn't actually get the kill, but...
Yeah, Kaiwing unfortunately getting the kill.
Yeah, you would have preferred either the Gnar in the top or Gnar in jungle to get that one.
Still feels good to shut down the
Gory going aggressive. Remember, no flash available for Jimmy, and this is a reset for sure coming through. The Heartsteel does as well. Gory getting low. Actually has to use that Buster Shot, and he's run out of mana. Caster as well missed the ultimate, and Yijang's going to come and help Gemini secure that kill. I thought they were going to give it to the Gnar, but no, it is going to be the Zyra, who is probably better with that kill. Jimmy, though, doing an amazing job. Lost his flash in the prior engagement, but turning around just so much damage onto Gory, actually forcing out the ult, forcing out a reset, meaning he ran out of mana, and meaning the cleanup kill was able to come through.
Yeah, and Gory had to flash to make that kill happen alongside Karsa's flash, too. So, yeah, as you said, well played by Jimmy, and that is the Tristana nerfs probably coming through there. The Q going from 0 to 50 mana is an insane nerf for this champion.
Yeah, and ultimately, that's not worth it for CFO. They got way too aggressive there.
Yeah.
Trying to look for something that really didn't exist. They managed to find the kill, but unfortunately, the amount that they lost is just nowhere near worth it. Now, Rest slicing Maelstrom in the bot lane is not going to really matter to Yijang, although Caster being here might. We'll have to see how Yijang plays. He's got to be respectful of the fact that he is weak side. He was able to do it pretty consistently on the Jax last game. And luckily in Mega form means he's just going to be able to one-shot this wave and back off.
Yeah, and Rest being the OG Kennen player that he is, has gone for the Rocket Belt on the Kennen note. None of this Leandri's Shadow Flame stuff.
And Mum, once again, clearing out the mini wave, but he doesn't get stacks for it, so... Honestly, well, yeah, the farm, you want to deny it if you can. The stacks are the big talking point. Oh my god.
Yeah, I think they weren't expecting the MF, because you see how miserable Smolder is. This is the point in the game where Smolder's supposed to be clearing waves quickly, accelerating his stacks, but can't even walk up to this MF without losing half his HP.
Only at 90 stacks at 14 minutes. Frank have done an amazing job at shutting down his ability to stack up. Nice proto belt there by Rest, actually gets him out of that Gnar ult. Although Jiang not going to really feel it. By the time he gets his Mega back, he is probably just going to have that ult again.
Yep, definitely feels like more pressure on Rest in this lane than we usually see these Kennons facing. So well played by Jiang, despite, you know, a lot of resources committed to dive him in the top lane. Is still just winning this lane, being a strong point for his team. And it's another game where if I'm Karsa or Sword Art this game, I don't really know where to go to gain advantages for my team. They have picked up some dragons, so it is likely... Oh, though Jiang might be in trouble here. There's a Skarner way behind him, but who can follow up in terms of damage, though?
Yeah, no one right now, especially with the Kennen being so far away. Now it is Frank who are coming. They're collapsing. Sword Art very low. He will have to try and get his way out. Culling's doing a lot. Jiang trying to get in here as well. He's about to have that Mega Gnar and the ultimate back available to himself. Boomerang connects. Castle, where are you going to go? There is no flash. Nice ult will land, but it's only onto Kaiwing. And Kaiwing has access to so much disruption. Actually does go pretty much invulnerable. Gets Jiang in there. Gets Jiang a kill. Now 4 people on CFO are still up, but 3 of them are pretty low on HP. And Frank aren't feeling pressured at all. Jimmy and out of mana maybe can just look for a recall and come back if it's so important to them. But a nice engage here from Rest. Finds an absolute one-shot. Honestly, coming through onto Kaiwing. But Jiang, he teleports back. Shun, where are you going to go? Flashed away from the grand entrance. Down will go Shun. Gemini picking that one up. And the bullet time from Wako to secure the next one. It's Frankie Sports have garnered themselves a 3.5k gold lead. And they are so damn ahead suddenly.
Yeah, CFO go way too deep hunting for this Gnar and just find an Alistair behind them. Really well played by Gemini and Kaiwing. Gemini has just taken half of Sword Art's HP off and his flash on the Rakan, meaning he's not going to have any impact in this game. And Kaiwing recognizes he can just pop the ulti on the Alistair here to get out of the Skarner ulti.
Gets
and
taxied.
Yeah, thanks Karsa for the ride in. Pulverizes him, and this whole time, Rest is waiting for the ideal moment to go in, but Kaiwing's held onto his exhaust this entire time. Exhaust combos up this Kennen, and these carries just stand in the Kennen ulti and take him out. Jung able to TP back in to clean up these 2 kills as well. Nice flash from him.
Yeah, I don't know if he needed to.
It looked cool.
It did look cool, but I think it was unnecessary.
Oh,
Gory gets rooted up. Look at the damage, look at the damage! Oh my lord!
Ooh, Gemini coming alive in these last 2 plays, finding the important members of CFO. Now, with Gory down, this Dragon is certainly going the way of Frank.
Yeah, and you're seeing why DFM was so eager to take this champ away from him. But it is just Frank who are pulling ahead bit by bit.
Yeah, and it's just a... Oh, he uses the... Okay, he'd already used the jump on the Tristana, so Gemini takes his opportunity to just flash onto Gory. His flash just coming up now as he spawns.
Oh, and I think we've got a problem when I'm looking at the Rift and I'm thinking Resh is our strong point considering how this lane was going.
Yeah, Jimian is just autoing this tier 2 now.
Yeah, Kaiwing and Gemini are here, so they're gonna... Oh, not able to get that plant out in time, but we found Sword Art. Sword Art with the grand entrance. Caster coming in.
Gemini.
Caster just coming through, gonna be able to root up. Oh my lord, it's a disaster for Frank, but CFO and Caster especially playing out of his goddamn mind gets a double kill over to Gory.
Yeah, redemption on that Skarner ulti after ulting an Alistair. This time he finds 2 key members of Frank and just completely shuts down Gemini and Jimian.
Yeah, now pings from CFO coming over and on to this Rift Herald. Probably should just be theirs considering jungle and mid have just been taken out.
Yeah, Wako is really strong, but 5 members here. Rest doesn't have TP actually, so just 4 members of CFO.
Yeah, teleport available for Jimian too, and oh, we're looking for a fight. It's a 4v3 for at least the time
what
being.
A buffer.
Wako has to be careful, but yeah, fantastic buffer from Gory gets him out, and the rest of CFO likewise will be able to get out of there. Keep an eye on Rest though. Teleport coming down. Gemini, I mean not Gemini. I'm doing it now too, but Jimian.
Does he actually win this?
I'm not sold. Slashing Maelstrom is available. I need to see items. Do we have Merc Treads? Jimian just...
He has the W up for us.
He's going to have Play the Ruin King too to lower the movement speed, but look at Rest. I mean...
Yeah. Yep. I think Jimian, not sure if he wins that either.
That was... All right.
Yeah, that was one of the TPs of all time.
He's just like walking side by side, holding Rest's hand. He's like, you remember last year, pal? We made it to the finals together. And Rest is like, damn you. One-shots him. Shut up. Shut your damn mouth. Going for the very aggressive Kennen build here with
Shadow
Flame
build
coming through.
And yeah, how much better does that look than Leandri's? He does so much damage on this Kennen.
I think Jimian might kill him if he has Leandri's. Like, there actually might just not be the damage. It certainly was there, though.
Yeah, Rest looking like the best Kennen we've seen so far. Looking really good on this pick.
All right, well, Arja did go like 8-0 when farm driver between towers.
Oh, right. That was into the gangplank, right?
Yeah. Baron now spawning. Jimian obviously doesn't have teleport, just used it to pretty much sprint it down. Still, Frank, they are ahead, but
Jung's about to go Mega.
It was nearly a 5k lead. Now it's gone a lot further down as Jung. Here goes Mega. He's not able to find any value. Gory, though, he might be caught out alongside Rest. Jung does get Buster shotted away, but look at the damage that Jimian rather was able to do. Gory, though, going aggressive now onto the Lucian as Mum comes through and finds a lot of damage onto Kaiwing and to Yi Jung. The bomb comes over onto Jimian. He's able to use that E to get on out, but CFO, they've got pressure around the map, and down comes this Rift Herald to look for mid tower.
Yeah, and somehow it felt like Frank were just going to take over this game, but the last few plays have just been going CFO's way, and feels like they have some control of the map now.
And goes Sword Art. It's a nice quickness, but there's no follow-up, and he gets really close to dying. Shun as well, just 1Q from Wako, takes half his HP away from him.
Yeah, this MF is so dangerous. Anyone in her range is taking so much damage.
Oh, Sword Art. Grand entrance route. Oh, my lord. Oh, Wako, what are you doing? Wako loses his goddamn mind. Shun going aggressively. Oh, lordy. Wako does have flash. Doesn't have barrier anymore, though. Rest is trying to find his way in, and Wako finds himself in a horrific position. Now Kaiwing getting focused down. Yi Jung's got Mega, and he's going forward 1v5.
But who's there to follow up?
All right. We are losing our damn minds here as Frank Esports. Yi Jung is in absolute no man's land, and if he manages to somehow make it out of this, I think I owe everyone a beer. Oh, he's going down.
Yeah, I think he's certainly... Oh, hang on.
He gets a flash.
Yeah, a cannon flash too is insane. Doesn't even get the assist stress.
That's...
I think everyone's lost their mind in this game.
We are divulging.
Yeah, everyone needs to take a deep breath in this game, I think, and slow it down a bit.
That's what I usually have for dinner.
Shun has somehow gotten himself up to 200 stacks. Throughout all this madness, Smolder actually loves these game states, where it's just a fiesta. People are fighting meekly. No one's actually finishing kills and walking away after these fights. And Wako just way too far forward. After the ulti, he probably could just walk away and feel bad about losing that spell, but loses his
Casa
flash.
missed ult in the middle of this as well.
Yeah, I mean, and then an awesome ult from Jiang if anyone on his team was alive or coming. But Jimmy had used his ulti to make an equally silly play.
How are they not just
in hysterics?
Dying, yeah, dying laughing right now.
I would be asking my coach to pinch me.
The amount of things that went wrong. Wako flashing after the bomb was already on him. Casa missing ult. Chung 1v5ing.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of these fights just feel like when you're in a dream and you're throwing punches and it feels like you're throwing pillows. So Sword Art is going to catch this top wave. What is happening this game?
This is... Yeah, I mean, this series truly is just... We had our first split push or what is it, backdoor win we've had probably in the entire summer into an indescribable carnival-like game.
Yeah, the first game did not make me think the second game would look like this at all.
There's some brawling going on, and I'm a fan of the brawling. Jimmy once again will be going for the rapid fire cannon, and Gory Rest somehow
yeah,
big
honestly,
winners.
Meanwhile, while all the shenanigans have been happening, Gory hasn't been on our screen for a while just to pick up that kill onto Wako. Now has a 250 gold shutdown and has just been farming side lanes.
Yeah, sort of maybe paying the price for split pushing top as Rakan, but the cannon will eventually arrive and give him the escape there through that battle dance.
Yeah, and I think you were right about the Skarner not getting many grass procs this game. Oh. Gory not going to take much damage from this culling.
Yeah. Nice work by him.
Yeah, it feels much stronger than the Lucian, despite the items being
Smolder
pretty
upgrade
close.
comes through. He is now about as strong as he gets. He does, you know, get a little bit of powerful items, but...
Muramana will feel really strong once he does pick that up. Does it at the same time as he completes his stack, so now look for CFO to turn the heat up onto Frank this game. Rest, no flash, though. Might slow them down a little bit, but they have enough frontline, I think, to just play around the Smolder.
Jimmy's got a little smirk on his face, so vibes seem good, at least.
Yeah, you'd hope so.
Marco a little bit allergic to showing emotion a lot of the time. All right. Now this could be laughable as we just start up the Baron. Oh, we've even used Zyrold. We are trying to one-shot this.
Yeah, Rest has no flash.
Is about to have access to his Mega Gnar. Gory's teleport not quite up, but it will be just in time as it comes up now. He teleports immediately over and Frank get off, but they've lost their Zyrold. They've lost it, and I mean, now maybe it's just going to be CFO who are able to hit this objective as Gemini, half HP on the Zyra, took so much damage. They're going to lose mid tower at minimum.
Gory already picked up a tier 2 bot and TP'd to this fight, now picks up the tier 1 mid, so that's about 1,000 gold in his pocket.
Yeah, feeling pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good to
pretty
have
good
that
in
happen.
game number 2 for CFO. And this was the game, remember, that not 6-7 minutes ago, it was actually Frank. They were up 5k gold. They now find themselves at a 2k deficit. Wako's still very strong, and if we can set up a team fight just one time, it could be very good for Frank Esports, but they've been unable to do it, and that's because of the pressure that Gory as well as Rest have been offering in those side lanes.
Yeah, and the longer the game goes, the more ridiculous of a team fight you're going to need for this MF to have equivalent impact to the Tristana and the Smolder. These champions are very online. Look at Gory.
3 items for Gory.
Yeah, look at him. With an IE already. And there might just be too many threats on the side of CFO to deal with for Frank right now. Lucian does not stand up to these carries.
You have to find an impeccable engage.
Yeah. Yeah, it's already at the point where you have to start thinking of 3-man you know, Gnar or...
Nice flash away from Gory. Jung may be able to flash away here, but he actually has Steric, so he's completely fine. Kaiwing just face tanking. Gemini's found himself on a flank. Remember, Gory did just lose access to his flash, but Jimmy not able to find his way in. He is luckily not on vision here, otherwise he could be in a lot of danger. And look at Yi Jung. He used his teleport to get to this play, and now he has to recall. Kaiwing, I think in theory could stay because he does have the Warmogs, but not going to choose to, as Sword Art will find Jimmy and deny the ability to take that red buff away. And it's just constant wins, wins, and wins for CFO.
Yeah, this is CFO's jungle now. Zyra is very depressed about not being able to farm anymore. One of her strengths, how quickly she can farm. But the Skarner is actually up 20 CS on the Zyra. So
yeah, I think a little bit too much happy gaming happening. Maybe Frank feeling too pressured by the fact there's a Smolder and really throwing away what was an immaculate lead they'd found.
Yeah, they had done enough to shut down the Smolder in this game. Taken 2 towers with their MF running up and down the map. And now it's just CFO who should be in just a commanding position in this game. We've seen them in these spots before, specifically against Frank, and Kaiwing was able to make some magic happen on this Alistar too. It was banned away from him in the last game.
Jung gonna run out of Mega Gnar, so there's no opportunity for him to look for anything, and especially with that blue trinket coming down.
He gets one shot by Gory, by the way.
Yeah.
In Mini especially.
Until his Sterix is up and then he feels a little bit better.
CFO will not press the issue with this blue buff. And are gonna let Frank pick that up, it looks like. Well, they've cut Chiang off at this point. And they do have a mid-wave going in, so they can probably just rotate to this dragon.
Yeah, it would be sole point for them, and I'm sure Frank aren't going to want to just give it away. Jiang building up that Mega Gnar. You can see preparations to look for something. In fact, Gory just going to be left here to solo this, rest on the bottom side of the map as well. And Frank, once again, they're trying to get control over this top side, just giving over the Hextech third dragon. Now it's CFO with a 5-minute timer until they are just almost certain to win the game.
Yeah, this Smolder with a with the Hextech Soul is just going to run through the side of Frank. Feels like he already can at this point.
Yeah, again, it's going to take a miraculous engage to turn this one.
Yeah, and CFO have great engage tools as well. Between the Rakan, the Skarner, even the Cannon, if he can find a flank. I will say Frank have done a really good job of keeping their topside jungle clear of wards. There's only that one pink up by their Krugs. That is an option for Rest to TP to, and that doesn't feel amazing when the enemy team is contesting the Baron. Gory will TP top.
Yeah, just wanting to have the most amount of uptime humanly possible, and Caster's looking about as unkillable as I've ever seen any champion ever.
Yeah, and I think CFO will try push into the enemy jungle now, maybe pressure this tier 2 top, but more likely just to get some deep wards.
You cannot run that way, Gemini. You are absolutely banned from pathing that direction.
Yeah, Frank slowly losing control of their jungle. And
yeah, goes wide.
All CFO need are for Frank to miss one of these wards, then they can go hit the Baron, have Rest TP behind them, and just close out this game. Meanwhile, Gory's just going to take this tower.
Yeah, this is just maybe taken. Oh, able to defend for the time being. Jiang, no Mega. So there isn't really any threat, really, of an engage. Need to start building that up. Shun just freely having time farming, getting towards his rapid fire cannon. Gonna have access to be able to use that Q just more often with that item fully upgraded as he looks for a recall. Almost certainly will have it now.
Yeah, CFO don't really feel pressure to hit this Baron, and in 3 minutes they will take a fight for this dragon. I wonder if they shift their efforts to setting up for a dragon fight, because you assume Frank will fight for this dragon.
Yeah, you have to if you're Frank. That's the pleasure that CFO have. They can just give it. They can look for the Baron instead and probably just be able to end the game off it. Barring some immaculate engage found. And admittedly, if there was ever a man you'd rely on for an immaculate engage, it is exactly Kaiwing.
Yeah, I'm really surprised Jimian didn't go for the Black Cleaver again this game. I think it made more sense to go for a Black Cleaver, just to get through the Skarner a little faster, set up his MF.
Hold up, saw that. Okay, not willing to pull the trigger. They don't have really enough vision.
Oh, Gory.
Yeah, Gory. I mean, we looked for a perfect engage, and I'll tell you one thing, we certainly found it, Dordo! The burn, is it going to be enough? It doesn't look like it, and he gets away! He gets out! What a disastrous play! Maybe the one time ever you wish you had Ignite.
Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing. You do need exhaust this game, but Kaiwing's now without an exhaust, and they commit a lot. Gory didn't flash. That is psychotic.
Oh, I thought it was it. I thought that they'd found the pick that lets them back into this game. They still are only down 2k gold, but it just feels
it's the compositions.
Insurmountable, yeah.
And yeah, I mean, we needed a miracle from Kaiwing. He damn near found one. Oh, the ulti was so good from Gory there to get the Lucian away from him, and the Zyra damage just not enough. And I'm seeing a lot of comets flying out and not hitting anyone, so maybe the electrocute makes a difference there for Gemini.
Skywalker face palming. Not happy with how that transpired, and heartbreaking really to see. Just such a small percentage of health remaining. Randuin's now finished though for Yijang, so he's become a lot more durable.
Yeah, especially against this Tristana, who was just taking 80% of his HP off in one rotation.
And, I mean, Wako is at 4 items. We've been sleeping on this misfortune.
He's massive.
But he is completely able to 1v9 a team fight with the right setup. Kaiwing, he's going to be losing his ult here. As a lot of damage coming through. The headbutt's not going to get him out of the knock-up. In fact, it hits Sword Art closer to the rest of his team. And Jimmy, he's going to get executed, and that is 2 kills swiftly going over the side of CFO as they now can turn their attention around. It's 30 seconds until the Soul is up, and they still kept all their important abilities. There's still a Skarner ult. There is still just everything you'd ever need. The Slicing Maelstrom, how do you deal with that? Especially when you've already lost your Alistair.
Yeah, Alistair was the only answer to this cannon rest. Is just going to hang out in this bush, see if he picks up a free kill, but it's the Soul going over to CFO certainly, and Kaiwing has to be apologizing to his mid laner there a little bit as he's headbutt Sword Art onto him. And yeah, it doesn't really feel like there's a way for Frank back into this game. Johnson run into rest.
Admittedly, the team fights will still just kind of be a one-shot. That's the only way they could ever win the fights, and that is still the way they can win the fights. Hextech Soul doesn't change that all that much. But you don't really need to take the fights anymore as CFO. You just proc the Hextech Soul and then walk forward, smolder Q once, and walk back, and you're just winning.
Yeah, and I like the Seeker's Arm Guard and the Merc Sim from Gory. Just get defensive items. The slower, the longer these fights are for you on the side of CFO with this Hextech Soul, the better. You can just slow up the entire enemy team, kite them around, and slowly whittle them down. Get the max value out of the Smolder Burn.
Somehow only a 3k gold lead still, but now the Baron going to be started up. It's on Vision. Frank are aware of this happening.
There's no word for us.
Mega Gnar is not all that close, but he is walking up. He's going to be able to hit this mid wave on the way. Half HP. Kaiwing trying to get behind. Sword Art actually getting taken out pretty low as Shun going to look for him. The engage from Kaiwing is found, but it's only onto Kasa, and Shun is going to be able to free hit from the top side there. Gory and Rest are trying to find their way in. Gemini has to go golden, but look at the damage in the middle. It's Shun. Shun gets one execute. Gory gets one. Wako just running for his damn life, but the Hextech Soul doesn't allow him to. Gory, however, will. It's going to be another kill for Shun, though. It's a bullet time. It's massive, but it's nowhere near enough. And down will go Wako, and with it, probably the hopes for Frank in game number 2. It's going to be 3 members, importantly 280 carries, a bunch of objectives to get through, but they are left alone. Can CFO close out this second game?
And after a really difficult early game, Shun comes back into this game with a quadra kill, 700 gold, shut down on the Smolder now, 9k damage in that fight. Honestly, credit to Wako for doing that much damage, but kind of as expected, it's the Lucian who struggles, and the Zyra to have the damage and the impact that they should in this game when they're behind against these hyper late game comps from CFO.
Coming up, not willing to go in though, is kind of surprising. Gemini was spawning and had flash, but coming, just get this one over with. Let's get to game number 3. And yeah, I mean, Frank, they just threw.
Yeah.
There's no other way for me to put it. They completely threw
and
that
I'm
game.
not sure which throw you're even talking about. There were so many.
Well, originally, I think Jimmy and down the bot lane was the original throw. And then we had the mid lane, Jiang going in 1v5 throw. And I think those two were the turning points.
Before Jimmy and even TP'd into the bot lane, I believe they lost a play around the bot tier 1 as well. There were so many shenanigans in that game. I can't even remember everything, but it was a massive lead for Frank. They did everything they needed with the MF into Smolder matchup. And and then just threw it away, like you said. Wako running into them in the mid lane too and just dying. Losing his sum, still going down.
Perplexing, but it's fine. We expected this series to go the distance, and it's headed that way. Once again, it was CFO, of course, taking that win. And admittedly, they did look better than in game number 1. They were able to play the map a lot better than they were. And obviously, having the Tristana does allow you to do that. But ultimately, Frank Esports, I think this is a really bad look. The fact that they were just so far ahead. 5K at like something like 19 minutes is a ridiculous lead. It's a ridiculous lead to have. And yes, you have the Smolder, which is weaker. But honestly, the rest of your map, you should have a winning top laner. You should have a winning mid laner. And that wasn't the case. But then the Ivory Tower came toppling down as we divulged into the biggest clown fiesta. We kind of needed that the song playing at some point.
Or something on in the background, Felt like it.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think you were right to call out, as far as the draft goes, you were right to call out the Lilia final ban as a response to the Nasus ban. That didn't really make sense out of Frank when it was just clear as day the Kennen first pick was coming. I really liked the Skarner as a response to the Zyra, able to keep up and farm somehow with this champion once the first few clears were over, and then got really nice plays onto Jung to slow him down. Jung was running away with this lane.
Yeah, and that was a good look in isolation, but I think it was Gemini finding a lot more early on in that game. He was just being able to find lockdown, find a lot of damage, importantly, onto a lot of people.
Oh, that two-man
down on the bot
ulti.
side. And the Skarner ulti was really good. That was also a turning point where it was, again, just even that was like, why are we here? What are we really looking for? We just won so hard in the bottom lane. Kasa comes in, gobbles up 2 carries, and it's like, it's perplexing. It truly is just perplexing.
Yeah, and this is the final fight of the game. At this point, honestly, the game was so over. It took a miracle for it to be as close as it was, and I think it was off of Gemini marking
you have to feel like Wako could have altered earlier.
Yeah, at some point in this fight. Probably had to find an ulti, but his team with so much crowd control is just not able to find it for him. Corey living on a sliver of HP as he often does in these fights, and TPing back in to secure the game for his team. Jung almost takes out those two.
Yeah, did well. And Seeker's arm guard, he probably actually goes down maybe if he didn't have that. So well used there by Shun. And if he goes down, maybe they can't end. They might be able to still, as Kaiwing seemed pretty uninterested in defending the base at the end. And I think, you defend it there, you probably just lose anyway.
Who's your MVP that game?
Gory,
yeah, I would agree with that. Shun got the quadra at the end, but he was kind of facilitated by his team. It didn't feel like he pulled off anything crazy.
Gory got them there. Gory really got them back in there. Just by not only the side lane pressure, but also just coming in at the right time, finding team fights.
Yeah. Sword Dart having another great game. He had a great Leona game in the last game and another one.
Yeah.
On the Rakan here.
Yeah, I mean, none of this is particularly surprising, especially the Kasa most damage taken, as he was just a 8 million HP.
He got it on brand last game.
Did he? I didn't even notice that.
So he's the reigning champion of this stat so far.
Classic junglers, huh?
Yeah.
Yeeting away the most damage taken per death stat from everyone else. But, I mean, just well played. I am perplexed by Frank's gameplay. Very much so. And it's not a good look, right? Because even if you end up winning this series, you always have to look back at this and be like, if you're up against SoftBank and you're able to have a game that you sort of are so far ahead, but you're still like, just blatantly throwing.
SoftBank love their Smolder. SoftBank are watching this game for sure, and if it's Frank up against them, watch them pick Smolder every game. If you can't close out a 5k gold lead. Sword Art does get the MVP. I don't hate it. He made some good moves in that game.
I kind of forgot. He saved
Gory up
the top lane, which was sort
insane.
Of Frank's only way back in.
Yeah.
And it's kind of crazy, right? They're only down 2.5k gold, but it's just the gold that all the gold was on Gory and Rest, and it just made the game completely unplayable.
He flashed over the wall. He used the quickness flash over the wall. All of that to just get in range to give his heal and barrier.
And I assume Gemini had no abilities. It's either that or he's trying to give over the kill, because he walked up and just auto-attacked twice.
Yeah, maybe he was hitting Krugs or something. I'm not sure. I don't remember at the time.
Yeah, neither.
I remember some comets flying around and not hitting anything.
But I swear, I think I like the Electrocute more.
I like the Conqueror or the Electrocute more. Either or.
Yeah.
just have looked better on the Zyra.
Yeah, because it was also the bot play, right? I don't even remember the context. I just remember, it was on Shun.
Yeah, he was constantly finding Shun in the early game.
Yeah, and it just felt like the Comet doesn't do anywhere near as much damage as the Electrocute. And the Electrocute, if you land the E, you'll land the Comet, sure, but you will land the Electrocute too, because all you got to do then is press Q and a plant will apply the Electrocute as well, which was just will do objectively more damage. But game number 2, picked up by CFO. They are now fighting back, and we tie up the series. When we're back, we'll see how it looks for game number 3.
有把握赢球。阿嬷，好睡了。睡哦。家人的爱是多年的依赖，就像我多年以来依赖中华电信。金白来，最疼我的家人，最挺我的中华电信。舞动精彩，共创未来。
永远走在最前面，中华电信。
旅客陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your third flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅临蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛豚骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Pain on no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, see it in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Pain on no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Pain on no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, see it in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Pain on no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Pain on no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, see it in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Pain on no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah.
Wherever you roam, there's no place to go. Nowhere feels like home. From a deadly kiss to this apocalypse, you feel so alone. Maybe I'm the monster. Tell me what's the goal? Do you have no soul? Why are you so cold? If I'm too proud to speak, will it make me weak? How will this unfold? Suddenly terrified, looking for somewhere to hide. The wolf is at your door. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Can you hear him
Welcome back, everybody. An even up series now, one apiece. But boy, oh boy, was that last game an absolute fiesta. So I don't know what to expect anymore. We expected it to be a 5-game series. The first 19 minutes looked like it was going to be a 3-game series, but it's not.
Yeah, and neither game kind of going the way we expect these games to go between these two teams. It's just Pretender and
right,
for
okay.
the third game.
I mean, yeah, maybe it's going to spice up the draft a little, but get some AP carries in this.
Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know. I'd like to see some APs, I think, actually.
Yeah, usually Frank are willing to give Jimmy in one bad game before they sub Pretender in, but that was a very bad game out of Jimmy and on the Lucian, kind of TPing into suicide at one point. And it's more likely also that they want to approach draft differently, and that's why they've sub Pretender in. He has quite a different champion pool and different preferences.
Yeah, not so far in summer, but certainly if you look back to spring, it's like these two players just don't play the same champs at all.
Yeah, has just relentlessly been playing Corki every time he's put in playoffs, Pretender. We'll see how they go, because Gory will very happily play the Tristana or the Lucian into the Corki. Has done very well in those matchups. Now, I don't expect much to change on Frank's side from the Game 1 draft, now that they've got blue side again. And I wonder where CFO will try and make adaptations, because the comps felt very Frank favored, especially once they got the Jax into two champions he's always winning in the side lane against, in the Yone and the Cassante.
Yeah, it was a little perplexing, but we'll see. I'm sure CFO aren't just going to give him the Jax again after that one.
Yeah, not in such a strong position either. I don't think we'll see a Yone blind again. Yone at his strongest when he can push a side lane, right? But never able to do it in that game. Tristana ban is back for Frank. And
I think just keep that.
yeah, I think that's wise. Corey had a fantastic game on the Trist.
Now, are we banning Lilia? Was Frank banning it here? Obviously, now that seemingly Nasus isn't going to be banned, you wouldn't think, means that there isn't just going to be that blind cannon. Jax just not willing to even give it over.
Yeah, so maybe fishing for a Yone blind again. Because last time I believe it was Brand Yone here? No, Leona Yone here for CFO in the first
Yeah,
draft.
I think, yeah. And that, yeah, that makes sense.
I'm down for the Leona again. Sword Art looked fantastic on that champion, and maybe with the Jax off the table, Corey's going to be able to have a great laning phase for himself and then have some impact in the side lanes, as he did well in the lane, as you said. I also wouldn't be surprised to see CFO recognizing how hard Frank fumbled their lead. Yeah, they do. They recognize Frank got a massive lead in the previous game, couldn't close out with it, and let them get the Smolder online, so lock it again.
Why not? Marco did do well in that lane. So looking like he wants the MF. And keep in mind, one of the most egregious combos in this game is putting someone to sleep as Lilia. The Misfortune ult doesn't wake them up.
Yep. Now the Smolder is a flex pick as well, so you have to be cautious with the Corki pick for Pretender. It has been his preference through playoffs, but if you pick it here, it feels pretty, it doesn't feel as good picking the MF, which destroys the Smolder in bot lane, because he can just swap over and play against the Corki. Much easier for the Smolder.
Yeah, and I think the reason why the Misfortune does well into the Smolder is because their trade patterns are essentially the same, with Misfortune's just doing much more damage.
Yeah, like twice as much. And as she picks up items, her items just do so much more for her.
Yeah.
Smolder these days always picking up a tier early on.
Now Corey, will he pick up his own champ? Maybe look for a jungler instead? The Zyra would suggest that our possible Corey getting counterpick. Maybe just wanting to feel out what Pretender's going to pick.
Yeah, the Zyra over the Brand this time around. I thought Karsa did quite well on the Brand. But we'll swap out for Zyra. A little more active on the map is the Zyra than the Brand, so can maybe protect the Smolder and create priority elsewhere on the map. As in the first game anyway, Frank just had prio in all three lanes.
Been banned. Frank up against CFO, not willing to bring it out in that first 3 just yet.
Yeah.
I guarantee...
I think you get rid of Yone.
I'm calling it right now, by the way. If CFO end up on match point, they're going to ban Riven in the first 3. Because they'll just think, you know what, backs against the wall, Frank, they've shown us the blind Riven has been their go-to.
Yeah. I think a Kennen ban is probably in order for Frank, and the Lucian ban makes me think they want to go Corki. But with the Smolder flex, it just feels wrong to pick the Corki here.
Well, they want to force away the Corki. Force the ban to come through. Either that, or they're trying to force the first pick of the Corki, so they can then get a favorable matchup into it.
Yeah, and that's why I kind of like the Yone pick, because I don't see Pretender ever playing the Yone. It doesn't seem like his kind of champion.
Okay, this suggests Kennen.
Okay, so if not banned away, yeah, CFO were planning to pick the Kennen here. They will have to show one of their solo lanes now and allow Frank to get the counter pick, and then counter pick the other themselves.
Well, this is gonna be a flex, actually.
Yeah, true. The Smolder and Ezreal can both go to either lane.
I am going to be honest. This for Frank Esports looks like a good Ziggs game in the middle lane.
Yeah.
There is no one that can interact with that champ. Maybe Leona ult, but you probably shouldn't be getting hit by that.
Yeah, has a lot of CC to set up the Ziggs ulti too. The team fight would look pretty terrifying. We haven't seen anyone play the Ziggs mid yet.
But unlikely to come out, as I've said that, but it would just be cool. LeBlanc might be an option as well. The blind Gnar here, we've seen this be punished by PSG last night.
But they pick Vayne.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, will Rest play Vayne? It doesn't seem to fit with his style as a player and the role he has on the CFO lineup.
Gonna get to see Pretender's champ here. Corki would be what we've seen the most out of him, but we could just go for an AP, guys, and Vex could be the lock-in, and it looks like it is. No, we've gone the Yasuo.
Oh, what the?
Yeah, an absolute switch up.
Yeah, I was not expecting that out of Pretender at all.
Combos. Alistair and Gnar both setting up for the Yasuo, and maybe we're going to have an Orianna. Not the greatest ball delivery systems on the side here of CFO. I would like the Azir a lot more. Yasuo doesn't struggle all that much into the Azir.
So they're going to send Smolder top if this Azir is locked in.
Yeah. Smolder top into this Gnar.
Doesn't feel too great for the Smolder.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so either. Definitely under threat of getting dove, as well as you don't have anywhere near as much free access to those stacks in the top lane as Smolder up against a Gnar as you would up against something like the Cassante, which is what we typically see it picked into.
Yeah, it kind of feels like they're completely sacrificing Rest for Gory's matchup in the mid lane here. I don't agree with the Smolder flexing top. Maybe it's just unplayable into the Yasuo. I don't think it is, though. I saw that matchup maybe an hour ago in the LCK, and it looked fine for Smolder. Appreciates having a much shorter lane, and you saw what Jung was able to do against a much stronger champion in the Kennen. He's going to run over the Smolder, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, he has been, especially in that lane phase, looking great, right? And there's going to be a lot of work for Rest to survive and to get himself stacked up and to have a performance like Shun was able to eventually have on the Smolder last game. But they have now given Shun an easier time with that Ezreal into the misfortune than he would have had, as well as Gory. He's going to get his choice of matchup into that Yasuo, and what it was is going to be the Azir. Now, there is a lot of setup for the Yasuo here. There's a Gnar that can come in, find a big ult. Yasuo is going to be able to capitalize on that, as well as, of course, the Alistair Kaiwing, if he's able to find a multiple-man knock-up. Even just a knock-up on a key target can be very, very good for the side of Frank Esports. But what a pick. Haven't shown a whole lot of your champion pool as Pretender. Comes in, game number 3, your tournament life, your attempt, your year on the line, and he just picks Yasuo.
Yeah, and it's just so out of the ordinary for a player like Pretender, who we've just seen on control mages for the most part, to play something like the Yasuo. We'll see how he performs into it with maybe an unexpected counter pick coming out from Gory. Has gone for the grasp on the Azir.
Yeah, you do get a lot of free grasp procs, and every little bit of health helps, as well as the damage, honestly, that grasp provides is bonkers.
Yeah, should be okay for the Yasuo. Can't see him getting pushed out of lane all that easily. Gemini going to find rest here. Actually give him some stacks. Feels good to get the 25 stacks that much sooner as the Smolder. But Jiang will appreciate the ward nonetheless. Got a pause again. We did have some screen issues for Jiang in game 1.
And that did end up benefiting him, apparently.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe the mini-map portion of his screen was blocked off and he just pushed a side lane till he ended.
It's like, usually I think we go to the team that's having the issues.
Yeah, well the ref is checking
like
Sword Art's headset.
Yeah.
So that should be a dead giveaway.
Going in there. Is my mic working? Seemingly all good to get back in there. Timing adjusting his monitor perhaps. Oh, I like that.
Yeah, some breathing exercises.
Controlled breathing.
Love to see that out of the veteran Kaiwing, and probably need to tone it down a bit after the last game. Not necessarily Kaiwing. It is a Shun headset issue, we've been told.
Really? Maybe just getting Shun to try talk and listening through Sword Arts.
Yeah. Looks like we're back in game.
Oh, the striker Israel. I think this one doesn't often find success, actually.
Not my favorite.
What's yours?
I like the Pajama Guardian one.
All right, well, glad we didn't get the Pajama Guardian one.
Kaiwing gonna eat a Leona Q here, but not much else.
Lost lane off that one.
Another Leona Q, actually. And not willing to push Pulverize himself, Kaiwing.
I think he probably hasn't leveled anything.
Yeah.
Which I think is smart.
Yeah, on Alistair, you usually wait till level 2 to skill anything.
Yeah, there's just no real need, generally. It's pretty quick to just level something up if you need it, and you want the option truly to be between that Pulverize and Headbutt, but Wako finds the double up onto Shun.
Gonna be level 2 first for the CFO bot lane. But so far, trade's definitely going Frank's way.
Yeah.
Nice Q from Shun.
Sword Art is needle.
Kind of baiting Wako to go for that creep. But he does get it now, and level 2 for the Alistair means he can just peel this Leona off of his MF, and they should be perfectly fine. This is a pretty fast clear for Karsa.
Wait a second.
Yeah, it looks really fast. Nice Q as well.
254. Keep it in mind. It's Junja's. Oh, we've beaten it. Oh, we've absolutely demolished it.
Yeah, not even going to use the smite either.
2. Oh, yes.
Yeah, by 1 second.
All right. The new king of the jungle timer. 2 minutes and 53 seconds. Karsa on the Zyra, beating out Junja by a single second.
And Gemini has to worry about getting this red buff now.
Yeah, look how... Oh, okay. Karsa's going to feel good about that.
Yeah, and Frank's bot lane might just get dived with their jungler on their side of the map.
Yeah, but Gemini's coming around now. They have no idea that Gemini is here. They should, because Karsa got something out of that Krug camp rather, and Kaiwing turning this around. Shun, he gets first blood, but he goes down. Now, what can the turnaround be? Sword Art very low. Wako and Gemini extremely high on HP, and Gemini even getting a bunch of movement speed because of those plants. Karsa locks him down, though, and Sword Art turning this around, but it's not going to be anywhere near enough. It's going to be Wako getting another, Gemini getting the healing from the passive, and Karsa flashing away, not going to land the Q. It's going to be another kill. Wako is going to start the game with a triple off the back of way too much aggression out of CFO.
Yeah, and somehow Shun ends up tanking the tower there and just gets flashed on by Kaiwing. It was Kaiwing who made the hero play there, I think. Looked like the chase down might be difficult for Frank there without red buff on this Lilia, but they get it done at the end of the day, and all the kills go exactly where you want. We've seen Wako use gold maybe better than any other player in this league.
For some reason, Pretender's also just there and doesn't really lose anything, but...
Yeah, and Kaiwing lives on a sliver of HP and then gets onto Shun here is ridiculous. As the rest of CFO had just called off the play, Shun maybe rightfully just suicides for the kill there, only loses his cleanse. Nice bounce on the Q as well from Wako.
Yeah, also really smart by Gemini, I think, to not get in too impatient and go the quick way to get to that lane, because I think they just turn on him and kill him.
Yeah.
Goes the long way. Goes around by his red, up through Tri, and comes back around. And by then, the full commit under the tower had come through. Shun had already died, and it was just plain catch-up, rather, there. Pretender takes a tower shot, but Gory already having the having the recall come through. He's going to be able to come back with teleport. Really bad wave state, though, as Gory's half HP, despite recalling, and he used that time pretend to win bot to actually just get a recall and walk back to lane.
Yeah, it will be some creeps lost for Pretender, but it shouldn't be the most significant.
Yeah, all you need to do is not die when you've now got a 3-0 misfortune.
Yeah, very true.
BF sword to a tier longsword in glowing mode.
Yeah, and the Wako managed to hold on to his flash too. Cleanse won't be down for long either. Did lose creeps to that wave because he left the wave to go pick up all those kills, so a little bit of an XP advantage for Shun for now. But so much money on this MF. Boots just feels so good on this champion too. Into an Ezreal, Leona lane. Karsa might just repeat gank the Gemini's here. Ooh.
Rest actually having to flash away.
Yeah, he was doing really well in this lane, but you do have to just constantly be afraid of these all-ins.
Yeah, you're never really at risk of dying until level 6 against the Gnar. So he is just finding himself CS, being that he is just the higher range champion. But as you said, as soon as level 6 is through, Gnar can kind of just play aggressive and there's no real turnaround for it. Rest now losing ult, losing his flash as well. Means that next time Mega Gnar is available, Yi-Jiang can truly look for that all-in and look for that kill.
Yeah, and looks like Frank have grouped on the bot lane, but are finding nothing here as Shun is recalled and Sword Art has left to join Karsa on the top side.
Yeah, now how's Shun getting back to this wave? I
think he is not. And I think this Ezreal was a really important part of the early game for CFO to get them, you know, to the Smolder stacks. Wako's completely out of mana here.
Yeah, Wako is, but he will still just do a lot of damage with auto attacks, being that he just has a BF sword. Gory coming down, pathing straight out of lane to the bot lane, still has TP, so he can just do this.
Yeah, and it's a lot of time just wasted down here for Gemini. Karsa's going to take his blue buff and the Void Grubs. Gemini, I don't think, was able to pick much up in Karsa's jungle, on the other hand.
Well, 6 for Gemini now. Gory has to be a little bit careful, but with Flash and the Shurima Shuffle at his in his arsenal, should be completely fine.
Yeah, going for Leandri's first on the Azir is Gory.
Yeah, you do that when you have the Grasp of the Undying.
Yeah, and I'm surprised Gemini isn't just running to this top lane to gank a flashless Smolder.
Mega Gnar not stacking up all that quick at this stage of the game, so Rest feeling completely fine with that trade, but...
Yeah, surprisingly well in the trades.
Yeah, it is just the mini Gnar doesn't do that well.
Yeah, I thought even just with these items, the Gnar might be trading a little better, but maybe I've underestimated this matchup for the Smolder. So he has lost his flash in the 1v1.
Yeah, and Gnar is also just kind of akin to those 80 carries win in mini, where you don't have that much burst, as well as you just need a lot of uptime. So as long as Rest keeps the trades nice and short, he'll be winning. It is just when Mega Gnar's up that you have to be so careful. And you see, he sees the Mega Gnar coming up, he actually just recalls.
Yep, Gemini gonna have to fight for his Raptors now.
He lands the Swirl Seed, so it makes it a lot easier. Karsa doesn't feel confident enough to come up. Ult from Smolder. We'll be able to pick up a lot of those minions, but now actually just trading a lot of stacks as well as he sits at 42. Not the most impressive, but certainly a decent spot to be at this stage of the game.
Yeah, and I'm surprised Kaiwing and Gemini are spending so much time around mid and bot. Yes, Gemini is back to bot lane now, wants to fight for these bot side camps, doesn't have his top side camps up. Karsa's taken those. Nice E.
How? Actually, how?
Oh, he's going to run into his Ire here, though.
He has map hacks. They don't have vision anywhere there. What a beast.
Yeah, and it was straight up undodgeable for Shun as well. Maybe just checking the bush and right time, right place. As Shun's got some items.
Oh, okay. Karsa loses his ult to pick himself up his own blue buff. Gonna feel good about that, though, as he was also able to get Gemini's. And look at the CS discrepancy in that jungle position.
Yeah, you don't really expect Lilia to fall this far behind early.
I do understand why Gemini's doing this, though. It's because, hold up, flash away, but he does have Essence Flux, and he is just sniped away. Shun, you absolute beast, is, despite the strength of this misfortune, not able to get any play, and it's Shun really coming up trumps.
Yeah, Gemini just feels lost with a 3-0 MF. You would think after how that early game went, it should be Karsa in this position, trying to find a lane to play around, but Gemini's just wasted so much time up here. Sword Art finds another good engage. He's been very good on this Leona, but the ulti and Q from Shun from a mile away snipe out this Lilia.
What a smile. What a smile. CFO have a lot more people in their back room than just what now will be Skywalker and Jimian.
Wako has finished a Bloodthirster at 10 minutes, though, so you're still feeling good if you're the side of Frank, but it's probably very shocking that they're down gold after how that early gameplay went.
Yeah, and a lot of it is jungle.
Yeah.
Carson not having recalled yet will have a lot of gold to spend.
Yeah, just navigating that game state so much better, Karsa, which should be a much more difficult game state.
Well, I think the reason why Gemini was playing how he was because he expects there to be a lot of pressure around trying to pick up this misfortune, get that shutdown gotten rid of. Pretender, he's not going to commit the ult. I think that's wise. You never kill him.
Shoved into the tower probably if he ults there. So, Gory will recognize the aggression coming towards him from Kaiwing and Gemini and get out of there. And I think Rest has been the biggest benefactor of this previous 5 minutes being so bot lane centric. Aside from Karsa, of course, as Gory not going to go for the ulti there.
I wonder if Yasuo E one-shot Zyra plants.
Maybe.
I know melee auto attacks do, so his Q will.
Oh, Pretender didn't go for Nashor's Tooth this game. Unsurprisingly. A lot of solo Q Yasuo's ruining games with that item lately.
They have been.
What, Yasuo really best in slot 4 ruining solo Q games.
Yeah, oh, hold up. This might be it.
Not kill, though.
Yeah, he gets stunned up, actually. Nice Emperor's Divide, but Kaiwing's going to be able to tank up that tower completely fine. And while they don't find a kill, they actually just managed to get Karsa off those Void Grubs while Gemini clears away that dragon and now heads to his bot side to clear some camps.
Yeah, they do commit everything out of Kaiwing, though, who, if you're Wako, you really would have loved your Alistar using his spells aggressively for you, as you have a Bloodthirster already in this game. And they don't even get the flash out of Gory, though.
Oh, hold up.
This might do it.
Yeah, Gory, I mean, way too aggressive, but Pretender not able to stay behind this Azir and deny that Shurima shuffle from coming through.
Now, Karsa is eventually going to pick up these Void Grubs, maybe give the last hits to Rest. For these stacks, uninterested in doing so. The Rest had nothing to do in his lane because there is a Mega Gnar sitting in it.
Yeah.
So he comes down to help out anyway, and Pretender with the prio is not going to move bot actually. He's going to just take a recall now, and Gory is the one rotating to the bot lane.
Gemini ever accurate with those swill seeds.
Yeah, eventually it will just be first tower bot for the side of Frank. I don't see what CFO can do to stop that or even get a tower in another lane. They don't have strength in their other lanes.
And amazingly, Gemini is actually pretty much even, despite being down 30 CS.
Yeah, gets his item at the same time. Now, these lane assignments don't feel the best for CFO, but maybe it's the only way they stop their tower going down early in the bot lane.
Yeah,
or maybe they just trick Frank into swapping their bot lane to mid.
Yeah, I mean, admittedly, now it feels better for Yasuo to be in the shorter lane, longer lane.
And it feels much scarier for Rest, as the Frank bot lane are going to have Cryo in the mid lane now and be able to rotate onto the Smolder, who has his flash back up, but that is unlikely to stop these dives.
Slowly working away at those stacks as Rest. 884. Not the most impressive, but we saw how amplified that stacking becomes.
Yeah.
Especially if
Yasuo's going to get the money.
Yeah, you don't hate that. Obviously, Wako's already got a lot of gold, so it feels kind of good to give it to your solo laner.
Yeah, it makes you less one-dimensional. Playing out the rest of this game, having a strong side laner.
Oh, that's flash loss from both top laners. Probably actually a good thing for CFO, as Yi Zhang probably more flash reliant on finding one of those good engage. Oh.
Yeah, the shield blocking the damage there from the Azir, so the recall is not interrupted.
God damn. Almost finding another one.
There's another. Wako looks real good on this MF. Scary how much gold he's got in this game. Triforce finish for Shun, though. A few kills thrown his way.
And Gemini now actually evening up the
God damn.
The what is it called? Jungle item, whatever the names of them are.
Yeah, catching up reasonably well. This Ezreal is not outputting nearly as much damage. This should just be a free Rift Herald. Zhang should not really be in any danger here.
Let's lose Mega Gnar.
Yeah, you got to find a way to stop bleeding out these turrets and objectives on the side of CFO. Only Azir feels like he can really stand his ground.
Yeah, but even then, if he's just locked into the lane with Yasuo, because there's no world in which Smolder goes there, it's going to be pretty hard to deal with. Sword Art gets hit by one of those Swirl Seeds again. Gemini once again will be landing that one as the supports shake each other's hands. And Jian loses half his HP to Kasa with Electrocute. So Kasa agreeing that Electrocute the superior rune.
Yeah, and I think Frank are just going to slowly push in all 3 lanes and take these towers. End objectives as they spawn. 50 seconds on this Cloud Drake now. Blue buff for Waka on this. MF feels amazing. Though I think this game he is going for the Essence Reaver, maybe.
Yeah, it does appear that way. I mean, the only other things is like Black Cleaver, which is very unlikely, or Sheraldas.
Once upon a time, the MF build, and yeah, they're trying to swap the Gnar into the Azir and the Yasuo into the Smolder. Rest does have TP available.
No flash, though.
Oh, it's more about the TPs, actually. They want their TP top lane so that they can take this dragon as Frank. And, ooh, Zhang almost lets the turret go down without Gori in range to get local gold. That would have felt nice. Marco just putting the moves on in the mid lane to get as much damage as he can. Have to be careful face-checking this jungle if you're Frank. The Zyra is very scary.
I wonder how much of maybe Wako going Essence Reaver is just because he's going to be using abilities a lot, being that his range is relatively short.
Yeah, compared to the CFO lineup, definitely low on range, and TP to the tier 2 for Rest means they want to contest this dragon, probably.
Yeah, and I think both teams should be looking to do so. For Frank, it means that you're getting an extra dragon possibly before Smolder is even at that first upgrade, although will be very shortly. And CFO are starting it. They have to be careful, though. Imagine the combo that can come through if Kaiwing's able to find a nice engage, and he has flash available, and everyone's sort of in a choke here in the jungle. All getting put into this one bush as the dragon wailing away at these health bars. Gemini now makes it there. Pretender! Pretender, the bullet time is fantastic! Gori will interrupt! This is a 1-for-1 for the time being. Jungle for their mid laner. But now Gemini is going to be able to turn his attention back towards this dragon. The follow-up wasn't even that amazing, but it was enough. It was enough to get Wako in there with the bullet time, and Pretender keeping that CC chain going. Grants another dragon to Frank.
Yeah, sacrifices himself for the team fight, does Pretender. 4-0 now. Is Wako, has all of his team's kills. A lot of pressure on his shoulders, but he manages it very well. As you said, you called it, Kaiwing with flash up is nothing to scoff out. Karsa actually using his ulti here so he doesn't get engaged on once he gets Lilia ulted. And then Kaiwing just finds his moment. Doesn't have vision until now. And then he finds 3 with his ulti. Perfectly placed MF ulti. Interrupted by Gori. Otherwise, it could have been even more tragic for CFO.
Gori's flash. Oh, wait.
Rest has no flash at this point, right?
Yeah, I don't think so.
So the fact that we're seeing a replay means he probably dies. Yeah. This is how I expected the matchup to go. I guess it takes a while.
You got the Triforce now, importantly.
Yeah, I thought Gnar would be doing that earlier, but yeah, not actually that bad in the early lane phase was the Smolder. 120 stacks for him now. Still very behind where he'd like to be.
Yeah, we've seen Smolders finished by now.
Yeah.
So, while Zhang wasn't able to make much headway in terms of the CS, again, the most important thing is stopping the stacking, and it seems like he's done that perfectly fine.
Yeah, and I think a Yasuo as the counter to a Smolder mid feels really good for Frank going forward in this series.
Oh, Zhang gets a slow. He has flash. He has flash. He's not going to be able to find it, and it would just be answered by a flash as well. Zhang's flash, much more important.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. I think Zhang should hold on to his flash. There is just winning this lane regardless, so trading his flash doesn't make a lot of sense when he can have so much impact with it showing up to these fights. Has his TP as well. And I love how Frank have played their advantage.
Oh, Marco gets hit. He has cleanse. He's going to use it. Kaiwing headbutting away. Be able to pop that ult. It's a trade of ults there. And cleanse lost.
Yeah, and Sword Art just with one play gets the cleanse off of MF, gets the ulti off this Alistar, and relieves so much pressure off his team. That was really well played by Sword Art.
Rory trying to defend this red, but I mean, the pink ward is going to be able to dodge away.
Can still get the Q on him, Gemini. Oh, not quite.
Rory just fast enough.
No stacks on the Lilia. Ooh.
Oh, Jung finds it.
Yeah, gets his flash.
Now, well, you don't have to kill the Smolder now. It's just flash gone.
Yeah, and now you have the option to use your flash later as Jung to kill the Smolder. Or, you know, it's just a flashless Smolder now. Easier to deal with for your team if they want to dive him in the top lane. Bot lane, rather. Wako eventually picks up this tier 2. I like how slow Frank are playing this game. After throwing their lead in the previous game, they didn't actually have a gold lead in this game, but they had a 3-0 MF, and they had the a Smolder with 80 stacks at like 15 minutes or something. So they were at a massive advantage without necessarily having a gold lead. And they play it slowly, they play it patiently, rest down 2 levels.
Yeah, has farm, but again.
Yeah, and I don't think the Azir has done well enough into the Yasuo to really justify this flex pick.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was their last pick on red side, so it should be a compositional pick, and it does well compositionally.
Young. Constantly putting pressure on Rest. As long as Rest can just stay under his tower and farm up, it's okay.
Slowly but surely.
Yeah, unlikely he has the mirror mana finish.
Has a dagger. Obviously, will eventually build into a rapid fire cannon. In fact,
that was just going for one now.
Yeah, it feels. I guess he just feels too vulnerable. At which point you have to wonder, fellas, why did we pick me Smolder?
Yeah, just seems really difficult for Rest to play out this game. He's done a decent job farming.
I think they never expected Yasuo.
Yeah.
And so they were like, okay, we can just put Smolder into what is probably going to be Corki out of Pretender.
Yeah, but Frank being able to counter the Smolder in all 3 lanes bodes well for their hopes in this series.
Yeah, actually, no matter what lane you put this Smolder, he was suffering.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's hard to tell which lane he actually suffered in more, honestly. So I'm giving them flack for swapping at top, but maybe this was the best outcome possible. And that's important because CFO, first rotation to the Smolder, something we're not seeing any teams do. You need to see one playable lane for the Smolder to do this. Because they just don't have faith in Frank to actually close a game with a lead. And Frank have to prove them wrong here. So far, so good.
Look, I am somewhat inclined to agree with CFO's opinions.
Yeah, after game 2, you can't blame them.
Yeah, not even
blinding a Smolder.
Just historically as well. They often just win because eventually some massive fight that is fairly unnecessary occurs and they manage to win off the back of it. But
yeah, and the gold doesn't even matter whether they're winning or losing.
And generally it's like they're not very good at sieging. I've noticed about Frank Esports is they often like they get barons, but they're not pushing the leads like we see other teams. They really struggle to sync minion waves.
Yeah, only 2 towers picked up this game is surprising when you have a fed ADC. That is usually their strongest point. When you get a lot of gold on these ADCs, you can run them around the map and pick up towers. CFO now actually getting the advantage in towers.
Yep, they do pick up a tower. It is going to be answered back by a dragon, however.
Yeah, that feels okay because it is your sole point, but you can't give up this tier 2 if you're Frank.
Yeah, they won't be. Kaiwing's on a flank, and I don't think they know. Oh my god! Pretender, though, he doesn't pull the trigger on that ultimate. He will be able to now, and he does. He's now on to Casa. Strangleforms come out, and Pretender with a nice flash away, but everyone from CFO makes it here. Wako's trying to get here. He's going to be able to use that bullet time over the wall. He's not even going to use it. He's just going to go in and auto-attack, and look at the absolute headshots that Wako's given over. Gory goes golden. Gory does not get hit by the stun, but will get absolutely clapped by this misfortune as Shun whiffs on the timing there, trying to execute off Gemini. Not going to be able to do it. Misses out on Wako, who makes it rain, and he hits the Q, and look at the damage! The flash forward, but the flash answer, the dodge again! Wako, you absolute beast, but won't be able to get the kill, as Shun will just get his abilities up. His arcane shift comes up, but it's Frank who wins the team fight, and Frank who gobble up the purple worm.
And as often is the case for Frank, it's Kaiwing who gets it done. He finds the play. The moment the TP starts, CFO don't have time to back off. There's an Alistar flashing over the wall. Pretender plays that fight beautifully as well. Gets his damage out onto Karsa and then kites up towards the wave. I thought Pretender was a goner for sure, but I forgot how Yasuo worked, and he drops the ward and instantly flashes over. Nice reaction time from Rest, but he's just a weak Smolder TPing to this fight. So despite Jiang not even having Mega for this fight, he's able to show up, pick off Karsa. Pretender's long gone, farming out the wave at this point, and once Wako shows up, the fight is just over. You see how much damage he does.
I love how good he was at sidestepping while sprinting straight at Shun.
Yeah.
It's not easy to do that.
Yeah, not flashing after an Ezreal on MF, not something many players would do, I think, but maybe thinking he's just fast enough to chase him. Does get the flash off of Shun in response.
Yeah, but definitely a less valuable sum.
Yeah, than the MF, than the 6-0 MF flash, so Wako maybe just has it out for Shun. You saw in the previous game, him just running at Shun 1v3 under the tier 1 mid.
Yeah, look, mate, these two in 2023 were just rivals. They were just the two best AD carries, especially in spring. And it was not even an argument until Betty came in and played for BYG in the summer split. But these two, you know, it is becoming a bit of a legacy matchup, Wako versus Shun.
Yeah, and so far, Wako getting the better of it. As Frank can just relax for now. I don't think they need to feel that much pressure. The Smolder's not really that close to getting his stacks. And they can just wait for this next dragon, pick up an Air Soul. Feels amazing on Alistair, as well as Lilia. Probably on Gnar, it feels pretty good too.
Yeah, Mum comes through, try and wave clear, but not all that much. With just how weak, really, the Smolder is. Only the Rapid Fire Cannon alongside the Triforce. Doesn't have that Mirror Mana, not even close to it. May as well not even talk about it.
Yeah, I don't think he's ever finishing that Mirror Mana.
He might. It might be one of those finish Mirror Mana, Nexus Explodes type trades.
Yeah.
26 minutes, not even at 200 stacks.
Yeah.
Criminally far behind. Arguably, now I'd have to go watch every single game in the world, but probably the worst Smolder pick of all time.
Yeah, feels like it. This
actually just counted across. There's not a single champ that he's good into. Yeah. Maybe the Alistair. It's not the worst, but even then.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of needed the Smolder to get online around this time, as Gory's gone for just a tank Azir build. He's a lot of their damage. They have a Zyra to make up for it, but you know, Ezreal was never really going to win this lane against MF. It probably shouldn't have gone as disastrously as it did off of the first clear, but
yeah, one of those one dive, all in on the dive level 4 basket, and unfortunately junglers were on the same side. So the team that did not have to tank up the tower won.
Yeah, and they had seen the Lilia actually.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Karsa noticed would be the problem, because his plant just randomly took it, and he's probably not looking at the plant.
Yeah, might not have heard the jingle of gold as he picked up a little Krug. Now look at Wako's items. Does need an LDR. Mostly to hit
items.
Gory.
God. I mean, it is just not even an argument who is the strongest champ here. Jiang, very far ahead in XP though, my lord.
Yeah, I mean, he's almost 3 levels up on this Smolder. As Rest is actually, for the time being, 3 levels down, but very close to level 15.
Yeah, now while this is all good and well, we actually have to see Frank, you know, maybe for the first time ever, find the way to actually close this game.
Yeah.
And hopefully it's not going to come down to just a random 5v5. They're going to be able to pick up this Cloud Soul without any contest. So you have to feel like they have the tools. We have this Zhonya's available for Gemini. He can flash, Q, ult, Zhonya's. He can flash, Q, ult, and run away probably with Cloud Soul. You have to be able to find the angle here, especially at this end of the season. You don't have any more time to improve. You have 6 days until you're up against SoftBank for either one of these teams, and it's time for you to really show that you've learned everything you need over the course of this season.
Yeah, and not only in the draft, but also in this mid-game, into the late game now, Frank have just looked like a completely different team with Pretender, and it might be similar to what we were talking about with CFO putting Rest in. Pretender just a player a little more willing to give his teammates resources.
Yeah, look at Wako's farm. 50 CS above the clock. It's probably not having with Jimmy in. That guy loves himself a bit of farm.
Yeah, even just plays like Pretender coming down for that fight at the tier 1, that very first play.
Yeah.
Made by Frank is maybe something Jimmy's not willing to do if he has to sacrifice farm for. Jiang unafraid of this tank Azir.
Yeah, this is not going to bode well. The fact our Azir can't even fathom auto-attacking with his soldiers against this Na. As Gemini, not going to land, but this is very, very scary for the side of CFO. It's always a good fight for someone like a Zyra in the choke, but just with the strength, the movement speed that you get from this Cloud Soul, it becomes less so like that.
Yeah, MF feels fantastic in these chokes too. Karsa does smite away the red buff.
Gemini gets flashed on. He's going to go golden though, and the bullet time's coming through, not finding all that much value, but there's just no follow-up. And down will go Sword Art. It most possibly was the only look for a fight they could find. And Pretender just dry knock up onto Shun. All the setup in the world, but he doesn't damn well need it. He's going to fight it himself. And look at him, dip dive. I don't know where he's going, but he is going for game number 3. Wako not able to find much onto Gory. Looked like everyone kind of hit the S key there for a second, but Frank still coming out on top. No one going down for 3 kills. And it was Pretender. Pretender finding a raw knock-up onto Shun, securing this Baron, and surely the game.
Yeah, and Rest has just gotten his stacks in typical Smolder fashion as the game is pretty much over. We'll see what kind of impact he can have in these fights. I can't imagine all that much, as he will be dead.
Oh, this is one of those games where you have a Smolder, this game is completely doomed, and this game's like, oh, it's over, boys, we can't win. Nexus is exploding, he goes, I got my stacks, we can fight.
Yeah, and don't blame Sword Art for going for this
I thought this might work, especially when bullet time sucked.
Yeah, bullet time did actually just zone everyone from being able to take this fight in a good choke that might have favored CFO, and then Pretender monster play there. They get the shove into the tower. Well played by Gory, but kind of gets the zoomies, skits out on the minion waves Pretender, and gets out of there fine. And
less smiles now for the side of CFO.
A whole room of people, a fleet of people, dead silent as they watch their Nexus blow up very soon, I imagine.
School of people, maybe, if you would say, as he quite likes sea life. Gory does get hit by that Swirl Seed, but should be okay. Has the Zhonya's available to himself, of course, if things do get a little bit dodgy for him. And now this is a better look. We have the Baron, and we've secured 2 inhibs, looking for a 3rd. Gory trying to clear out that wave, but doesn't feel all that reliable or realistic even, as many waves crashing now. Open inhibs, top and middle. Gory trying a wave clear, but look at Wako's damage. Rapid fire cannon up, walks up, Q Gory, half HP.
That's a Frozen Heart Zhonya's here, by the way.
Now Pretender, he has Q3. He did it by himself last time. He's got it again. Oh, I just feel like one of these is connecting.
Yeah, I mean, you give him enough time, eventually he will connect. They have all the time in the world. They can buff up Pretender.
Solar Flare goes wide, and here comes the wind wall.
Nice.
What a play by Pretender.
Oh,
and there we are. Now, Gory is completely out of this fight, at least for the foreseeable future, and nice CC timing means Pretender can't follow up on that ultimate. Wako, though, he is not even interested in this fight. He's just taken that inhib.
Triple inhib
at least
against
the tower,
Baron.
but now should be the inhib, and there it does go down.
Yeah.
Kaiwing with flash. Pretender, he doesn't have teleport. He's trying to lifesteal somewhere. He can just go down if they find the angle. Gory's so low on HP, and honestly, the damage coming through from these super minions, these empowered minions, is so high. Shun, he even gets half health as Nexus Tower number 1 will go down. So will number 2. Kaiwing finds his way in, but there's no follow-up coming through. The bullet time eventually does, and Wako secures 1, and Frank will secure 2 as they now lead the series 2-1, and CFO has their year on the line.
Yeah, Wako picks up a couple kills at the end there as a little treat from himself. They kept CFO to 3 kills that entire game, never able to even play the game.
And 1 was First Blood.
Yeah, 1 was First Blood. And another was Gemini getting killed somewhere, and then they must have picked up another. I don't know what the 3rd kill even was, but Wako, I think, ended that game maybe 10-0.
Yeah, what a performance. I mean, it wasn't even really Wako. I'm just going to say it. It was CFO. Frank lost themselves the game in game number 2. CFO came out and they're like, you know what? Respect. We'll give you 1 back. Yeah. And they went for the dive, and I'm not sure. Like, it would have to hear from Karsa as an individual if he noticed that he actually got that kill on the small crud. Because if he knew that, then it's like, okay, they're junglers here. Let's not dive.
That play was so close to working onto Kaiwing too. I wonder if we'll get the replay. I doubt it because of how many good moments there were in that game.
That was the game defining moment.
It was the game deciding moment, and it might just earn Kaiwing the MVP on its own, honestly, because of how well he played that.
Yeah, Jiang did get 2 solo kills.
Yeah, that's true as well. Who does get MVP? Wako probably.
But I don't
Picked up all the kills and just played flawlessly after.
The worst part is I don't know if Wako did that much.
No, he didn't.
He was just like, he was just
no one. You saw at the end there.
Egregiously far ahead.
Yeah, you saw at the end there. None of these champs on the side of CFO could even look at the MF. They would not hold eye contact with Wako for even a second.
Yeah. It was like they try and go forward, and you just have a brick wall. It's like this Lillian is not dying, this Nara's not dying, this Alistair is not dying, and Pretender might die, but he is just too agile.
Yeah,
you saw it
crazy
time
on
and
the
time
Yasuo.
again. He's just like,
That was sick. Yeah.
he was very good at the Yasuo, very mechanically proficient on that champ. But ultimately, teamwork from Frank much better here. CFO, I think if they notice that Krug goes down, they don't go for that dive, we have an entirely different game, because it's a lot easier to play a game of League of Legends when your AD carry starts with a triple kill. I'll be honest. I've noticed that in my games. I'm sure pro players notice that in theirs. A triple kill for an AD carry at level 3 is like, wow, this has been becoming a hard game to play now.
We've honestly seen Wako have these starts every once in a while, and I don't think we've ever seen him lose.
Yep, I don't
with
think
that
so
many
either.
kills. He just never goes down. Usually when he does go down, it's because he's made a game-winning play or they've overcommit too much onto him. And CFO, I don't think should feel too bad about that loss. I think they just tested the waters with Frank. How nervous are these guys? Are they choking away their leads? And they pick the Smolder, seeing if Frank will put out a similar performance.
Oh, driver getting set up. That's so unfair.
Yeah, that is so unfair. Rest caught the bullet for his team. Oh, Kaiwing might get the MVP off this play.
Yeah.
This was insane from him. The ward into immediately flash into a 1v3, just knowing his team was going to be there in time. Only has to pop his ulti right now on the Alistair. Pretender also just has a fantastic game.
How pathetic is Smolder?
Yeah, just gets one tapped. So useless at this point when he's behind. And honestly, it's so unfair to Rest.
Yeah.
As, to be fair, in game 1, it also looked like he solo lost in the game, but not really his fault either.
He is actually
he just jumped in front of the bus. He dived in front of the bus for Gory this game. It should be Gory just looking useless on a Smolder. Instead gets an okay matchup on the Azir.
Yeah, did well. He did a lot of damage. But you're Azir against a melee champ. You are supposed to do a lot of damage, and admittedly he did, but it just wasn't enough. Like, the damage he did didn't feel impactful.
No, pretty much never that game. Had some nice ultis for himself, but they were just too far behind. Never landing the ultis onto Wako, importantly, which was his only target.
No one finding Wako. Sword Art found him one time, got the cleanse, and that was it.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see how much damage Wako took this game.
Yeah, true.
Because I think it's very low.
Yeah. Yeah, we can't see until we can check out Games of Legends afterwards.
Yeah, I think we'll see like percentage.
Oh, yeah, no,
in a sec.
DT, right? Yeah. We'll see it if he gets the MVP.
Yeah, 8% of his team's damage taken. Just took 0 damage.
Wow. Yeah,
Sword Art Karsa, 100% KP.
Often champs with Bloodthirster actually take a lot of damage.
Yeah, because you can just face tank things like Ezreal and tank Azir. Just face tank them, heal up.
But no one even had access to even scraping Wako.
Yeah, every interaction with Wako was just taking half your HP off.
7% of the damage that he took out of that 8% is probably just that dive that happened.
Yeah.
Like, he actually just didn't take any. He was never getting the most damage taken per death, I'll tell you that for free, but he did get everything else.
Yeah.
He's got a whole lot of Wako over there. Gemini picking up the most damage, so taking that crown rather, away from Karsa for at least one game. And it is going to be Yijang. I mean, 2 solo kills.
Yeah.
While he didn't give himself an egregiously big lead in the lane, we did see...
he was 2 levels up anyway.
Yeah. That was obviously after a couple of solo kills, though. But it was more so that we came out of lane, rest was evenish on CS, but at like 80 stacks at about 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Which is appalling. Not that, it was like 15 minutes, but still, I mean, just as appalling, really.
Yeah, never got to play this game, Rest. And again, just not really his fault. It didn't feel like... Honestly, the solo kills came later than I expected. I felt like Rest played really well in this lane to stay even for as long as he did. But just left on an island with the Snart, eventually you are just gonna die.
Yeah, the flap, not quite good enough of a escape tool, and yeah, just punished.
Yeah, and we'll see how they do if they do put Driver in. I worry a little bit for Driver, and the form Jungin is in. Driver is a much more volatile player.
Yeah. But that could bode well.
Yeah.
That could, because it also means there's a whole new champ pool opened up. Because, yeah, Rest is pretty much just... I mean, this game, it felt like he didn't actually want to play the Smolder.
You could see it in the player cam.
Yeah.
He was scratching his head, literally, as we were loading in. Once the Azir got locked in for his team, he was scratching his head.
It does feel like he just bit the bullet. He's like, all right, they're like, Pretender, probably going to play Corki. All right, so we'll just pick Smolder. We'll just anticipate the Corkis coming through.
Yasuo, yeah.
So Yasuo for Pretender? The PCS playoffs does continue to surprise, and now, Frank, they are one game away from punching their ticket into that live lower bracket finals against SoftBank. Let's see if they can do it or see if CFO bounce back.
他先出来了，看个塔，看个塔，看个塔，看个塔，3万层，看个塔，看个塔，真的，看个塔，你们推吧，你们能点就是点。他开我，哎，没反。来，播吧，你播吧。哇，大家好。啊，杀！哇！走，我快点！哇，还行。
关键时刻，握着阿嬷帮我准备的球拍，让我更有把握赢球。阿嬷，好睡吗？睡哦。家人的爱是多年的依赖，就像我多年以来依赖中华电信。金白来，最疼我的家人，最挺我的中华电信。舞动精彩，共创未来。
永远走在最前面，中华电信。
旅客陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen. Your third flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅迎蒙古，臣等备好贡品，向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛豚骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
Ooh la la, I like fast. We got time, go make it last. Champagne glasses, hear them. I'ma move like this, you gon' buy me a diamond. So jump on it, come on, I know you want it. Raise them glasses to the sky. It's our time, we own the night. We got tonight to be happy. Let's take our time and be happy. Come on, baby, want to dance with me? Say, ooh la la, I like the way you feel. Ooh la la, don't be shy now, let me say. Ooh la la, I like the way you feel. Ooh la la, this is what we came to do. Ooh la la, eh. We came to party. Ooh la la, eh. We came to party. We came to party. We came to party. We came to party. This is what we came to do. Come on, baby, don't be shy. Come on, 'cause you and I, we own the night. We gon' take it slowly, right up to the morning. You know it. Come on, baby, won't you dance with me? Say, ooh la la, I like the way you feel. Ooh la la, don't be shy now, let me say. Ooh la la, I like the way you feel. Ooh la la, this is what we came to do. Ooh la la, eh. We came to party. Ooh la la, eh. We came to party. Ooh la la, eh. We came to party. Ooh la la, eh.
Yeah. Come from nothing in the world, but it's all good. Catch you looking at the stars like we all should. I'll be lighting up the sky like a star burns. I've been standing in the shadow, now it's my turn. See me aiming at the mark with my eyes closed. I'll be shaping up the rock with the grindstone. Now I'm stepping up my game, got my mind set. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. Woo! What's good? I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. Woo! I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. When you hear them go wild, it's a home crowd. But you never slow down when it's sold out. I'll be ready for it, I can take it home. When you see me in the frame, I'm a Van Gogh. Watch the heads turn, see the sky burn. Catch you looking at my style, but you'll never learn. When it's all done, when it's all said, I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. Woo! What's good? I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. touching on me, I'm winning so good. Go write that check, cause I'm feeling too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up, Greek God. I got the thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. Bet you wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always on top of the game. You know that I win, that I win, that I win, that I win. I was born to be bad, so go 100%. 'Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. I got the world in my hands. I'm like a perfect diamond, I'm red. 'Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. So welcome to the fire. I'm the one with the light. Feel it burning through your veins. So welcome to the flames, getting higher. Welcome to the fire.
Welcome back, everybody. And I was thinking of saying this at the top of the day. We are currently sitting at a 2-1 record for Frank, and everyone needs to keep in mind that two of, shall I say, Kaiwing Wako or Casa Sword Art are not making it to Worlds. And this next game could very well decide that, because CFO, if they lose this, they are out of Worlds contention. They will not progress through this playoffs anymore, and it will be Wako and Kaiwing going forward. So just massive names, people that have made their presence known on the world stage, particularly from CFO and Casa and Sword Art, and it would be beyond disappointing to not see them progress.
Yeah, so last ditch effort maybe from CFO to put Driver in the top lane. We've seen Jung get 2 MVPs on blue side now. CFO going to take the blue side sub Driver, and we saw him grabbing his gear, so not the biggest surprise there. Though it does feel a little unfair for Rest in a couple of doomed matchups. Not really much he could do. When he got a good matchup, he did very well, but we'll see how Driver does. Different champion pool is the most important thing, I think. Probably similar reasons to why Frank have put Pretender in, or the champion pool, rather than maybe individual performance.
Yeah, I mean, we already felt immediate progress from having Pretender in.
Yeah.
Just, maybe it's Frank, CFO getting overconfident and knowing Pretender's champ pool and, picking that blind smolder and then just getting Yasuo'd on.
Yeah, and can't blame them for misjudging Pretender's champion pool. Yasuo,
we did.
Yeah, Yasuo is the last champion I thought that guy would play, but has been putting his time off to good use.
And he has played the Yone, so it's not the biggest surprise, but certainly unexpected in a game of this kind of stakes, right? Where your entire year is now on the line.
Yeah, and Kaiwing will not be getting his hands on the Alistar again.
Yep, Yasuo gone.
2 top lanes focused at Driver now.
And importantly, Jack's not gone. Because Driver is possibly the best, no, not even possibly, he is just the best Gragas we have in the PCS.
Yeah.
And Gragas completely turbo Omega Giga Stomps Jax.
Yeah, Gragas sometimes feels like he just doesn't lose any lanes. Lilia will be the ban. So maybe just a Zyra first pick for CFO.
Gragas does lose lanes, but certainly not the meta champs that are currently being played does he lose to.
I'd be really surprised to see a Leona first pick with things like Ashe available, Zyra available.
Maybe just reading that. Lilia's off the table, so if you go for an AP champ, this is going to be good into it.
Yeah, I guess they're willing to play the brand side of the Zyra brand matchup again.
Does Wako go the Ashe? Because Shun has looked like an incredible Ashe. In game 2, was it? It just fell to the second stage of the pick bans, no one wanting it.
Yeah.
Maybe it was game 1, I don't remember now.
Yeah, I think it was game 1, but one of these games definitely. These teams, neither of them really prioritizing the Ashe. Is just such a strong pick. Alongside something like the Zyra, that used to just be a bot lane. The old Ashe Zyra a million years ago, but maybe just the MF with how well Wako's done on it. Usually a pick into the Ashe is the MF, so makes sense. Not that it destroys the Ashe and lane or anything, but it does well.
Yeah, I mean, out of all the AD carries, it's hard to find a champ that does well into Ashe.
Yeah, Jhin and MF. Definitely.
I mean, I wonder if we've just seen Ziggs now, actually. You've got the Leona. It should do pretty well.
Yeah, I was worried when I saw the Yasuo ban that CFO might just be willing to die on this Smolder Hill. And this time it's more likely Gory's going to get it with the Yasuo off the table.
Now, does Pretender possibly look for one of these artillery mages? Because they do fantastic into Smolder. You wouldn't want to pick it here. You have counterpick, so you will be able to find out where the Smolder is exactly going before you pick up your mid laner.
Yeah, and they've gone for the Skarner into the Zyra again. Didn't look all that bad, but it did feel like Frank had a position good enough to win themselves the game.
Wow, and possibly the first Nautilus we've seen in a while, but now maybe going back towards the Rel, which is a champion I think Kyling's honestly had the most success on, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, a champion, especially last split, he would just go to whenever given the opportunity.
Yeah, and last split was just Nautilus banned against him the entire split. Literally every single game, it was just Nautilus banned against Kyling, so he just always played the Rel, and now he's happy to just keep picking it up.
Yeah, and we've swapped the Nautilus ban for an Alistar ban by the look of things, as Kyling continues to be a menace in the support role. Sword Art no slouch either this whole series. Kennen taken away.
Somewhat surprising. I guess this means they just want to pick up that top laner now. Honestly, blind pick, nah, why not? It's going to mean that Smolder has to go AD carry or the mid lane, and you're able to counterpick away that mid lane if he does try, if Gory tries his hand at the Smolder.
Yeah, I think at this point you can just assume it's going Smolder. They're going Smolder mid because the bot lane will be really difficult into MF. Gnar banned away, so CFO recognizing, as you did, that the blind Gnar was very strong for Frank here. We're going to see some strange top laners, or maybe just Cassante something.
Will it be? We've seen a Darius one time.
Can they ban Gragas here?
You know, we've also seen Yi Zhang's Darius. I don't know if you remember this.
Yeah.
But it was last split, and it was one of the funniest games I've ever seen. Do you remember? There was a Bard, and Yi Zhang was like on 1 HP as Darius. Bard portals 4 people through to try and kill him, and he queues all of them, and everyone dies.
I'm surprised Frank don't go for a Darius ban, but the Tristana has looked so good for Gory, and they're not convinced it is the Smolder mid.
I was thinking Darius for the side of Frank.
Okay.
Because Smolder cannot lane against that champ. Well, melee versus range, but no, this
feels good for about 2 minutes, and
until
then
Darius hits the NOS and just sprints at you.
Jack's banned away, so CFO having to blind pick their top laner. Don't want to have to face a last pick. Jax probably means they're just going Cassante top.
I actually think... what can you pick into Smolder,
though? Can you just take Cassante here?
No, not into Smolder. Smolder would just be put top, I think.
Right. Oh, that is really intelligent drafting then. So now they get the Smolder Corki matchup in the mid lane.
If they want it. This could still be Shun. A lot of question marks, basically, is what we keep saying. In a long, roundabout way around this Smolder. And where this goes defines the draft, as it did last game. LeBlanc, I mean, I like this.
Oh, really?
AP champs. It's, okay, LeBlanc sucks into these AD mids, but we've already seen proof. Is this not just a Riven? We've seen this before. Oh my lord, did I call the Darius even?
Go on.
It wasn't Darius because of the Urgot, that wasn't my reasoning, but we take those.
Yeah, back to your point about the LB, it is not great into the Corki, so Gory will have to do his best to stay even in this lane and then have impact later. And as you said, we've seen it before, and the LB was able to have a lot of impact.
Yeah, no surprise.
Okay.
He's already played this matchup. We saw this matchup, was it game 1, I believe. Last time it was CFO versus Frank, and currently, Yi Zhang, 3 games of Riven in the playoffs, 3 wins.
Yeah, undefeated on the Riven, and The Urgot did quite well in the laning phase against the Riven, but in the side lanes, just much easier to catch this champion. And
yeah, and he went for the Hull Breaker and was kind of losing the side lanes. So, I mean, it probably will just be the Hull Breaker again. I think Hull Breaker is just the best item in the game on Urgot.
Yeah, I'm really surprised they did go for the Smolder bot lane and the LB mid. It feels like they've just drafted 2 losing lanes, whereas they could have had the Smolder doing fine into the Corki and maybe pick something like the Ezreal again.
Yeah, but I guess, you know, similar to what we think of Yi Jung, back against the wall, pick something you want, something you're comfortable on. Gory's certainly shown he's comfortable on this LeBlanc. In fact, maybe you'll disagree, but at least in my opinion, I think the best performance he has even had in this playoffs, and it's not close, at least in my opinion, is on that LeBlanc.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a 1v9 performance against Jimmy, I believe, on Yone.
Yeah. Corki much harder than the Yone to lane against, but he's proven that he's good at the champ.
Yeah, can even pick up a Hex Drinker, but often you just don't need it.
Now, the question is it a strong 2v2? The Skarner and LeBlanc?
I couldn't tell you.
Yeah.
I really couldn't tell you. I have no idea.
Neither could I. I mean, both teams, right? The Zyra has a bit of lockdown, the Corki doesn't. The LeBlanc has a bit of lockdown. The Skarner kind of does, but it's not the easiest to get onto those champs. It's really going to be up to CFO to prove their team comp. Obviously, question marks still around the Urgot. We've seen it once. It's lost in this exact matchup.
Yeah, and honestly, it feels hard to bet against
Flash
Jung.
on Gory.
That is psycho behavior from Gory, maybe knowing something about this matchup that we don't. We've seen these ADCs do perfectly fine. Maybe the electrocute ignite changes the matchup.
Maybe.
Don't miss your flash massively on the LB, especially if you're not going to be played around by the Skarner. We'll see how Pretender manages this lane. The reason we think Corki will be just perfectly fine into LB is this champion just builds like a tank in the early game. He goes for either Tabbies or Merc Treads and a Ruby Crystal into his Phage.
Oh, Yi Jung going to be looked at. I mean, Kasa, he started Q, so...
yeah, not much to do here.
He could yeet a boulder at him, but it's probably not going to reach.
Yeah, and Riven can just take her pick of dashes and get out of there. Yeah, this trade will be much better for Pretender.
Gets the electrocute proc, but as you said, and...
Yeah, and I mean, it's just not a great lane for LB, which is why it's such a surprising pick. Gory
and
already using pot.
What we saw there is exactly why, because Gory can go and trade aggressively, but if he W's onto the Corki, Corki presses E and walks at LeBlanc.
Yeah, as he does in many matchups. And this is why Corki is such a high priority in pro play. There are so many lanes he just wins and outscales. Oh, flash on in bot lane instantly.
Yeah, oh, Shun getting low. Wako, he does get, I believe, exhausted. Or was it Shun getting exhausted? Someone got exhausted.
Yeah, I think I know where the Zyra is pathing based on how Frank have played this early game. They want to trade hard in the bot lane because they want to dive the Smolder. They want a 3-wave crash into a dive. Zyra gets here faster than any champ in the game. And
especially if Casa's on it.
Shun just recalls. Shun just recognizes that and recalls.
There are so many audio cues going on right now.
Yeah, I didn't realize we did all the sounds.
We don't usually. It's usually just the mid lane, but holy. I was getting a bit dizzy there. Sword Art with exhaust. Okay, smart. You need the exhaust because of the ribbon. We saw... It was CFO. It was CFO and or was it DFM actually? No, it was. It was DFM and it was Harp. Harp on the Tom Kench in one stage of the team fight. Found an exhaust onto Yi Jung.
As he found a massive engage.
Yeah, and it was the only team fight in that game that it looked even close.
Yeah, Shun has taken an early recall to avoid this dive, but has he actually avoided it? Gemini on the Krugs of Karsa here. Karsa beelining it down here. Gemini's in trouble.
Yeah, this is a level 1 Smolder though, as Suppress comes through, but Gemini able to get away from it. Picks up the majority of that camp too for his troubles. And there was never really a kill angle as long as Gemini doesn't greet his summoners, and realizing that will just flash away. Level 1 Smolder is never going to do all that much.
Yeah, you've lost 2 flashes very early on the side of Frank. Would have been nice to use those to pressure the Smolder a little more than they have, but it kind of shows in Shun's stacks, right? Only 10 stacks at this point, and
Going, mate,
on top of a ward.
You are situated on top of Vision. Still finds the stun. I mean, Gory probably playing a little greedy there to be hit by that. It shouldn't be too detrimental, but he will ultimately lose some health. And all the health you can get is very important in this mid lane matchup.
If we do fault Gory as a player, it is his overconfidence as he gets flinged.
Can I look at the play? Can I please? Gory 1 HP. Sword Art now taking a lot of damage, and Gory's going to be forced to teleport away first. That's it. Cannon Minion's probably just going to go down.
Yeah, I think Gemini tried to get both camps there, but we'll take the chunk on the mid laner instead. And doesn't do his Gromp, surprisingly, but... So not actually building any lead for himself off the pressure he had bot lane. But no lost chapter first back. Shun, anytime MF is left alone with the Smolder feels amazing for the MF. Completely outtrades this champion. Cull picked up very early for Wako too.
Oh, Shun, he cleanses, he's dead. Oh, maybe.
Oh, nice
maybe.
CC from Sword Art.
Kami not able to find it. Yeah, Sword Art. I thought Shun was certainly going down, but able to...
Wako must have cleansed earlier. Doesn't have it.
Yeah, I think he might have cleansed the first time they looked aggressively onto Shun.
Oh, but look at the wave. You live there as Shun, but does it matter? We said this in the last matchup.
Possibly even a worse result, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah, you'd rather an okay wave. You'd rather an okay wave, right? And go down on the Smolder.
Yeah, that would be better, but either way, he was having a terrible wave.
Yeah, so good to survive, but still are not feeling amazing on the Smolder. The CS looks okay for now, but as these waves crash into the tower and MF is able to pick them up and Smolder is not.
Yeah,
maybe they can...
The minion wave does hit the tower, so kind of lucky there that we didn't tank up a little bit more as Kaiwing. Although, this is still an absolute big enough wave. And
yeah.
Shun with no sums now, it probably should be straightforward for whenever Kaiwing comes back.
Nice Valkyrie by Pretender there over the W of Gory. Wins him a massive trade.
Does get hit by the chain to...
Yeah. I was worried about Kaiwing here being too greedy with his pathing. Wako's not actually going to be able to catch this wave. Really good play from the side of CFO, though. They're not going to pull the trigger on this dive.
Yeah, they can't. Wako's just clearing out the wave too fast. It never actually fully crashed.
Okay, CFO, good heads-up play, I think, to even look for that. Not going to pan out for them, though.
Wako has both sums now. Shun, both are down. Kaiwing, he has flash, Shun! Yeah, there's no way out. Make It Rain comes through, and Wako's able to just go forward at will. And there it is. We take the Electrocute this time on Gemini to secure that kill away from Wako. But honestly, solo AP and so much AD on your team, it's probably the best place for that gold to even go.
Yeah, and now CFO are going to trade the Void Grubs for that play in the bot lane. Gory going to pick up some fruit for himself. This lane is difficult for him, but he's keeping up in CS. We expected this. He's just going to try keep up in farm and then take over the map later on. He's going to have a fed MF and Zyra to deal with, though. Not the easiest champ to deal with as an LB, the Zyra.
Yeah, even the Misfortune because of the Bloodthirster.
Yeah, difficult kill.
And, you know, as it's not like when I was a humble little newbie to this game, I used to think that LeBlanc was just a Giga Assassin no matter what stage of the game you are. But in reality, it's more like a poke mage as the game progresses.
Yeah, it doesn't do much against Bloodthirster. Wako level 6 now, still no sums on Shun.
Yeah, importantly, no flash available for Kaiwing, but Shun has to be careful. Look at the wave state, it's horrendous.
Disaster wave. Also, Jiang making improvements in this matchup, it looks like, as previously Driver found himself up 10-15 CS by the end of this lane, and so far so good for Jiang.
Yeah, now we're looking once again onto Sword Art. He does not have flash either. The exhaust comes down on Wako, but the Strangle Thorns, it lands the knock up, and that's going to be another kill going over. This time Wako picks it up for himself.
Yeah, the bright side for the side of CFO is that all these Zyra spells have broken the freeze, but I don't know if Shun can actually hang around to catch this.
I'm somewhat surprised that Gemini is not even looking for a dive. It feels like Shun shouldn't be allowed to pick this up with bullet time available.
Yeah, I think Game 2 is playing in their minds.
Yeah.
Just over-aggressive in that game, too. Wako's going to stay and ulti the wave. Yeah, they're being very careful on the side of Frank. After kind of throwing away a similar lead in Game 2. Same bot lane matchup, too. In terms of ADCs, anyway.
Nice by Kaiwing.
Yeah.
Baits out that he's going for Shun, but...
Yeah.
And Wako as well, not being impatient. Just letting the exhaust run out instead of using that cleanse as CFO coaching staff.
I'd rather see Frank's webcam, honestly.
Yeah, see Skywalker and Jimmian. It does feel sad seeing the loser POV, doesn't it?
Yeah. The wave's not great for Jiang, but he's not in all that much danger as the game just has to be centered around bot lane.
Yeah, dying on the Smolder Hill. It kind of feels reminiscent of DCG dying on the Sejuani hill.
Yeah, and I was worried about it as soon as I saw the Yasuo ban.
Yeah.
Fair enough, it is the one game they've won so far in the series was with the Smolder.
Yeah, and on Shun, but... I also would hate to be Smolder against Riven. I've tried it in solo queue. It sucks. It really sucks.
I just hate playing against Riven. I never figured out how to play against that champ.
Yeah, no, neither, actually. But I swear that's because every Riven player is a one-trick. There's no one that just randomly plays Riven as well as Ornn, you know?
Yeah.
Um,
Now here's another big wave bot for Wako. He is completely alone here though, but nice ward. Spots out Karsa and Sword Art.
Does free up Shun to allow himself to pick up a few stacks. He sits at 53, probably 55 by the time this wave does crash. Gemini could be found out here.
Oh,
Karsa on the top
between
side.
Karsa and Sword Art, but
Yeah,
who's actually
but his
caught?
team is there, and Pretender's always gonna... Oh, the knockup! The knockup actually lands! And Kai makes it over the wall, but now Kaiwing's in no man's land. He's not level 6, doesn't have Magnet Storm as the ult comes through. Karsa, though, do they have the damage to take down Kaiwing? Gory certainly should do, and there it is.
Nice.
Found a kill back.
Nice play by CFO. They managed to punish an overstep from Kaiwing there and get a kill onto Gory. This is exactly what they need.
I'm surprised that Wako is just not able to find bullet time timings.
Yeah, can't find it there. Maybe didn't have it quite up. Yeah, might not have actually had it up in time. Just on cooldown there, and Kaiwing looked okay to me here, but another nice Zenith blade from Sword Art, who actually hits level 6 first because his ADC has been forced out of lane so many times. Meanwhile, something happened top.
Zhang getting aggressive. Oh, Karsa ganking up there.
How
my god.
How has he made it up here?
Okay, he's dead.
Yeah. Oh, used his flash as well. That's depressing for Zhang.
I thought he almost made it out there, but did go down. Still, it's once again Shun paying the price. He's down a lot of CS. Honestly, this is, I think, so far the worst Smolder look out of the series.
Yeah, even worse than top. Top Rest was able to keep up in CS, at least for the early game. Shun doing a better job of holding on to his summoner spells, but 60 stacks at 11 minutes is not good enough, and you got to figure something out if you're a CFO.
Yeah, and I really like that Frank had just given these over. It's a little bit scary because of Urgot.
Yeah, but who's hitting towers? Maybe Urgot.
Yeah, maybe Urgot. I mean, Urgot's
He's got
probably...
2 plates, actually.
Oh, and it is going to be Driver changing up the build. I believe he's building the Black Cleaver this game. Last time, obviously, went for the Hullbreaker. I actually don't think the Black Cleaver is all that good on the Urgot.
Yeah, he insta-stacks it.
He does. He gets it stacked immediately, but it just doesn't feel that impactful.
Sword Art should be okay here. So Shun is going to get some stacks now while Wako goes to pick up his Bloodthirster. Not as fed as last game, but still doing very well for himself. And Pretender contemplating maybe going for the Hex Drinker, but I think that is just a random null magic, and he won't actually complete the Hex Drinker.
I also think these 2 plates came off the back of the kill.
Yeah.
So
likely, yeah.
I don't think it was just the 1v1 for 1, or 1v1 even.
Now,
700 gold lead for Frank Esports at the moment, as they are looking to pick up their second dragon, and there's no way to contest this.
Yeah, stacking these up really fast. Last time around, CFO had the bot lane Smolder. They managed to get a lot of dragons in the early game.
It ended up getting Soul. I believe Frank only got 1 dragon in the course of that game.
Yeah, but 2 levels down is Shun. Man. Yeah, and we've just seen throughout this whole playoffs how badly Smolder does into the MF. So it's really surprising CFO go for this. And they're getting punished to the maximum.
With Misfortune left open too.
Yeah.
Pretender, really nice positioning around
his creep
the
wave.
minion. I mean, look at that. Shun, what did he do wrong there? Not really anything. Zhang going aggressively. Oh,
nice.
The Fear Beyond Death going to be dodged out there by Zhang, and he's got all the movement speed in the world. The Infernal Cinder's going to help out a little bit, but once again, is Zhang getting the better of this 1v1, and Driver face palms. He knows what's on the line. He's coming. He's the fired up guns. Reinforcements. Gets taken out.
Yeah, with what previously was his counter pick into the Riven. Gory, no flash.
Oh my god! Gemini somehow finds it.
Yeah.
like the last second, by the way, of Gory's ult being down. There was about 1 second until that came up.
Okay, I was wondering why he didn't get the ulti out in time there. Gory, very fast reaction times. So didn't have his ulti available. No plates for Pretender to pick up. It's going to make him a little less excited to hit this tower. He's just going to maybe ward the Raptors.
Yeah, and no Void Grubs. So not going to get that burn by just autoing it once and doing something else.
He's just going to hang around, hit this tower a bit, take the next wave, and get a recall for himself. Probably close to his Triforce.
No ults up on the top side. You'd have to think that favors Urgot, but with timing here, looks like it should be okay for the side of Frank. Carcer coming in. Carcer is going to find something. The ult should be available. Who does he hit? He doesn't hit anyone. John, though, he goes down. Kyming will be able to turn that around. Now Carcer, he's 1v2. Gemini's now up here, and there's nothing really that this Skarner's going to be able to look for, but Driver somehow is able to take down Yi Jung, get himself in second before going down himself.
Yeah, Shun, in the meanwhile, kind of looking homeless, walking around the map, will eventually make his way to the mid lane. As Gory will swap to a side lane now. We'll see what he can do. This is the point of the game where he can maybe take over on the...
Is the game over?
Yeah, this is an unusual replay. Oh, this is the 1v1.
Yeah, watch the reaction times, though.
Yeah. Ease out of the Urgot ulti. And,
I didn't even see it come out.
Yeah, and it's just a free kill for the Riven at this point. Driver tries to get to the Infernal Cinders, but missed his E in that fight, missed his ulti too, and it was still very close. So you see why the Urgot is good into the Riven. Driver, a bit of redemption here, manages to trade a kill back with the help of Karsa. Eventually goes down to, I'm not sure who actually got the kill, because John goes down here.
Driver did. Well, this won't be an easy matchup for the Riven, though, into the LeBlanc. Admittedly, a little bit easier because there is no flash. But with everyone down here, it's just going to back off. Pretender, is he going to get the first tower? It should be close, but Void Grubs? No. Okay, very close. I think if Driver hits the tower, maybe they get it, but Pretender picks himself up that first tower. They also manage to get the Rift Herald as well.
Yeah, they're going to lose this mid tower really quickly, Void Grubs or not.
Still no one up on the top side. It's a base race.
Uh-oh.
But one team has Void Grubs. One team has a Rift Herald. I think we favor the Rift Herald.
Yeah, I'm kind of shocked Frank are opting into this, as Riven doesn't do much under these towers to clear waves.
It's going to be, though, both these inner towers getting traded. Another crash probably comes through from the Herald.
Yeah, I don't see anyone.
It's stopping.
Oh,
Yi Jung caught out on that bottom lane. At least he's grinning. He doesn't seem too upset. And Frank Esports, they're going to get more. They get this mid tower, and looks like Pretender even going to be able to pick up an inhibitor tower on that top side.
Yeah. I mean, they were pushing two. They were pushing two while the side of CFO pushed one. I don't think going for that kill was worth it, though. I don't know if they even can stop this in time if they don't go for this kill. So maybe just getting a kill onto Gory here is worthwhile. So much damage from this LB now.
Well, Pretender was backing off until he saw everyone again, and then went to secure that. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, the gold ultimately is in favor, absolutely, of Frank in that exchange.
Yeah, but maybe that was just the most CFO could get. They are just in a horrible spot this game. Different build for Shun on the Smolder. Going for the Shojin first over the Triforce.
Yeah, and you're like worried, like they're worried about this Riven, right? Riven just solo killed their top laner, very strong. But then there's just Gemini, 202. Pretender just picked up like 5 towers. Karsa has just sprinted it, but Driver is here. Gemini, though, going to be able to do a lot of damage, and Pretender as well after picking up all of that gold. Nice ultimate coming out. Can we get? No, the Strangleforms doesn't come through, and Sword Art's able to find Kylwing on the side, but Pretender, look at the damage. Look at the damage. He's even going forward. And nice work from Wako and Kylwing on the bottom side. Not able to find the kill, though. The bullet time is going to be flashed away from. Gory going aggressive to pick up that tower. Will be able to do so.
Yeah, Jung is just only getting his TP up now, so that was a really well-timed play from CFO. It looked like suicide to me, but they managed to get a kill. It's a straight-up heist and get out of there.
And look at the magic resist. There are 3 AD champions on the side of Frank Esports, yet our Skarner, Merc Treads, and a Negatron Cloak.
You must win the jungle matchup at all costs. Gory now with a Horizon focus, so he's about where he needs to be on this LB, maybe a little further. He probably got a shutdown off the Zyra. Frank would really like to secure this soul, but they have to find a way to mark Karsa so that he can't steal it.
Yeah, and ults are down. They have Jiang's ult. They don't have bullet time, and Waku's a lot of their damage right now, but Pretender is probably the most of their damage.
Yeah, it's just a 4v5 with the Smolder being so behind, though.
Yeah. Yeah, what really is it that Shun can do in these fights? It's up to the rest of the team, and Gory in particular. Almost finding that chain. Would have been a lot of damage onto Gemini, but Gemini able to get away. Jiang, he's having a hard time trying to find his way into this fight. No, the Fear Beyond Death does go wide. Gemini, though, is getting low. He's getting poked away. And Gory finds a lot of damage back. The ultimate, though, it's onto Kaiwing, and that's not who you want. The Magnetic Storm, the Crash Down, the Strangle Thorns, and Karsa's just going to go down. Pretender, when he gets access to anyone, is just one-shotting. Gory trying to trade back, but it's not doing anywhere near the amount of damage that this Corki is doing. And now Jiang, he's 1v2. Gory's going to be here. The flash away, and is headshotted. But here comes Pretender. Gemini makes his way onto Gory, and Gory's trying to act like he's a clone, and he will do successfully. Gory on the LeBlanc is looking damn flawless, but Pretender, he's going to get the kill on Urgot. Gory will get away, but still this should be this Dragon picked up by Frank Esports as we're still hunting for the LeBlanc, but there's no one to find.
Yeah, Gory pulling off some heroics in this fight, kills both Gemini and Jiang. Gets himself 2 kills, 4 and 1 on the LB, as well as just chunking Gemini out of this fight the entire time.
What happened to Karsa's ult? Only hit Kaiwing.
Yeah, we'll see. As he kind of just gets caught here. Eventually, Kaiwing does pull the trigger as he is so good at doing on these engaged supports.
Oh, Pretender just dodges it.
Yeah, nice Valkyrie from Pretender. He has a really good fight for himself alongside Wako. These ADCs played an immaculate team fight. Always avoiding this LB damage. And eventually they chase down Sword Art to pick him up, but being split up, Jiang not recognizing his team is just going the opposite direction. Maybe thinks Driver is alone. This was insane from Gemini, but he actually misses the Q, yeah. And the rocket just barely sidestepped by Gory there, manages to get the kill off Gemini and not even go down to the Leandries. And now...
Hello? Oh, there we go. My mic is working.
The Dragon actually didn't go down.
Yeah, no Dragon picked up. There was recalls coming through. I think importantly, Kaiwing actually used his flash to get that kill on Sword Art, which I don't think is worth it. That flash rell engage can be so impactful. Karsa trying to find aggression here as Jiang as well trying to get, honestly, Driver, and Gory fails his dash.
Wako.
But Wako is stunned up and Wako should be taken out. There's a lot of CC. The Fear Beyond Death does land onto him. And now Kaiwing, he's got nowhere to run. No one on the side of Frank has anywhere to go. Pretender not able to find anything, and it's CFO who will cleanly take this team fight. Only Pretender able to survive.
How have they done that? It's off the back of an amazing solar flare from Sword Art. As you said, so many summoners commit on that last play. Wako unwilling or just didn't have his flash up in time to dodge the solar flare. CFO get this Baron. They're in a good spot this game. All of a sudden.
Now it's Frank Esports once again showing struggle against the Smolder pick when Shun's on it. They obviously punished it a lot in the lane, but ever since it's been rough. But Gory again on this LeBlanc is 1v9. Just phenomenal.
Yeah. I mean, he's just killing everyone. Every kill they get is off the back of this LB. Alongside a well-played team fight from Sword Art. Not the fastest Baron in the world for CFO, but no one's alive on the side of Frank to contest it. A 4-for-0 team fight. Essentially down a member in the Smolder is so impressive from CFO. And it's off the back of Gory and Driver. Yeah, I mean, Sword Art just sets up this fight for his team. Gemini not getting any value out of his Zyra ulti there, and same for Jiang, really not able to do anything. He's trying to match both the LB and the Urgot, but at this point, the LB is so massive.
Now that's a more lively looking CFO camp.
Yeah, they haven't had much to cheer about this game. Finally catch a break. And now Shun, you have to imagine, is going to get there on the Smolder.
Yeah, 176, so he still has a little bit to go, but 50 stacks is a lot better than he was at, honestly, before that fight. And with the Baron, it buys him a lot of time. Jiang on his signature champ. He's 1-5. He needs to find something. He needs to find value. Wako as well. Can't afford to be caught out. He was so far ahead in this game. And now he finds himself same level. Sure, he's up items, and it's just not good enough. I think we need to be further ahead.
Yeah, it should still be a better spot in this game for Frank, but I mean, Gory on this LB is the biggest problem. He's 2 levels up on Jiang, and he's been hunting this Riven all game. In these fights especially.
Yeah, failed his W across the wall last fight as well, and still finds more value than this Riven was able to.
Pretender very strong though.
Yeah, nice. Wow.
Oh,
no, Gory!
No.
Wow, Gemini though.
Yeah.
Gemini just throws out, reads him like a book, throws out that road, connects, down goes your most fed member. This is while you have the Baron.
Yeah, that is all momentum gone. I don't think CFO planned to get all that much done with the Baron, just get Shun to his stacks, but giving that shutdown up feels pretty bad. Now Pretender is massive on this Corki, and we talk about the smolder scaling. Corki is a monster scaler too. And the coach of CFO is ready to leave the building.
He's about to break. What are those things called?
The clipboard? Yeah, the clipboard over his knee.
That's it. Damn, I haven't seen one of those in a long time. Usually laptops or tablets.
Yeah, old school, the CFO coach. Now they still have Baron on most of their members here.
But Waku dodges out of that solar flare. Wind out of the sails now of CFO as they did find some momentum back. But yeah, Gory's going down bot to deal with this crashing minion wave. Pretender, he should have a pretty decent time up against the Urgot.
Yeah, no way for Urgot to interact with Corki, I would think.
And not the rapid fire cannon now completed. I think, again, a good rapid fire cannon angle, just ensuring you have uptime on these
every bit
really
of
squishy champs. Because we saw, who was it? I can't remember who it was now, but we saw a bunch of the third item LDRs, and it just doesn't make that much sense.
It doesn't feel good at all. I much prefer the RFC, especially into something like the LB. Every point of HP you take off of this LB's HP in poke just limits how aggressively Gory can play. And yeah, and we talked about the Zyra LB matchup. It is very scary to play LB into this kind of champion. It's also scary for the Zyra, as we saw in some of these dragon fights. Gory level 16 now.
Yeah,
but anytime you're called the root. Yeah.
Now, Gemini, he finishes up his Zhonya's, able to pretty much pick that up after only really having the Seekers. So obviously he had a lot of gold saved up for himself. Now he's at 2 items. Will be a lot safer in this upcoming team fight. Zonya's out of a solar flare if need be, and probably has free reign over the fight at that stage.
Yeah, had to delay his Rylai's, had to delay his Void Staff to get it, but I think it is definitely worthwhile.
Well, Pretender has to be careful. We just saw Gory get caught out. Pretender, he is a lot of the lead that Frank find themselves with. Gemini. Gemini.
Has Zonya's.
Oh, Jung is here. Gory doesn't know that. Oh, someone has to check this bush. And Kai Wing, he's not going to. Gemini, he goes golden, and now Gory's gonna get caught out. I don't know who's caught out. Gory makes it away, but he's burning. They will get him. Gemini managing to do so as Casa in no man's land. Jung, can he finally find value? No, he has to flash out. But Pretender, he gets exhausted, and forward go Wako, and forward go Frank. Kai Wing, oh my god, the bullet time. It's gonna take out Driver completely. Kai Wing not able to get here onto these 2 tanks, but they're able to win the fight. They're now able to claim this 3rd dragon. Gemini, fast on the reflexes, gets off that Zonya, such an important pickup, and Gory just finds himself lost at that stage.
Yeah, just ends up in the middle of Frank, almost makes it out of there without even a flash on this LB, but the burn from Gemini, I believe, is what eventually killed him, and without this LB, the comp just falls apart. Shun has only just gotten to his stacks now on the Smolder. And that was Gory with a blue pot too. Sucks to spend time dead with this potion. Such a big spike.
Oh, I don't know what Driver's seen that for.
Yeah, I think he was going for Gemini maybe, but Gemini plays that fight so well, considering how off guard he must have been. The LB was standing next to his support. He is not expecting that at all.
Just to make it rain.
Yeah, just the flash ER from the MF. You don't see that every day. But secures a 3rd dragon. Luckily for CFO, that's not the soul. So big part of getting away with this Smolder scaling is picking up 1 dragon in the early game somehow, and they managed to do it.
Yeah. Importantly, off that massive team fight.
Yeah. And last time Shun got to this point, he picked up a quadra kill, and they immediately ended the game. So see what they're able to do. The poke stings from Gory.
Yeah, no lifesteal available for Pretender outside of just the runes, which admittedly these days is quite a lot. But
yeah, is going for the LDR now. 2 very tanky champions. 3 if you count the Leona, who doesn't actually have any armor to shred.
Yeah, not going to have an IE this game on Pretender.
Yeah, that's true.
Kai Wing's found his way in. It's 2 very tanky members though, but Gory's not here. Gory's trying to get there, but he won't be able to be there before his jungler is fouled. Now it's a 4v5. Kai Wing He lost his flash for that, but it probably doesn't matter all that much as who is initiating a fight. When your Skarner is down, Gory finds his way onto Jung, but Jung a lot tankier now. Gory still doing a lot of damage, and Kaiwing gonna block that Fear Beyond Death. Sword Art very, very low, and Pretender trying to find the damage. Look at Driver's health. He's just getting shot away at and taken down. Baron now on the cards for the side of Frank. Jung with teleport can get back to his team if need be, and he will just pull the trigger on that immediately.
Yeah, they're just going to give the Baron on the side of CFO. Perfect pick onto the perfect target in Karsa. Means that you can actually just do this Baron. I thought the LB would maybe make it scarier to do the Baron, but Pretender, I mean, doing about as much damage as Gory managed to do in that fight.
And it's CFO, their tournament life, their year on the line. They have two of the biggest names to ever come out of Taiwan on their roster, in their support in jungle, Karsa and Sword Art. It's nothing less than disappointing if they get eliminated now. They have a fully stacked Smolder. They have damage. They have tankiness.
Kaiwing whiffs.
Kaiwing has gone wide. He's going to get jumped on. Karsa trying to find something. That veteran, he finds a lot of CC, but it's all onto Kaiwing. Gemini, though, he takes a lot of damage. Smolder hurting. Gory going forward, but he only finds the damage there onto Yijung, and Yijung's able to get away with his shield. Wako just going forward. Wako is so uncaring. He doesn't care at all about the 4v5. He is still just wandering on forward. Frank, they don't have to do this. They can back off. They have the Baron buff. They're not under pressure.
Yeah, and again, it's the team that gets Baron, losing a member early on. Kaiwing, uncharacteristic flop on the engage there from him. Whiffs everything
punish
onto Sword Art. Yeah, and a great punish. CFO know to just commit all their spells onto this Leona and get out of there.
Gory having a jump away from Pretender.
Oh, that was scary. Belks forward in a 4v5.
Yeah, no Solar Flare, so felt pretty safe.
Now they do have TP advantage on CFO. 2 TPs against none on the side of Frank, which is what's helping them get through this Baron alongside that pick.
Oh, the Zyra is starting to hurt. Verdant Barrier. I like this itemization. You're going to lose out a bit of damage. You are not lacking for damage on the side of Frank Esports. Get that safety. No more can a Solar Flare just land randomly onto a Zyra and win a team fight off it.
Yeah, Wako close to level 16 now.
Oh, now it can as Karsa landing one of those boulders.
Now, Pretender has to be a little careful here, but look how much damage he does to Driver.
Yeah, but it's once again going to be a 4v5. Gory, he pushes out that top side, has teleport for himself. Yijung using it to get to the Baron just before means that he's just going to be up here, no way to join his team. And with that, Frank Esports, they're going to be content with just taking the singular tower, especially after their support got caught out.
Yeah, and you're not under too much pressure to end as Frank. You do need to win this dragon fight, though. 30 seconds on that.
Yeah, and they have Baron up until exactly when it comes up. So waves should be in their favor as long as they're able to get out on the map correctly. But Gory, having just recalled, he's able to go hide in that bush. And if he can find a pick like last time, if he can find it but actually secure that kill, it could be very detrimental. But we're seeing the problem of having solo AP LeBlanc in this game. So much magic resist. Just one item does so much. Pretender gets hit by that Fear Beyond Death, but there's no follow-up. And now that's just an Urgot without ult. Sword Art does manage to dodge away from this Rel. Is Shun going to have to flash? He's going to have to cleanse. Now Jung, he's got nowhere to go, but this could be it. Wako finds a double with the bullet time. Jung baits in everyone. He's now still going forward, but Driver sitting around his Smolder. There's nothing to do for the side of CFO, but watch as the Infernal Soul goes down to Frank Esports, and it's a 5v4 now for the next 30 seconds.
Yeah, and Gory was trying to recall there and TP back to the fight, but Shun is caught out by Jiang on this Riven. These flanks finally working out for him. That's Infernal Soul for the side of Frank now.
Kaiwing, he has flash.
My god.
Oh my lord, Gory may be saving the game. Wako has disintegrated.
Yeah, we thought it would be a little harder to deal with this BT on the MF, but Gory says not so much, and it's Shun who's actually caught out here and kind of forces his teammates to go in. Well played by Wako and Kaiwing there to just one-tap these guys and pick up the Infernal Dragon, and Wako gets punished for his aggression here.
Even flashing.
Tries to flash, yeah.
Actual real-life misfortune reaction. Yeah, Driver, he's getting taken out, but the Sterix pops, and now it's Jung, but his Sterix pops. What is this item? And now Pretender goes forward. He finds one. Oh my god, how back and forth. I thought for sure Driver's going down. He gets the shield from Sterix, and then Jung looks out of place. Who gets his shield from Sterix, and neither of them go down. It's Sword Art who pays the price.
Yeah, both teams just do so much damage. Meanwhile, Gory is just up here, has his TP, doesn't feel the need to use it yet. And
1 minute, 20 seconds left on this Baron.
Yeah, and you'd have to think Frank are just in a good spot to win this game, but anything can happen with these Smolders, with these LBs running around.
Oh, I like Wako's build. After seeing what occurred,
yeah, just gets a Hex Drinker.
Yeah. This LeBlanc will run out of steam very quickly with all this MR coming through.
Rabadon's now, though. Very scary.
Yeah, this fight, it's kind of like do or die for Gory in particular. He has so much of their gold. Yes, the Smolder's strong. Not as strong as the side of Frank. Flash available for Kaiwing. Keep an eye on him. He is the guy that can just get this game won immediately. Him in combination with Wako. Now, Wako doesn't have Flash, but he has that Hex Drinker.
Yeah, Gory trying to secure this blue buff. Gets it smited away from him by Gemini. And now CFO trying to gain position on this Baron to contest it. Shun is starting to really hurt.
Yeah, but only hitting Kaiwing, who has Warmogs. I mean, it's crunch time. It really is.
Yeah.
The longevity of some of these careers. Frank, they just have to do it here.
Kaiwing's dead.
Kaiwing's dead. Kaiwing's been blown up. That's Skarner now without ult. Can they do this Baron? It feels pretty hard.
He was so far forward. I know he gets pulled by the Skarner, but look where Jung is while he's halfway up mid lane.
CFO, can they get anything from this, though? The Baron's up. It's a 4v5, but I don't feel that confident. I mean, Zyra in the pit. You don't have the lockdown the Rel provides, but there is bullet time. Pretender's gonna hurt. Sword Art, he's waiting on this flank. Pretender, keep in mind, he has the QSS. Jung, he might have to look for the setup himself. He doesn't have Flash available, though.
Gory.
Oh, my lord, they get off it. They realize that this could just be the end for them if any mistake comes through. They need more than just a pick onto that support.
Frank,
it's a 4v5. They're starting this Baron. Frank, I mean, there's a little bit more leeway for them, but they find the route. Driver, no! Driver's taken out! Gemini, he's so experienced, and in the end game, he's clutching up, but they still have to secure this. Kaiwing now here. He kept his flash. He's kept his flash. He's kept his flash. And in they go. Sword Art flashes away. It's the Baron for Frank as they go aggressive. Jung, he goes down. Gory with a shutdown. But Pretender, he comes in the clutch. He gets the triple kill, and CFO will fall. Frank, they get their opportunity now to take on SoftBank and to go to Worlds.
And it's the substitute of Pretender who really gets this game across the line for his team. Is up against Gory's best champion in the LB. He performed incredibly well on it, but Pretender just performed better.
What a game. What a series. I don't know what to say, but all I know is there's just got to be elation on the side of Frank Esports. They found themselves with leads all 4 games, every single game. They were so far ahead.
Yeah.
Game 2, dicey.
Not one of them was easy, though.
Dicey. Game 4, dicey.
Yeah.
But game 4, they were able to get it done. Pretender. We've seen almost every single Corki in the PCS get to that stage. We're full build. I'm the strongest champ on the Rift. I've been caught and died, but that's not Pretender. Yep. Pretender's able to get across the line. MVP for this game, for this series, Gemini. He saved the game multiple times. Gory was something like 4-1, 5-1. He goes aggressive, almost one-shots Pretender, gets caught by a snare, a blind snare from Gemini. Shutdown over to Pretender, who is then 4-0, and that's what led to the end of this game. Constantly, there was one mistake where Gemini probably should have got the kill onto Gory down that bot side. Well played by Gory to manage to get that kill, live on 1 HP. But just time and time again, this LeBlanc went greedy. Gory, no flash. He got caught, he got punished, and it was only Gemini who, the Zyra is not a champ designed to punish a LeBlanc, but he was.
Yeah.
He managed to do it.
Several times.
The experience. I mean, Frank,
found Driver at the
practice.
found Driver at the end too to pick up that Baron and ultimately end the game.
Yeah. Yeah, it's outrageous. By far the best Zyra performance I've seen. He was playing this Zyra like an engaged champ. He wasn't playing it sitting back, putting up plants, doing an honest job. He was flashing forward, looking for roots constantly. And every time he did it, it looked amazing.
Yeah, shout out Kaiwing too, just always doing what he needs to do in these fights throughout this whole series, honestly. Man,
I cannot believe it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm so excited for next Saturday. I don't know what to expect in the slightest. But Frank, I mean, the level that they have displayed of not only just leveling up in general, but the mental fortitude. They came into this playoffs losing to Bliss Esports, the first PCS team ever to lose a game to LCO. And they are now one series away from going to Worlds. And keep in mind, everyone, that this team, they came in 4th. They've now further than our 2nd, further than our 3rd. They are honestly looking good to being able to take down SoftBank. If they can perform like this, there's a real shot that they have of playing the absolute maximum amount of games, maximum amount of series, and getting there. I am just in disbelief.
Importantly in this game, it wasn't Jung carrying them. He was 1-5-1 on Riven. Just an absolute sprint from him.
A solo queue. Beautiful.
Yeah. Had his moments in that game, especially where he found Shun while Gory was recalling in that one fight. Found Shun out of position, got his cleanse, and forced Sword Art and Karsa to run in to try save their ADC. Yeah, so I had a great moment or two in that game, but otherwise it was the rest of the team getting the job done. Won't be getting the MVP this time around though, Jung.
He's not getting it for game 3, I'll be honest. 4, sorry fellas, I'll be completely honest. Still undefeated on the Ribbon, and as you said, he definitely did have his moments. I think
soloing,
yeah,
as well in his lane.
Yeah, got the solo kill after being targeted by Karsa. Karsa coming up there a number of times, and he still was able to pretty much. He did more than Driver. I'll be honest. Driver on this Urgot pick makes no sense to me.
Yeah, it just doesn't look that great, especially because Jung didn't have to take the Riven matchup if he didn't want to. That was Driver's answer to the Riven, so maybe Jung being a bit stubborn, and really it was this route that won the game. Barely clips Driver here. Once he goes down, Gory's not here, Sword Art's not here yet. And CFO still feel like they kind of have to fight this. Maybe they didn't. Maybe they could just play it out against the Baron and see how they do.
I mean, Shun doing a lot of damage here, but it's just not enough. Your front line disintegrated.
Pretender just gets onto the Smolder, and yeah, the Smolder scales great, but guess who also scales great? It's Corki, and if he finds his way onto the Smolder, similar to the Zeri last split, you just run in and one-tap that guy. And it has to be a little bit bittersweet for Jimmy. I'm sure he's happy for his teammates, but Pretender just came in and destroyed these guys.
Yeah, actually, both games came in on the Yasuo, and was like, God damn, this guy's a beast at Yasuo. Receives a ban on it for game 4, and was actually the best Corki we've seen in a long time.
Yeah.
It's not even close. Every other Corki kind of just sprinting it down.
Yeah, just showing why this pick is occasionally first picked.
Yeah.
This is such a strong champion. He's a strong laner, played the lane really well.
Sure.
Found himself up a bunch of CS, and then the late game played perfectly.
Pretender will get MVP for this game, but I think Gemini kind of saved them. I think if Gemini not finding how much success he did, we could be going to game 5, almost certainly would be going to a game 5, and we have the chance of CFO going forward.
Yeah, he was constantly hunting Gory, not just in the big moments, but also in the side lanes. Remember, he found that flash onto Gory. In the bot lane, I believe it was, after Gory had used his W and ult. There was also a play where Gory had his ult up in just like a second.
Yep, mid lane.
And still gets found by the root.
Pretender taking the most damage per death.
Yeah, didn't die.
Yeah, what a heroic performance. This feels like, you know, like, all right, we've let him. He's cooking. He's sitting there just scaling into late playoffs.
Yeah, he was just brewing this whole time in the hyperbolic time chamber.
What a volatile little beast, little predator missile Pretender was. And there it is. The key matchup and the MVP for game number 4. The game that now gives Frank one last series to try get to Worlds. If they win against SoftBank, Frank have played the absolute maximum number of series that is possible.
And almost the maximum number of games. Only 2 of their series not going the complete distance. 7-0 and 6. Don't let the 0 in his scoreline fool you. This was not a passive Quirky.
No.
I saw this guy Valkyrieing forward every opportunity he got.
Almost 40% damage share.
Yeah.
Almost 38%.
Yeah, just a 1v9 from him. In terms of damage, especially on the Quirky. And here he is hitting. He is just hitting constantly. Has to Valkyrie backwards here to avoid the Skarner ulti. Built a QSS Pretender, never had to use it. One taps Karsa here and was just never in threat of the LB, which is why we just don't see these assassins picked into the Quirky. This creature is just so tanky as he wiggles his butt down to the mid lane and
just twerking on him.
Yeah. They're just running at driver zones this guy out. Valkyrie's on the Urgot's head, flashes out of the E. I didn't even notice this happening.
Yeah, no, we were watching Gory, because this was also when Gory had his highlight play.
Yeah, both mid laners just montage plays, but Pretender just on a stronger mid lane champ.
Yeah. Yeah, ultimately. And you saw, like, Gory was hurting, but Verdant Barrier coming...
I love that skin.
Yeah, it is a good skin, the old Corgi. But Verdant Barrier coming through from Gemini, we had the QSS coming through from Pretender, and then the Hex Drinker from Wako, and it's like, okay,
yeah.
Well, LeBlanc's still going to do a bit of damage, but this is much harder now for us to find that impact, because as I said, like, if you can't one-shot the MF, by the time your rotation's back up, she's just full health. Yep. And you saw she was able to one-shot the MF. As soon as it happened, Wako's like, oh, screw this, I'm just buying a Hex Drinker. Did so, and game kind of ended from there. Oh. I can't believe it. I can't believe that it is somehow just frank. They have plot armor.
Yeah.
The most plot armor of any team I've ever seen.
Yeah, how can you not root for them at this point? Just backs against the wall from the first series of playoffs. They go down into the lower bracket and have just made it to within 1 series now of Worlds.
1 series away from Worlds they are. We're going to go to an interview after our post-game comms, and we'll be back right after to discuss the rest of playoffs.
我等等会来，我等等会到，看要嘛，看妖精，看我开，等等看我开，冷静点，冷静点，找妖精，找妖精，等等看我开没事，哎，可以我切一下，八狗你会有事吗？打，看好那个妖精，打前排，打前排，妖精没踩，可以追，都能追。这只，波嘛，下面，可以，追一波，哇，一波多折啊！我操，很敢打，送了可以，大家都太爽，干，因为我没送啊！你最棒啊！好，要不要帮你拍手？听说今晚 Skywalk 不请客，Skywalk 啦，听说 Skywalk 不知道请客吗？不是说神仙牛啊 Skywalk， 说我们火蓝界 Skywalk， 哎呦。哎，其实这个我这把送太多了，不好意思，我也很丑，大家一样丑啊！来，等会。
Welcome to the post-game interview. Here we are with FAK's top laner Yi-Jian for the post-game interview. Let's have Yi-Jian say hello to everyone first.
本日Yi-Jian選手をインタビューさせていただきます。まず挨拶の方お願いいたします。
欢迎来到今天的赛后采访。我们今天邀请到是 FAK 的上路选手Yi-Jian，请Yi-Jian先跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是上路Yi-Jian。
First off, congratulations for the win today. It means that next week you will be playing at your first offline game. I want to ask you, how do you feel right now?
勝利おめでとうございます。キャリア初のファイナルウィークスの進出が決まりました。今の気持ちを教えてください。
首先恭喜你赢下今天的比赛，这也代表下星期你将第一次前往你人生中的第一场线下赛打比赛。想问一下你现在心情如何？
心情蛮开心的，因为毕竟第一年打职业就可以打到这么后面的赛程。
いやめちゃくちゃ嬉しいですね。まだプロ 1年目なので、まさにファイナルウィークスまで進出ができて、すごく幸せな気持ちです。
I'm actually really happy right now because this is my first year playing pro and we'll be able to play all the way until the finals. So I'm really excited right now. So actually your personal performance was very good today, spectacular. Like for example, in the first game we saw that you split push and hit on the nexus to help your team win. And also in the third game you had a lot of solo kills. I want to ask you to rate your own performance in this series.
今日の試合では大活躍してスプリットプッシュやソロキルなど見事なプレーをたくさん見せてくれました。自分のパフォーマンスをどう評価しますか？
我想聊一下你今天的个人表现，因为表现得太好了。像在第一局的时候，我们看到你的分推偷家帮队伍赢下比赛，然后在第三局你有非常多的单 3杀，想问一下你怎么评价今天这个系列赛的表现呢？
我认为对面的边线可能比较不注重，所以我自己这个系列赛我比较喜欢把边线推得深一点这样。
そうですね。相手チームはあんまりサイドを重視してなかったんで、今日僕はあえてサイドプッシュをたくさんやりました。
So I think our opponent didn't pay that much attention to the side lanes and the side push. So I personally put a lot of effort on pushing on the side lanes. So actually this summer playoff season, FAK's performance has been an uphill battle. You guys got better and better. So I want to ask you, what do you think is the key that FAK changed or fixed that you are able to play from the beginning until the very end?
今日のプレーオフを振り返ってみると、まさに奈落の底に沈んでからの逆転劇でした。どのような修正をしてここまでたどり着けたと思いますか？
我想问你，就是今年的夏季赛季后的 FAK 的表现，可以说是用倒吃甘蔗来形容。那我想知道，你觉得 FAK 做了什么样关键的调整，才能一直从第一局打到最后局，最后打到那个决赛呢？
首先我认为我们中期的沟通跟运营是做得比一开始要好，然后其次是我个人的状态，相比一开始打季後賽的时候，可能差距蛮大的这样。
そうですね。チーム内の中盤ぐらいのコミュニケーションがだいぶ良くなりました。そして、僕自身もあまり調子は、良くはなかったため、最初はあまり良くなかったんですね、パフォーマンスが。
So I think first of all, our mid-lane communication, also our macro got better and better, and also my personal performance got better because I think in the beginning that I didn't play that well in the beginning, but now I play better. So actually, I want to ask you about, even though you guys win today, your journey is not over yet. So there's another mission next week, offline, and at the Taipei Stadium that you will have a chance to win your own World's ticket. So I want to ask you, what do you think, what is your resolution for that?
来週のオフライン試合でワールズ出場権に挑むことができます。意気込みを教えてください。
虽然你们今天赢了，但你们的最终目标还没有完成，还有任务要完成。下个礼拜你们在和平篮球馆有机会取得你们自己去拿下你们去世界赛的门票。那你的决心是什么？
我希望可以带着我的4个好队友一起前进世界赛。
そうですね。チームメイトと共に一緒にワールズ行きたいと思っております。
I hope to bring our 4 players all the way to Worlds. So, even though this is your first year playing pro, you still already have a lot of fans. So I want to ask you to say something to your fans and FAK fans.
プロ1年目で非常に人気の高いイジェン選手ですが、いつも応援くださるファンたちに何か言いたいことがありますか？
虽然这是你第一年打职业，但是你已经有非常多的粉丝了。我想要请你跟 FAK 的粉丝以及你个人的粉丝说一些话吧。
首先谢谢大家一直以来这么的支持我们，还有我个人。那希望到时候大家可以到现场来支持我们的队伍，谢谢。
本当にいつも応援くださってありがとうございます。ぜひ、会場まで来ていただいて皆さんと会いたいです。
Please come to a roadshow game to support us, and really thankful for you guys for supporting me and supporting our team. Thank you so much for the interview and congratulations for your win. 再一次恭喜你们获得今天比赛的胜利。我们把镜头转回主播台。
Thank you once again for the interview, Patty, and how much I wish I would be going to that roadshow. I would love to meet these guys. I got to go last year. It was fun. And if you guys get the opportunity to go, I certainly do recommend it. It's a fantastic time. It is honestly. And we did find out as well at the start of the show, if you were here, those little icons like the Caitlyn and Gwen and the plushies.
Yeah.
They're selling it there for, I think it's just above retail price. So you don't have to pay for basically the shipping fee.
Yeah.
So you will end up saving money on that. Of course, match result, it was Frank Esports taking it over CFO. And with that, it's time for that epilogue. Unfortunately, as fun as it has been to watch CFO, and it truly has been a joy because their games have been some of the most exciting, probably up there alongside DCG, but unfortunately they weren't able to do it. They do just fall, I guess, 2 hurdles short when it comes to making it to that finals, but this time I think you can be more proud as a CFO fan and as a CFO player. Certainly the competition has stiffened this split compared to last. Every team has leveled up a whole lot, and CFO are included in that. But unfortunately, it was just not quite enough, and hopefully we can see these players again next year. I've enjoyed watching them. Ups and downs throughout the entire split, as it is in League of Legends sometimes, but only can thank the coaching staff and the players so much for putting on such a great show, and you will be missed going forward.
Yeah, and speaking of improving Frank, on the other hand, kind of verify what we've been saying this whole time. Second time they've played against CFO, not nearly as close as the first time around, and they just keep improving.
Yeah.
Even just in a matter of days.
And a matter of days, they have to continue improving because the next competition is the stiffest they've had so far. It's SoftBank, who, yes, came off the back of a 3-0 defeat to PSG, but that did not tell the tale of the series. It was very back and forward. PSG would get leads, SoftBank would fight back and look fantastic. It was a very, very narrow 3-0, but unfortunately for them, it was a 3-0. They are now in that losers bracket, and they are now going up against Frank Esports. Now, for them, they have to be worried. But one thing I know for sure is that if you can get to the roadshow, you see the information here on your screen, certainly do try to, because it cannot be any more fun than that. It's the last PCS Grand Finals that there probably is going to be a live event for. You're not going to want to miss it. It's the lower bracket finals to begin. You're going to have Evie there. You're going to have Jimmy and Gemini. They've been on that stage before. Yi Jung, his first year as a professional player, making it there already and looking like the hard carry that's done it.
Yeah, on his way to Worlds in his first year, that would be incredible as an achievement in his rookie year. I don't think many players in history have really made it to Worlds in their rookie year like that. I'd have to go look up that stat and see some pretty impressive names he'd be joining if he does pull it off still. I don't think they're the type of team that are counting their eggs before they hatch, and we'll be working hard focusing on this next series.
Sure will, but I will be focusing hard now on our sponsors. Of course, it is Changhua Telecom first of all, and if you do sign up with them in the near future, you will receive 12 months of Hami Video free of charge for all of your entertainment and gaming needs. And of course, the Sheraton Grand Taipei Hotel, who have kindly hosted our next featured series, SoftBank. They're staying in the hotel. They're getting the buff from the hotel. Now, it wasn't enough to get it done over PSG, but maybe it is enough to get it over from Frank, and they could make it to the finals thanks to those guys. And of course, China Airlines, who got them over here. They continue to support us here at the PCS, so we continue to support them. If you're planning on heading to Taipei, if you're planning to go to that roadshow, certainly check out the flights available on the China Airlines website, as you can find some great value tickets for yourself. And carry energy. It'll be available at the event. It'll be available at some convenience stores, so certainly check them out if you want to stay in peak physical and mental performance. And last but not least, it is, of course, TTL brand ramen. If you're at the roadshow, there's a lot of these noodles over there. Convenience store, easy as to find. Grocery store, even easier. The variety is insane, is what I'm saying. The quality, even more insane. So if you are in Taipei, if you do happen to, wherever you are in the world, find a TTL brand product, certainly give it a try. But of course, that does do us for CFO. CFO, they will no longer be moving forward in this playoffs, but Frank now complete their 8th series. They complete their 6th series win, and they will go on for their 9th up against the LJL first seed in SoftBank. And I personally cannot be more thrilled. Thank you once again, everyone, so much for joining us. It has been an absolute pleasure to bring you tonight's games, and I cannot wait to bring you the lower bracket playoffs. We have the LJL first seed up against the PCS 4th, and I do not know what to expect, so I cannot wait to see you all there.
Now we're running out of time. Before we put this all behind, let's go again. We feel so alive. One last put this all behind.